Okay, good morning, everyone. Can everybody hear me okay? Oh, we have a late arrival. I'll just give you some seconds to settle in. Okay, so it's 9:30 and time for me to open this session of the Places for Everyone joint plan examination. For those, I think everyone's probably been here before, so we can probably rattle through some of this, but I'm just, for completeness, I'm Stephen Lee, one of the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan alongside Louise Gibbons and William Fieldhouse. I will do some housekeeping, reminder for everyone to switch mobile phones, laptops and other devices to silent mode. The usual thing about water being provided in the room, but please don't bring any hot drinks or food into the room, even though it's a smaller session today. I'm sure we're going to be more relaxed. We're not going to be that relaxed. Toilets are located in the reception area where you've entered the building. I'm assuming there are no fire alarms test planned today, so if the alarm does sound, then please vacate the building following the green signs to the back of the room or to our right. The programme officers, Helen and Yvonne, we're around all day today if anyone should need any assistance, and you should go to them in the first instance. The agenda for today is obviously we're moving on to matter 5, which are the strategy policies. I'm not going to go JP Strat, I'm just going to remember Strat 1 to Strat 11. And we're starting this morning with Strat 1 to 5. And then this afternoon, I think 6, 7 and 8. And we'll complete them 9 to 11 in the morning, tomorrow morning. I think everyone's familiar by now with how we run the session, so I won't need to go through that again. But I will generally start each item on the agenda or each significant issue with some questions to GMCA, and then invite contributions from others. I don't think we've got any action points to talk about this morning, so thank you for that. Anything you wish to raise with us? No? Okay. So we'll hopefully adjourn by 11:30. I'm not sure how long this morning's session will take, but if we do have an adjournment, it'll be about 11 o'clock, I think, and then hope to break for lunch at 1 o'clock if we get that far. So before I start with the first agenda, if I could just go around the table and get introductions, starting with GMCA. And if I can just remind people, if there was anyone who was here, so we've been asked to keep the introductions quite slow. I think everyone was here yesterday, actually, so keep the introductions quite slow so the stream can keep up with us and speak into your microphones. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. I'm Christopher Katkowski, King's Counsel for GMCA.
Good morning, Duncan McCorkadale from Manchester City Council.
Morning, everybody. James Shuttleworth from Salford City Council.
Good morning, Caroline Wright from Trafford Council.
Christopher Young, King's Counsel for Peel.
Morning, Dave Trimmingham from Turley on behalf of Peel.
Good morning, Brian O'Connor from Lichfields, acting on behalf of House Building Consortium. Thank you.
Good morning, Justin Cove from Hive Land and Planning, representing Redrow Homes.
Jill Boyle, local resident.
Morning, Marge Powner from Save Greater Manchester's Greenbelt Group today.
If I refer to you as Friends of Carriage Moss at any point, you'll just have to apologise. Keep to organisation names at the moment. Any procedural questions or issues before we start? I'm guessing no. Okay, thank you. Right. So the agenda, as you see, starts off with issue 5.2, which is about diagrammatic maps, and issue 5.3, which is about the purpose and nature of the policies, Strat 1 to Strat 11. We said on the agenda we'll pick up some of these points as we go through each individual policy, but there may be some general points we want to pick up at the start under those items. And we think there are a couple of things that might usefully be discussed, which apply to everything. I guess the hope was that we might be able to bottom that out this morning, but obviously we've got 2 other sessions, so it might well be that people who aren't here now might want to talk about them. But if we can at least we'll get the council's position, and if there are any points that people wish to make, they can. I'm just going to start, if you like, the wrong way around. I'll start with the purpose and nature of the policies of Strat 1 to 11, because I think there is some general points we can pick up about their role and function. You'll know, obviously, we've been grasping with what these policies are for and what their role is through our preliminary questions, supplementary questions, and MIQs. Obviously, in order for us to determine whether they're effective, we need to know what they're intended to do. And so you originally stated, I think, that the purpose of these policies was to provide a strategic justification for site allocations in the plan, to provide a strategic framework for local plans, and set out clearly written and unambiguous policies to inform the preparation and determination of planning applications. However, this position in the following the MIQ response to MIQs changed, and you stated that you now don't consider them relevant to the determination of plan applications. I suppose our question is, just to of curiosity, if nothing else, as to what actually precipitated this apparent change in approach. What made you change your mind that after 6 years of writing them, they no longer had that role?
Well, the way you portray us, sir, as if we sort of only thought about this at the last minute.
I'm not. Well,
no. So I mean, I can.
You thought about it in the last correspondence to us.
Exactly. No, I mean it's very straightforward, and in preparing for these sessions, we have as a team discussions where we just really sort of try and get to grips with some of these points, and it simply springs from this. If you look at these Strat policies, we can take any of them as a proxy for this, but if you look at these Strat policies and ask yourselves, oneself, how would a development management officer actually use this policy in determining a planning application? It's no more scientific or sophisticated than that. And the view that was formed which led to our revised response to your preliminary question 47 was that it would be difficult to see how these policies could be used by a development management officer in determining a particular planning application. And it became clearer and clearer that the role of these policies should be to guide the subsequent plans, as I call them. And so, as you will see in our paper M 5.1 at paragraph 5.10, that's what we say. That's what we say in that paragraph. These are strategic policies. They're not. We don't see them as being of any real utility for planning applications, but we do see them as having a strategic role in guiding future local plans. It's as straightforward as that, really.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, sorry, did you? No. Just a matter of principle, and we'll just, I'm not saying there is one, but in terms of paragraph 16, the framework and what a plan should consider and what policy should do, is there any particular conflict with that idea that you've got policies in the plan that aren't decision-making tools?
Oh, I see. Bear with me for one moment. Let me just get the paragraph in front of me, paragraph 16. Yes. Is this, do you have in mind item D?
Yes. It will be.
Yes. Well, item D is, I would say, let's just set the scene. Sorry, plan should, and D is contain policies that are clearly written and unambiguous. Yes, please. So it's evident how a decision maker should react to development proposals. I mean, that, with respect, isn't surely meant to be a comprehensive statement of the only things that plans can contain, and nor could it be, to be quite honest. It's a policy in a national framework. It's not setting out the legal position. And of course, in a plan of this nature, we're dealing with an unusual plan, because this plan isn't simply, if you like, a development management plan for one or even 9 of these authorities. It's not only setting out in certain places development management policies, but it's also guiding future, or setting the scene for future local plans. So it's doing more, if you like, than a more run-of-the-mill or conventional local plan might do. So a conventional local plan will say X, Y, Z houses and so on and so forth, commercial development. It won't be guiding a future version of itself, but this plan is guiding and setting the scene for subsequent local plans, as we've heard at some length.
Okay, thank you very much. Just in relation to this, you suggested a main modification to paragraph 4.22. So it's on page 7 of, well, it's on page 7. I'm possibly using the first PPM2.
Yes,
page 7.
I'm using the composite, because it gives me the context for the changes. Yeah.
So it states your mod would be
Yes.
policies within this chapter establish the overall spatial strategy plan. In addition, they should provide a strategic framework for local plans. So that's what they do. It doesn't necessarily say what they don't do.
Oh, gosh.
In terms of
One.
clarity and ambiguity, is any danger there that your theoretical development management officer might not be clear?
It's an interesting thought, I have to say. So one spells out what something does do, but
I find spelling things out is quite useful in a local plan.
okay, then one spells out what it doesn't do. Well, I mean, if the view is reached by you collectively in due course, that in order for the plan to be sound, it should specifically state that these policies are not development management policies, and so be it. I mean, my own view, for what it's worth, is that if you state what something is, then by necessary implication, it isn't the other things. But
Well,
you know,
I'm not going to come up with. I want to get your position on just see if you had a view on it. Other people may have a view on it. It's not a.
Absolutely. If the view is formed that in order for the plan to be sound, I mean, it sounds to me, to be honest, at most it would be another modification as opposed to a main modification. But if the view is formed that to make the plan sound, it should spell things out in that way, that won't be a problem at all. Obviously, because we've put our cards face up on the table. These aren't development management policies, and so yes, that would be fine.
Okay, thank you. Now, I've got a question now. The hope was that because it covers several of them,
Yes.
several of the strat policies, we would say we would bottom out, but I'm conscious it might come back to it because there'll be different people in the room. But several of the policies, I think 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 and 8,
Yes.
all include figures.
Yes.
And we sought to clarify what those figures were through our initial questions, and I think we initially, I forget the exact word in the question, but we're querying whether they were requirement figures or supply figures. And you came back and you said they're supply figures, and so through the course of up to now, concluded that they shouldn't be in the policy.
Absolutely.
Probably what I might just do, actually, because I know your position,
Yes.
which is you don't think they're necessary, and they might, and well, so perhaps just explain why you think they should come out. That'd be simple, and then I might just ask at this point if anybody does have a view on that.
Yes, well, once one understands that these policies are meant to guide future local plans, one then needs to ask oneself, well, what can they usefully say strategically, strategy-wise to guide future local plans, and having in each or several instances, capturing what the supply position was at the moment in time in the area doesn't seem to be of any great utility for making a future local plan. It's the strategy that counts, and so we seek to move, where numbers occur in the policies, we seek to move those numbers into the reason justification, which seems to be the right home for them, to be quite frank. So it's very, very straightforward, and again, it's just you know, these things are written over years, they become embedded in plans, and then one pauses to think, well, wait a minute, what are these policies actually doing, and how best can they do them, and is it really sensible to have numbers which are moment-in-time numbers in a policy, as opposed to reason justification? So it's as simple as that.
So it's an effectiveness point.
Yes, exactly.
I'll just ask the corollary of that, if you like, which is, so, albeit these numbers weren't ever meant to be a requirement, I think we've understood that, that obviously that means that apart from one or two exceptions, the policies generally don't have any kind of requirement in them. Is that, in your view, seen as any limitation, general effectiveness issue in that respect?
No, I would say not, because once one understands the way the plan works, and if, as so often in this debate, thinking about homes, once one understands that the requirements in the plan are set out local planning authority by local planning authority area, and then obviously collectively for all 9 at the end, and that the requirements are not set out by way of these spatial designations that in some cases cut across different authority areas. Once one understands that, then it would seem on the face of it to be not only it would seem on the face of it to be an ineffective thing to do, to start having numbers in policies when you can't actually relate that to the particular plan-making authority, nor can you, in some of these instances, exactly sort of map out on the ground, precisely where the boundaries are, because these are more conceptual, strategic areas. So in terms of setting out a strategy for future local plans, setting out the key aspirations, if you like, the direction that we would wish these areas to follow, seems to be the right way of going about this, rather than starting to set out figures which don't actually then fit with the way in which, for homes, for example, one finds the rest of the plan dealing with that issue. So that's the logic of it.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, it would be rather strange, to be quite frank, in setting out strategic policy for. I happen to have the core growth area in front of me, but you can repeat the point for the others where there are figures. It would be rather strange for setting out a strategic policy for an area to all of a sudden just mention, randomly what the supply position was.
Well, I suppose that, certainly in the
time.
supply position, I
Yes.
listen to what people have to say, if anything, but I guess in terms of from what you've said, there is no, I guess your point would be, again, using the core growth area as an example, there is no core growth area requirement figure, and you haven't got a way of determining it, presumably.
It would be, it's not something that this plan seeks to do, so whether, one could send clever people off into a room and they could work out how to do it is another matter, but it's not what this plan does.
Okay, and obviously we'll come on to the effectiveness of that core growth area and how it does, how it relates to local plans in a moment, I suppose. I will just move on to some general points about diagrams, but again, probably pick up most of these as we go through. In a similar way to the policies, we asked general questions about the function of the figures and the plans that go alongside them. Again, just in terms of text of the plan, I think at paragraph 4.2, you've suggested a change to paragraph 4.2.
4.2.
Oh, sorry, 4.20, I should say.
4.20 even. Yes.
Which, again, I'll just summarise it. So you're explaining what the figures are for.
Yes.
I'm not quite sure I've got my head around why it's figures 4.1 to 4.8 and picture 4.2, but I don't think that's a main modification issue.
We like our pictures as well.
Pictures and figures and so I'm sure that can be resolved outside our remit.
I don't know why one of them suddenly become a picture, but
no.
they're right.
I think it might have somehow with we had a few comments about our questions. Well, it was not a figure, so we may have made an error in our questions on that basis. 'Cause we're obviously confused.
Oh, I see. Oh dear, sorry.
So they're there to provide an illustrative representation of the key aspects of the policies. They assist, and then this is, I guess, the question. They assist both further plan making, fine, that's consistent with what you've said, and decision makers considering planning applications, which seems
Yes.
at odds to what you've
Yes,
said.
I know. I'm not sure why that's there, to be honest.
So,
We've just realised, yes.
all right, okay. So maybe an action then.
Yes, that's an action. Let's write that one down.
So we do read these things, you see.
No.
We do spot these things.
These figures are going to be the proverbial death of us, I think. These pleasant figures, but yes. What are we? So we're going to change the change to paragraph 4.20. Thank you so much. As you took us to 4.20, I glanced at it and I immediately saw decision makers considering planning applications. I wondered what that was there for. But anyway, thank you, sir.
Okay, and now I'll
That's
just
a
go on.
mistake. Plain mistake.
Plain mistake, fair enough. We all make them. Well, we don't, but you.
Well, we certainly do, so there you are.
But so I'll just carry on. Providing additional visual context for the policies, fine.
Yes.
The transport infrastructure improvements shown in figures, etc., are for illustrative purposes only. And then it goes on to say there is a comprehensive list of illustrative transport interventions that are critical, necessary for the delivery of allocations in Appendix B of the transport topic paper. Well, there are 2 points to that. One is, if they're illustrative, are they critical and necessary? Because I think when we were talking about illustrative the other day about the key diagram, it was very much these are not critical or necessary.
Yes.
And then the other side to that, and it's a topic, a discussion, I think you're having either yesterday or Tuesday with Mr. Fieldhouse about referencing evidence-based documents and the suitability of that. And I think both of that, I would say, suggest that, well, I suppose there's a clarity issue about this whole what is shown on these figures in terms of transport. I mean, it'll come out time and time. I think a few people have highlighted that there's a lot of confusion about what the transport, what is shown on these figures. And I think the best thing, we'll pick those up as we go through the policies just in case, but it's a general point. But I think this modification is a bit confusing for several reasons. Do you agree with that?
I do. I mean, to be quite frank, I think we should just take this paragraph, and particularly the reference to transport improvements, necessary things being illustrative and so on and so forth. We should take this away and think about it. I think, to be frank, that whatever becomes the final position as far as we're concerned, obviously you would tell us the final position in your report to us in due course, but whatever we put forward as the final position vis-a-vis the various transport improvements, you'll recall the discussion the other day. Obviously this part of this paragraph will either become OTOs because it's dealt with somewhere else, or if we are going to say it again here, we use the same language as we've used elsewhere in the plan. So
I think you're right. Clearly there are things that we're talking about today which we can't possibly bottom, and tomorrow actually, we can't possibly bottom out until we've had all the discussions and it'll all flow. But I guess this is all part of the understanding of the transport position.
I mean, my view at the moment is it would be best to delete those references and deal with it better somewhere else, but we'll take it away and think about it.
I think that's sensible. So I've said, can illustrative interventions be critical and necessary? Covered that. Referring to illustrative schemes in evidence-based documents, covered that. And I guess, again, you might have already bottom out at this point. Obviously, again, when we talked about the key diagram, we said, is there any point showing illustrative non-committed schemes? Does the same hold true of these? So if you were to look at these figures again, perhaps at the end of this process when we know exactly where we are, whether or not showing these sort of illustrative non-committed schemes would be effective. Where they exist, I mean, they're not in every single one.
I know.
I mean, that's probably another part of that's another question.
I mean, fine. No, I take the point, and I think again, we just need to take the transport piece away and find a clear way of dealing with it across the board, and find a home for it somewhere, wherever best, and not have all these bits and bobs all over the place that confuse people.
Okay, so I think I think there's probably some truth in that, and we can have it as an action that's needed at some point.
Yes, it's all. I mean, I think it was mentioned on the first day of this week that you're likely either at the end of these 2 weeks or someone online to issue us with a list of things to do. But this is certainly on my list, and I imagine it would be on yours as well.
That's my sort of overarching general points. Are anybody around wants to pick up on some of those issues? I mean, obviously,
we're going to come, presumably, are we, to each of these diagrams?
Yeah.
In turn,
Well,
are we?
I'll go through each policy.
Yes.
And then pick up the diagram as
Right.
we do. Yeah. I think that's the best thing.
I only mention that because I know that in 2 instances there have been helpful discussions with people who have made points about this diagram or these figures, and a position has been reached in discussions which we need to draw to your attention. But we best do it as we get to it.
What I'll probably do is just, if I've got any, obviously, I've got any questions or not specifically, I'll open it up. People can make whatever point they want to make.
Sure.
And then we can deal with whether or not we agree.
Yep.
So Turley's, just again, obviously, any overarching points. I know you. Sorry, go on. But I've got a question for you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, in terms of general points, I'm seeking some clarity, and I had my question was going to be around the statement in paragraph 420, which does refer to planning applications, and the point you made, sir, that seemed to be at odds with some of what else was being described about the purpose of the policy. So I think from our point of view, come at this from a slightly different direction. I think the policies are very helpful in terms of illustrating the spatial strategy, the figures that accompany them, and I think I understand that they're not in, the figures themselves are not intended to be parts of the policy. They're not, as far as I can tell, explicitly referenced within the policy, but they clearly serve a purpose, and that's described at 420, at least in part. And it seems to me that they do serve a potentially helpful purpose, both in plan making and consideration of future planning applications. I think that purpose is perhaps different for different policies, different for different contexts. But for example, some of the policies, I think as drafted, the plan included numbers, and we spoke about the difference between supply numbers and requirement numbers. My points relate to a requirement number being helpful. I take the points on supply that as a statement of something in time that they will inevitably change, and I don't hold a strong view that they should be included. But for example, the Port Salford strategic policy does include a floor space figure. There is, I think, some benefit and merit in that, and that could potentially be helpful in a planning application or in consideration of a future planning application. I think I can foresee scenarios where some sort of statement of a broad expectation of requirement, particularly where some of these the land covered by the strategic policies might be in more than one district, could be helpful in a development management context. So I think from our point of view, so we take a different view that the policies are helpful both for plan making and planning applications. In that context, where there are figures that, as the plan was submitted, they were helpful. And I think there are some proposals to remove those through modifications. There are others where I think figures would remain. So, for example, Port Salford is remaining, whereas the Keys and the core growth and so on are taken out. So I think we need a clear approach and a consistent approach. And I'm not sure we have it at the moment, or that we would have it with great respect via the discussion and the proposals that were just mentioned. I appreciate that's to be taken away and thought about, so we hopefully have a chance to come back when we do see some proposals. I mean, I think one final comment, so in terms of MPPF 16, you were taken to that list of A to F. They are and, it is not an or after E, it's an and, so it does imply that each of those criteria should be met. So I think that's just important to note. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I said I got a question for you, but I think you might have answered. The point was, I think you were, in the few reps we had about this, those mods, about the numbers, I think you were one of the few who suggested that those numbers should stay in. I did wonder if, now you'd heard the discussion, whether you I took it that you were reading them, or perhaps expecting them to be a requirement figure rather than the supply figure. I think you've made your position clear now that you think that a requirement figure would be helpful.
Yes, I do, and I appreciate that in some of those areas where there aren't allocations, for example, then there's some discussion about, well, is it a requirement figure or is it a reflection of supply? They're kind of serving the same purpose, but it seems to me to be helpful that the plan gives the reader some indication of the quantum and nature of development that might take place over those broad areas. And so, yes, I think on the specific point, which has escaped me for a moment, sorry, so I'll come back to that. If I can just pause for the moment, thank you.
Yeah, save the green. So I did it. Friends Carriage Moss. Save the green. Save the green belt.
Yeah.
Next.
Thank you. Just a general point about how this plan and the policies within it are going to be measured afterwards. I think the KPIs are pretty light touch, and actually in my Friends of Carrington Moss response I did raise this as an issue. And I think one of the, I do agree with the gentleman from Turley's that an indication of quantum of development would probably be useful, not just in terms of indicating to the reader what's expected, but also in terms of measuring and monitoring. Because otherwise, when you get up to the limit, let's say it's, for want of another option, let's say it's 400,000 square metres, what happens when you get beyond that? How does a local officer understand that they're going beyond what was intended in the plan? So I think it's important from a monitoring perspective, but it's also important from a ensuring that we're not going beyond what was required, as well as perhaps not going under what was required. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think Hive have you changed your mind? Okay, thank you. So back to Turley then, if you've remembered your point. Oh no, you've forgotten your point. Okay. So I will just, before we move on to one, give the GMC a chance to just come back on a couple of those points, if you wish to.
Well, just very briefly, so I mean, we've explained that we see these as assisting plan making rather than development management, so I won't go around that again.
But just on that though,
yes,
taking the point that Turley made there about the cross-border issues, say, so it was mentioned in reference to a DM perspective, but actually from a local plan perspective, if you were two councils which happen to be in the
in a straddler,
the boundaries, one of the probably where the straddle. How would you, if you're I'm putting myself in the shoes of the person writing the strategy, know how much you're in order to satisfy that strategy, how much you're expected to deliver in that area to meet the and also as you've not gone too much or not doing too little. Sure. Goldilocks approach, too little, too much.
Well, first of all, one would imagine that the duty to cooperate, if it's still in place when these plans are made, as it is now, will involve these neighbouring authorities talking to each other where they have a designation, if you like, that crosses their borders. But in any event, I think we probably have to, this is as much my fault as anyone else's, we probably have to think about each of these strat policies in turn, because as you rightly pointed out, the figures remain in the Port Salford policy because they're related to employment matters. It's the particular issue that we'd identified when we thought about it again was capturing supply figures in a policy in relation to homes in particular, when the plan simply doesn't work in that way, and they're not requirement figures at all. They're just moment in time supply figures. So that was a particular problem or issue that struck us. So I think we probably need to having made the points of in a general way, we probably need to, when we turn and
Yeah.
look at each of these policies, see whether it makes sense to take the figure out and move into the reason justification or it doesn't. But I mean, that's the overall issue that we had in mind.
Okay.
So we might come, when we get to the ones that Mr. Trimmingham's particularly interested in, we can pause. And
Yeah, and say it might come back. There might be a particular example where
Exactly.
how would the expectation of requirement
Yeah.
work in that case?
Exactly, yes. And
Sorry,
so, and
I
as for
interrupted you.
and then as for MPPF's paragraph 16, and the word "and," so that the suggestion was made that, if you like, the implication was that every policy in a plan has to meet all of those 6 items in paragraph 16. I've made my point. I mean, the advice is the policy in paragraph 16 of the framework is all fine and dandy if one's making a plan for a single authority. It isn't a particularly good fit where one's making a plan which does several things, like this plan does, and one of the several things this plan does is to plan for future plans.
Okay. Thank you. And just on the monitoring point, it's a little bit.
I'm so sorry. I've written monitoring down on my piece of paper in front of me and then accidentally skipped it. Monitoring, forgive me, are we having a session on monitoring, as one usually does at the end of these processes?
Usually at the end, isn't it?
The most exciting day of all at these examination hearing sessions.
The logical place to do it, I think, would be under D2 because it's connected to policy D2.
Yes.
Although we didn't ask any specific questions about it,
Yes.
we could happily pick it up.
I think
there.
if you don't mind, it probably would be a good idea to add monitoring, have monitoring as in a specific place in our discussions during these hearing sessions.
Well,
I think would make sense.
We can talk about that. That's. I mean, I'm speaking on the hoof now, so we can talk about it. But I think
Yes.
that's where it sits in the plan, isn't it?
Fine, no, that's absolutely fine, because we've already had, I think, my own friend Mr. Young has raised monitoring. Well, he raised it yesterday, for example. We've had a few mentions of it. We've had another mention of it. Perfectly fair points, made this morning.
I will say this: a lot of the points made about monitoring are in relation, though, to specific policies. So it might, if it's an issue about JPH1, saying how that's monitored, or whichever JPH, that
Okay.
monitoring issue could obviously
Sure.
be logically talked about there, and then how you deal with it is a different thing. You know what I mean? So,
Okay.
well, I think we'll have to have a think about that.
I'll leave it to you, but
Yeah.
obviously, because it's these are your hearings. But in relation to the monitoring point made about these policies, I mean, I don't, if we're talking about, as I am, about moving moment in time supply figures out of policies into reason justification, I'm not quite sure what the utility of those figures is, to be honest. But
I suppose the point people are making is that those figures. Well, maybe the point people is that those figures. Yes, maybe they should come out of the policy, but they should. Should they be effectively replaced with something that is a requirement? I know you've said you don't think
Well,
that
it
would
just
work.
doesn't fit with the way the plan works. I mean, it would be a different plan, and our plan works in a particular way, and we say it's sound working in that way. It certainly isn't not sound by not having followed some, sorry about all the double negatives, by not having followed some different course. I mean, our plan has followed the course it has, and it sets out housing requirement figures by local authority areas.
Thank you. Turley, sorry.
I don't want to speak out of turn. We're going to turn to the individual policies and the wording of them. Is that right? Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Right. Okay. So if there's nothing else in general sort of issues, we'll move on to Strat 1, which is the core growth area. Now you'll note, obviously, in the questions, so just as an example in this, we said our policies JP Strat 1 and JPJ1 Part G3 sound, because they all mention the core growth area. I'm not going to get into JPJ1 because the one follows the other, and we've got a session on that, and if anything falls out of it. But I think we put the questions, set the questions like that because they're all interrelated, but I don't want to get into the wording of all those policies. I'm just going to talk about Strat 1 today, and I suspect anything that comes out of this will just flow on or not. That makes sense. The other thing is that most of our questions, or most of my questions on this, sort of fall into two very clear categories. We start off with, is the element of the strategy this policy is seeking to achieve justified? Question one. And then we look at the wording. Is the wording effective in seeking that objective. So I'm going to break that down into those 2 points, and I'll start with justification. Any questions I've got, open it up, and then go into effective, and any questions, open it up. The reason I'm doing that because I think it'd just be better because on some of the earlier ones I haven't got a huge amount of questions on justified, and I don't think many people have got much to say, but I will just cover it. So moving on to this, we've obviously discussed the strategy and distribution at length elsewhere already. In terms of our first question is whether or not JP Strat 1 is justified in protecting and enhancing the economic role of the core growth area while promoting significant increase in number and range of homes. As a principle, I'm not sure that's particularly controversial in what I've heard, but I do think Lichfields had a concern. So
sorry, we're looking at.
I'm sorry,
Strat 1.
I beg your pardon. I'm on question 5.4.
Yes.
JP Strat 1.
Yes, and we're looking at Strat 1, and I see. Yes, you fine. You've taken a bit from one part of the policy and added it to a bit from another part of the policy. I was just trying to read it through as you were speaking, sir. So sorry, I see what you've done now. That's absolutely fine.
Yes, sorry, yes. I've summarised the
Yes.
overall.
Yes.
I hope to have summarised the overall aim of the
No,
plan.
absolutely no, that's fine. It's my fault entirely, so forgive me.
Yeah.
So, yes, well, heavens, I think as planners we should all pack our bags and go if trying to make the best of the core growth areas in any way controversial, but there you are. So we certainly see it as extremely justified. It'd be very, very odd indeed not to have a policy like this, a strategy like this, to be quite frank, but there you are.
Quite. So, yes, I'll open it to Lichfield. I think you had a slightly contrary view, or at least not necessarily contrary view to the principle, but I think the delivery. Isn't it?
No, certainly not to the contrary to the principle. If I may, I've got a couple of points relating to this. I suppose first off, following on from the discussion we just heard in relation to the requirement of almost 69,000 units, the new wording as proposed in this, it's not clear from the evidence that's been produced and updated in October 22 in relation to supply, what the actual supply is. I would envisage that there is sufficient supply in the core growth area to meet that requirement in the policy, but I can't find it anywhere. There's no logical way of actually finding it based on the information that's been released for that. I suppose that's the first point. The second point is probably picking up on a point that you also started to elaborate on, is what happens when it comes down to the individual districts preparing their own local plan, given that there's been a slight change of tact in terms of what the local plans are going to do potentially moving forward. I suppose particularly looking at Trafford and Salford, could there be a scenario where Trafford and Salford both seek to direct more growth into this area above the requirement of 69,000. I obviously appreciate that Mr. Kakowski mentioned the duty to cooperate, but it is just that, a duty to cooperate, it's not a duty to agree. So they could each seek to over-deliver in that area, or provide more in that area without actually addressing the needs of their local area.
I'll just say, I think the point that's been made through is that the 69,000 isn't a requirement. It's just a snapshot. Effectively, from what we've just talked about, there isn't a core growth area requirement. That's right.
The plan does not work by saying for each of these. Well, but let's just stick with the core growth area. That for the core growth area, there's a requirement of X new homes. It doesn't work like that. It has these strategic aspirations, which one would hope no one would really quarrel with, to be quite frank. I mean, they're motherhood and apple pie, aren't they, in the way, to use an old-fashioned expression, in the way in which they're written. And no, it doesn't set out a requirement because the plan doesn't work like that. So the figure, which I think was pretty erroneous in the first place anyway, was meant to capture a supply. It was meant to capture a moment-in-time supply figure. And it's been shuffled into the supporting text.
I mean, so I'm not sure it changes your point.
No, I think
insofar as you want a requirement figure.
I also think that obviously we just heard that it's a strategic aspiration was the exact words that was just used, not a supply position. So I think my point stands that this is actually a requirement, not a supply.
Well, no, the wording of the policy as it stands is in total sufficient land has been identified in the core growth area for almost 98,000, but I think we know it's in there, 69,000 homes. It doesn't use the word requirement. It doesn't use the word aspiration. I mean, I'm basing it on what the policy says, obviously.
Okay, I'll take that. Well, I suppose my original point is we haven't actually seen the evidence that says there's almost 69,000 available in that area. I suppose the next point I wanted to raise was actually, I know we raised yesterday in relation to concerns about the supply, and I just wanted to just really quickly just illustrate two sites in particular, just to kind of come on to this about we can't just take this as read. The first being Wharfside Trafford Park, which is in the Core Road area, SLA reference 1609. A lot of 22 hectares of this site is actually Manchester United football ground. It also contains the Imperial War Museum. It's been designated in the Trafford Core Strategy as a strategic location for development since 2012. Nothing has happened in the intervening 10 years. In the 2020 SLA, there was an indication that 559 dwellings would be delivered in 6 to 9. In the latest 2022 position, 800 units are proposed in the 6 to 10 year period, but that's actually they've increased the proposed quantum of development that will come from that site, but there's actually no information available how they've come to that conclusion, and from on the face of it, there's actually no information available to direct us that anything is different has happened in that area on that supply.
I don't want to go through all the sites, obviously, but the point. Obviously, what we're talking about is the word in this policy. So, are you suggesting then that the aspiration, and in the top line, if you like, about delivering, what I've said, effect in promoting significant increase in the range of homes, that's the aspiration of the policy, and it's a focal point. Are you suggesting that's wrong, or suggesting that can't be delivered, or both? I'm not quite sure. In terms of this policy, I'm not sure what you're getting at.
It can't be delivered, and the supply position, if we're going to say that the 69,000 supply is exaggerated, and it's not actually that. I think the second one, I'll just really quickly just refer to is Pomona Docks. It's a site Peel have been promoting for a number of years, an application within 2021. It got withdrawn in March this year because of a dispute over affordable housing provision, which goes back to points we were making earlier. I thought yesterday it was pertinent that Mr. Young raised a point in relation to 68% of the supply in the city centre being developable with 100% market housing. I think this is the point, again, that's really pertinent to the majority of the supply in the core growth area. But that's a different. I'm sorry, it's a different. It seems to me a slightly different point to what we're getting at here, which is what is wrong with the core growth area policy. What is unsound about the core growth area policy and the strategic element of that is. Well, the housing figures. Because I mean, you're going through all these sites. They might or might not be delivered, and things change, and other sites will come forward. We talked about that yesterday, but. Is there fundamentally anything unsound about seeking to deliver growth in the core growth area? Fundamentally not, no. But we need to make sure that what's actually stated in the policy wording in relation to the amount of homes is actually sound. But I think this is, and this might be an issue we're going to go around on a bit, and it might come back into the policy, and it's a point that's been made, is as it stands, if I'm taking the fact that 69,000 isn't a requirement figure, which is what I've been told, as it stands, there is no number. So there is no aim, there is no objective, that the numeric objective that either council that's in the core or the council in the core growth have to meet. So it seems to me is that your problem with the policy? Well, I suppose I've got many problems with it, but outside the fact you don't think that 69,000 be delivered, what is the problem with this policy? Okay, setting that aside. Okay, I've got. Because you said you've got many problems with it. Yes, I do. I'll set aside the supply position because obviously we don't want to talk about that. But in terms of the first sentence, the economic role of the core growth area will be protected and enhanced. Obviously, I've got some concerns in relation to they're exaggerating the supply position, but the knock-on consequences of that is we're going to lose employment land. And if I can refer you to the Matter 4 paper from the GMCA, it sets out in response to 4.1 that in order to maximise housing land supply and minimise greenbelt release, that each individual district looked at a range of sites. Point 7 and 8 is they looked at existing employment allocations and unimplemented employment permissions as in exploring their supply position. Obviously, existing employment allocations are allocated in each individual district's local plan, and there's a policy restriction on their use for alternative forms of development, i.e. residential development, and this plan in front of us isn't seeking to allocate any sites in the urban area or reallocate any sites in the urban area.
So bearing in mind we know that, so this policy is saying to local plans, if you like, very simply, to local plan authors, your local plan should achieve the aim of promoting significant growth, increasing the number and range of homes in the area, and protecting and enhancing the economic role of the core growth area. That's what it's saying it expects local plans to do. You're suggesting that's not the right aspiration. To cover that first, is that the right or wrong aspiration?
I've got no issue with the aspiration.
So you're suggesting that it can't be delivered,
yes.
But wouldn't that be wouldn't that be an issue for the local plans? Going back to all the talk we've been having, this is an issue for the local plans, isn't it?
Well, I think it should be covered now.
This
is a fundamental point of the policy again. So yeah,
but it's never been the case, has it? Or it's certainly not been. There's no suggestion that this plan was ever going to allocate land in the core growth area. Or sorry, unless it's in the greenbelt, to me. But if in the urban areas or anything like that, it's not the scope. That is outside the scope of this plan to identify sites in the existing urban area.
Yeah, but equally, it's put a figure into the policy, which is banking a supply position.
Well, I think we're going to go around in circles on this, aren't we? Because there is no figure. The figure in the policy is not a requirement. You can obviously dispute whether that's right or wrong, but that's not a requirement. So,
if it's not a requirement, it's a supply, and that supply uses allocated employment land, which goes against the first sentence of the policy in relation to protecting and enhancing the core growth area. And that's the.
So you can't do both.
Yeah.
Basically, your point is you can't do both.
Yeah.
You can do one or the other. Okay.
And then the last point on this relates back to the sentence within the policy. These homes will be supported by necessary green space and social infrastructure. Obviously, 69,000 dwellings is a considerable proportion of homes in the core growth area, but there is no allocations or no designations in the plan relating to new schools, parks, play provision. And when you look at some of the greenbelt allocations, which are obviously sizable in their nature, but significantly less sizable than what's been proposed in the core growth area, a lot of these policies have requirements for new school provisions, play provisions, park provisions, etc., whereas this policy doesn't designate any areas for that, but on top of that, it doesn't actually introduce a mechanism in the policy to secure contributions to pay for them proportionately. And again, it's kind of tied back to the viability point again. So it's almost that we are seeking to promote sustainable development by redeveloping the core area, but we're not actually providing the social and infrastructure required for that.
So, bearing in mind it doesn't allocate sites, you wouldn't expect it to sort of allocate the mitigation, identify the mitigation, or would you expect it to identify the mitigation?
Well, I would
Sorry.
I was going to say I would have expected a mechanism in the plan to at least consider how they're going to secure.
And isn't that covered through D1, D2, Section 106 generally, conditions?
But what happens if we go back to the viability point? And how are we going to square that circle?
But aren't applications, we're going around in circles, but aren't applications in the core growth area going to be related to whatever local plan follows this or whatever local plan's in place now? I mean, the new local plans obviously have to be consistent with this plan, and there are references to how infrastructure will be delivered. It doesn't. I suggest it doesn't need to be in every policy, does it? Or does it? Is that your view?
I don't think it needs to be in every policy, but it needs to be clear how this is going to be done,
Well,
so it's not done in a piecemeal
I'm going to
fashion.
assume you're going to be here for the D2 discussion then. I think you're here for most. So you'll be able to make the point if you don't think that policy is effective in that regard, I think, because that's where I think that issue comes. Okay, we have moved on into effectiveness other than justify, but while we're there, I think most of my points are going to get picked up. So I don't know who came first, but we'll start with Turley.
Thank you. So we're on the question about the core growth area, and we're looking at the wording for that. And the issue is about, that I would like to address you on, is around the 69,000, that figure being there, what status it has. So hopefully that's answering your question about that. Please tell me if that's wrong.
We've had a lot of discussion about it, but we've got a point to make about
I do,
the 69,000.
I just want to make sure I'm in the right place, that's all. Okay. Right. The purpose, the measure of a strategy, this is a strategic document. The measure of a strategy is in the delivery. That's how we can have all the strategies in the world, but it's in the delivery that is the measure of a good strategy. I've said that before, and I'll probably say it again. Second point, the 69,000 figure is GMCA's figure. That's their figure. So I'm not making a point about whether it could be something different or we believe it could be. That's their figure in their plan, and that is a component that adds up to the 190,000, then discount the ones that are not deliverable, the debate about the 98,000. But that's their figure of what they say is deliverable, informing the whole plan. Now, this is not like a rural district where you might have all the houses on allocation, save for a 10% windfall. This is a city, and therefore nearly the majority of it is windfall. That's fine. Nobody's saying you need to have lots of allocations in this area, though we are having some allocations and we know why. But that is the strategy, and that figure is part of the strategy. So how do we know if the strategy is working if you don't have a figure and you don't monitor the delivery against that? And it's no good saying, well, it'll all be in the Part 2 plans. So far, the local plans and the timescale of that has been resisted. So when they come along, we don't know. This will be the development plan, late as it is, arriving. And it's not right to say that this won't be used for development management purposes. This will be one of the only up-to-date components of development plan in large parts of Greater Manchester. And nobody is going to determine a planning application without having regard to the development plan, not unless they want to end up in the High Court. So they will be policies that will be specifically relevant to individual planning applications. It is that, sorry, go on. You're going to ask me a question?
No, sorry, I haven't.
It is therefore a requirement figure. Of course it's a requirement figure. I know the council say, well, that's not how the plan works, and I understand why they say that. And let's be clear, at a national level, we're seeing quite a bit of resistance to having targets. You'll have noticed what's been happening in Parliament. And we know full well why those 46 MPs don't want targets. Because without targets, you don't have to measure anything, or you don't have to aim for anything. And it's not for good reasons. So let's have it in there. Let's have it as a clear figure. Nobody says they're necessarily going to reach that, or it may be that it's exceeded. But at least it will be a figure that everybody knows this plan is built on, and it is built on that figure, because otherwise, how much greenbelt land you need. Have it in there, have it as a requirement, which it is what it is, and as a consequence of which, everybody will know how the plan is progressing over the course of the plan period.
Okay, thank you. Hive.
Thank you. Yeah, just picking up on points that Mr. O'Connor and Mr. Young have just made, actually, in that, I like to keep things simple wherever possible.
Thank you.
And I like a building block approach, and making a plan is building blocks based upon evidence. And so we've gone through a whole series of sessions that have led us to this session today. So there have been matters preceding this which all lead towards decisions being made in other policies within the plan. In the Matter 3 session on spatial distribution, when we drilled down into the why have you distributed development to or from areas, the answer came, it is basically underpinned by the supply of each district. This will be relevant for points made this afternoon as well in terms of the northern areas. But, for example, the requirement for Bury was redistributed towards Inner Salford on a basis of supply. But the sessions yesterday, afternoon in particular, and already today, seem to be pedalling backwards from any kind of semblance that the supply even matters, which I find difficult, going back to my I like things simple approach. I find that really difficult to deal with, personally, because what is the function and purpose of the plan then, really? And that's my general point. And we've also got an inability as well to scrutinise the supply that has been absolutely fundamental to strategic and spatial decisions that were made in this plan. So the figure has been included within the wording of the policy with good reason, because that was used as a basis to redistribute supply from the northern areas. So it's a general point that, I suppose, in a sense of frustration, as you can probably tell, that it does interlink. And clearly I'm not going to sit here and suggest that, the growth area shouldn't be a focus for growth. Of course it should. But it's those building blocks that I'm concerned about, and the accountability of this policy and other policies within the plan. That's my point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Can you come back on some of those points?
Yes, please. Let's see. Oh, anyway, sorry. Right, let me just take this calmly. So, two questions, design. We've in effect rolled your 2 points, I think, into one: justified, effective. So
I'm going
justified,
to learn.
Yes.
I'm trying to learn from my mistakes.
That's right. I mean, I think
whenever I open it up, it just goes.
Well, I think basically the way these things work is they're like drop-in sessions. People just talk about what they want to talk about, whatever the question is, but there you are. So anyway, if we just think about Strat 1 and justified, let's do them one by one. Justified. So, sorry, I'm going to say it again. The test of soundness is whether it's an appropriate strategy. So one asks oneself, is it an appropriate strategy to say of the core growth area that its economic role would be protected and enhanced? Does one really need to ask that question? The answer is obvious, but anyway, the obvious answer is yes, that's an entirely appropriate strategy. Is it an appropriate strategy? Complementary to, but not at the expense of, its economic function. It will see a significant increase in the number and range of homes, etc., etc. Obviously, that's an appropriate strategy. Is it effective, as in deliverable over the planned period? Yes, on the evidence that you have in front of you, it is deliverable to protect and enhance the economic role of the core growth area. We're not talking about, each and every site where employment happens. It's the economic role of the core growth area. And is it deliverable to see a significant increase in the number and range of homes, etc., etc.? Yes, that is deliverable. So it's both justified and effective. The number, I really don't understand the confusion, to be quite frank. I mean, the number is a supply number. If it's to be anywhere at all in the plan, it's to be in the supporting text. It's not a requirement for the umpteenth time, because the way in which the plan works is not to set requirements for example, the core growth area, which is the one we're talking about at the moment. So a number has no role in this policy, which is setting out these broader strategic aspirations about the economic role on the one hand and a significant increase in the number and range of new homes on the other. And it does seek to prioritise the one to the other, as I've just explained, because the policy says complementary to, but not at the expense of, its economic function. So that's the way the policy works. It's not a development management policy. It isn't to be used for development management. If it really needs to have a sentence along the lines of the one that you mentioned earlier on, so it's spelling out that this is not to be read as a development management policy, then so be it. I mean, you know, originally I thought that didn't sound to me like a very sensible idea. Having heard my learned friend Mr. Young say, well, look, these things would be used as development management policies, I'm now a convert to the idea of spelling it out so that this plan isn't misread by people when it's obviously not a development management policy. But let's spell it out in terms so that there's no misunderstanding of this later on. I'll add that to my list of action points. Spell out strats are not DM policies. So it's as simple as that, to be quite frank, and that's all I wanted to say about it, really.
Okay, so what about this point then? We keep coming back to that, you know, that irrespective of whether the number's a requirement or a supply figure or a requirement figure or whatever, it is that has driven the strategy, and therefore it has some. It is of more relevance than just a bit of information, and should therefore. I don't see what that's.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir. Sorry.
No, that's the end of my question. So
Thank you.
The point. Sorry, I'll reiterate. My point being the point being made. I'd like a response to, I suppose, is that that number should have some. Has got some relevance. Should have some relevance. It's led you to this strategy, and therefore it probably contrary to how your main mod, it should actually be in there for those reasons, and then should be the basis on which monitoring takes place and so on.
Well, given that it's a moment in time supply side figure, I think even once one appreciates that, the whole point collapses, the counter argument collapses. But let's move on. Let's move on. It's not a requirement. Let's move on. We just need to think to ourselves, what is this policy seeking to achieve? Well, it's seeking to say to future plan makers or makers of future plans, subsequent plans as I call them, what we, Places for Everyone, would wish the relevant subsequent plans to do vis-a-vis the core growth area, and what we would wish those subsequent local plans to do is to protect and enhance the economic role of the core growth area, and complementary to that, but not at the expense of it, significantly increase the number and range of homes in certain areas, in areas with good connections to employment, etc., etc. So that is the top and bottom of it, frankly. And it isn't saying to, nor is it meant to say to those subsequent plans, and in order to do that, you have to achieve a minimum of X number of new homes, for example. I mean, we keep obsessing about homes. I mean, similarly, it doesn't say anything about how much floor space economically one's meant to have, because the policy doesn't work like that. It is set at the level of a broad strategic aspiration or objective, however one wants to describe it, to capture what it's saying: protect and enhance the economic role, and not at the expense of that, significantly increase the number and range of new homes. The whole structure of the plan is not to have requirement figures for these particular areas, but rather to have requirement figures for the local authority areas. I'll say that again. And is that an appropriate strategy? Yes, it is. Would someone else have written a plan differently and said, well, we're not having requirement figures for the authorities, we're having requirement figures for the core growth area and something else and something else? Well, if they would have done that, fine. We didn't. And what we've done is an appropriate strategy.
Okay, thanks. Just speaking of, again, I'm going to drill into some of the effective elements of it and some of the points. I'll carry and come back to you. Because it relates to what you just said, actually. The phrases, like, again, in terms of that guiding local plans, you've used phrases in there like significant increase in the number and range of homes. Is that sufficient to give the local plan people enough to go on? Significant in relation to what, I suppose? I mean,
well, significant in relation to whatever one's base is. So significant increase. I mean, if one increases something, you're comparing it to the situation before the increase, aren't you? So, I mean, these are set as broad strategic objectives and or aspirations for the subsequent local plans. I mean, to be quite frank, if there's a better form of words to capture the point, well, so be it. But I mean, significant increase in the number and range seems fair enough to me, I have to say.
I think we've picked up the point I was going to ask about green infrastructure. I was going to pick up your point. I think you've raised that.
Thank you.
But is there actually? But having said that, I don't think you did come back on that point about.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I suppose it's the mechanism by which. I mean, I did say we'd talk about it
Yes.
next week. But is there anything you want to pick up now while we're here?
Well, as you've raised it, it was raised, and forgive me, it was raised down the table to my left. So, again, I mean, these are very innocuous words, aren't they? These homes will be supported by necessary green spaces and social infrastructure and will be of an appropriate design. I mean, this is a strategic policy, so necessary green space, I mean, perhaps the clue's in the word necessary green space and social infrastructure. It's just setting in broad terms, a strategic, pretty obvious and pretty self-evident aim,
Okay.
I would say. I mean, perhaps the clue to all of these policies is in the strat, as opposed to detail.
I think you first. Thanks.
Sorry, I just want to go back to the point on monitoring. When we get to the 5-year review point of this plan, and people are looking at it again and thinking, oh no, how will we know whether there has been major growth in the number of jobs or a significant increase in the number of homes against the baseline that we've got today? Because if there's no indication in the plan, in the strategy, then when we come to those review points, never mind the end of the plan period, then I think there is a challenge with actually measuring whether the plan is on target to be successful.
Okay, thank you. And Turley, and I'll get you come back on.
Do you mind if I just respond to that one before, is it Mr. Young or whatever, has
Yes.
another go? 'Cause-
Worried there's going to be a legal challenge.
Oh, no.
Yes, please. So, yes, Mr. Young.
Just to be clear about this, that figure, and we're not going to agree, I don't think, a lot with that side of the room, but on this I think we do agree, and you should note the significance of that agreement. We all think that you need that figure in to monitor how the strategy is doing. Now, we might be doing it for different reasons and coming at it, but that has the ring of truth about it, doesn't it? We're both agreeing that either this plan has that figure in so that it can be monitored to see how effective it is, or it doesn't. And there's no explanation to get around that, I'm afraid. If you want this strategy to work and you want it to be effective, which presumably we do, because that's a test soundness, to be effective, why would you not have the figure in there, and why would you not allow it to be monitored? That's unarguable. Whatever is said, that's unarguable.
Okay.
Can I just say, though, the figure was in the policy, wasn't it? The 98,000 was in there.
It is in the policy now.
And we get into these debates about, well, is it sound, is it unsound if you don't have the figure in, or is it unsound if you do have the figure in? I don't think that gets you anywhere, to be honest. I think you need to look at the substance of it, and the substance of it is this entire strategy and how much greenbelt is being required and taken out is all predicated on that figure.
I mean, the question, obviously, our question is, as it's that is in the policy, we have to assess whether inclusion of that figure is unsound. The council has obviously come to the conclusion it is unsound on that basis, and we will make a conclusion at some time in the future as to whether that is the case or not. It's in the schedule, but we obviously haven't come to a conclusion on it. That's what we're discussing today. So I know there's a view that either this figure should be in the plan or a figure should be in the plan for various reasons. We've got that point, and I'm sure it'll come up again. Hopefully not to the same level of detail.
It will.
If the principle applies in all the other policies as well. But we've got that point now, and
Yeah, and just on the sound, of course, you are looking at it on that basis, but we get into this debate, don't we, about is it unsound to have it in there, or we get into double negatives, like we're in the Greenbelt, inappropriate, not inappropriate. The answer lies in the substance of the point, I think. It's in there, and maybe it's an easier test to say, is it unsound to take it out? I don't think it matters. The point is you have a policy that had that figure in there, and they clearly thought for a long time that was the right thing to do. Now, I don't know what the political pressure is that's saying remove it, but the fact that it was there for a long time is evidence that clearly a lot of people thought that was appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Any final words on that?
Yes, I'm sorry. It's nothing to do with political pressure. It's to do, as I explained very openly earlier on, it's to do with reading this in preparation of these hearing sessions and discussing exactly what it is that we're seeking to achieve here. It's nothing to do with political pressure. I know my learned friend is very sensitive about figures, but it's nothing to do with politics. Anyway, let's just go back to some basics here. Monitoring raised across the room. I'll come to my own friend's points in a moment. The basic question was how, without a figure, would one go about in 5 years' time seeing whether or not this plan has been successful, if you like, or unsuccessful? A perfectly fair point, if I might say. And my answer to that is it needs to be kept in mind what we are saying this policy is meant to be doing, this and other strat policies are meant to be doing, and that is setting the scene for subsequent local plans, not for development management. So in terms of monitoring, my answer to the question would be that if the nine get to that point in 5 years' time when they're reviewing all of this and we're monitoring whether or not this policy has been successful, you would monitor it by seeing the extent to which the relevant local plans have come forward and achieved in their plans the objectives set out in this policy. So, in 5 years' time, have we got however many plans would be needed, subsequent local plans would be needed for the core growth area, which have policies to protect and enhance the economic role and significantly increase the number and range of new homes. I mean, that would be the acid test. So it all comes down to understanding what this policy is meant to be in terms of monitoring. So it isn't, as it isn't a development management policy as far as we're concerned, then the monitoring is through have local plans come forward or haven't they? That's the first point. My own friend, apparently it's utterly unarguable that the only way forward is for this policy to have a figure in it. Well, I'm sorry, but I don't agree. And the question for you is whether in order to make this plan sound, it's necessary to remove the figure. As you know, we're inviting the conclusion that in order to make the plan sound, it is necessary to remove the figure. And in order to make the plan sound, why do we say that? Well, because to be justified and effective, to be an appropriate strategy and to be deliverable over the plan period, given the role of the plan, this policy, forgive me, as a policy for subsequent local plans, and given the way in which the whole Places for Everyone plan works, which is it doesn't set requirement figures for the core growth area for this, that and the other area, it does it by local authority area, it obviously isn't justified or effective to suddenly randomly start mentioning supply figures, which, by the way, here include the flexibility allowance as well, these figures. It doesn't make any sense to suddenly randomly start mentioning moment-in-time supply figures with flexibility allowances and a policy of this nature, which isn't meant to be a development management policy in the first place, and which would be completely contrary to the structure of the plan, which doesn't work on the basis of attributing particular figures for homes to these sub-areas and cross-local authority boundary areas. It just doesn't work like that. So I'm sorry to sound like a broken record, but I mean it's the same point again and again.
Yeah, thank you. My reason for mentioning it up front was to hopefully...
I think we've all got it off our chest, but it won't stop the point coming back again, I'm sure. And the gentleman further down to the left, I'm sure for each of these policies we'll want to talk about supply.
Right. Is that new? Good. Right, so I'm going to move on to the figure 4.2. I've got nothing else about sorry. Yeah, go.
Just going back to the figure of 98,000 that was in the plan and the 69,000 figure that is being proposed as the modification. The core growth area comprises parts of Manchester, Stratford and Salford, yeah? So how has that, I mean, I think it goes back to Mr. O'Connor's figures a question a long time ago. How has the figure of 69,000 or 98,000 been calculated? And is it the same data as has been put forward in the update to table 7.1 based on the 2022 housing land availability status figure?
Thank you, sir. No, I understand. So 2 questions. So first of all, do we have the right person in the room to explain the... Forgive me, sir. It's perfectly fair points. We hadn't anticipated the question, so I'm not sure we've got the right person in the room with us, but...
Well, okay. Could you clarify it sometime? Because I think it'll come up again, really, and to help us understand whether a figure should be included and where it should be included. It'd be helpful to know how it relates back to the 7.1 figures.
Exactly. Okay, we can check what the question is.
Right.
The question is...
Given that the core growth area, and this will arise in other areas, comprises parts of 3 different districts, how have you calculated the figure? Whereas, and is it consistent with the figures that have been provided for table 7.1, which is the existing housing supply figure?
Yes, you did ask about
updated to 2022.
Yeah. So the first is a mechanical question. How have the clever people who have done this gone about working out
the proportion of 3 districts?
The proportion, exactly. I mean, I think I know the answer to that, but I'll wait for the note. And then secondly, are the figures in any event that we've put forward, presumably the ones we put forward in the mods, because they're the latest figures, where for this we've got these...
Well, we've first of all changed from 98,000 to 69, so that's quite a significant change there.
Exactly.
Okay, look, I think you know the question.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I suspect that all these figures are, are one step behind now, but we'll answer the question in a note if that's appropriate. Yes, no? Yes? Is that okay?
Yes.
Or we could get someone on to make the point already.
Well, I suppose there's two options. I mean, we've got 11 of these policies.
Yes.
Several of them have the same point, no doubt. So
we'll do a note across
if by the time this afternoon session you've got an answer, you could pick it up at the start of that, maybe. That makes sense.
All right. Thank you very much indeed, sir. I mean, I simply don't know whether the right person is in the room upstairs or not.
If you can't do it by then.
No, don't worry. Yeah. We'll be fine. Thank you, sir.
Are there any other comments about the words of the policy or its function? Before I just move on while we're here to the figure 4.2. We're picking up the figures as we go through the policies. I think the main criticism of this one in particular is it doesn't show, I think this is from Peel, doesn't show the full extent of the areas capable of fulfilling the CGA's role in the strategy, including Trafford City, Manchester Waters and Trafford Wharfside. So if the council's got any views as to that, and actually would it have any effect on the policy, whether you've had them in or not?
Well, we do have some views. I mean, there have been, as I understand it, so I haven't been part of this myself, but there have been some discussions between ourselves, and I think it's Turley's who raised this point, is that right? And a position has been agreed between us where, as I understand it, where there's a modified version of the figure. We've got some colour copies of it here if you're interested in looking at it. I mean, I'll leave it to others to introduce it because I haven't been following the detail of this. So as I understand it, things have moved on. There's a wider point about the role of these figures. I mean, they are just to help the reader to understand the plan, and it is useful, I think, to have a representation of the city centre, the Trafford Park, etc., the quays, whatever it might be, depending on which one of these figures one's looking at. It's useful to have a diagrammatic representation of them. The question then arises, well, is the diagram, up to scratch in terms of properly representing what it's meant to represent? There have been some discussions about that, and we've got a better version of it, as I understand it. So, would you like this to be distributed, or not, or put in through the programme officer?
I think so, yes, because obviously people won't have seen it either, so it's a bit awkward to
Yes,
to
well,
do
all
now.
I'm
But
reporting
if we talk
is,
about the principle, what you're actually seeking
Yes.
to change, then we can. I mean,
yes, all I'm reporting is that rather than have a great debate where, you know, someone says, Mr. Trimmingham or whatever says, well, wait a minute, it's not quite right because of this, that and the other, and we have all that explained, and then we sort of say, yes, we agree. You know,
If you just, I mean, obviously, I suppose the question is, what are you suggesting is let's be honest. Why do we need to change that figure to make it sound in simple terms?
Right, so in principle, simple terms. Essentially what we've done is on one point, so the current figure, particularly with respect to Trafford Park, so the general principle of the figure was to set out where there were specific policies, specific strat policies, so you've got a policy on City Centre, the Quays and Port Salford. So there was a denotion by that one shade of colouring with respect to that. What had actually happened, of course, is that Trafford Park had managed to obtain that colour as well, but there isn't a specific strat policy around Trafford Park. Now, then, alongside that, you have the other colour, the greyed out areas, which were mentioned within the reasoned justification. So both for the core growth area, but also when we get on to the specific jobs policy as well. So there was that logic, albeit that logic hadn't been followed through specifically in terms of the drafting. So there is certainly a sort of drafting correction that we look to bring forward with respect to Trafford Park. Having seen the representation and the matter statement from Turley's on behalf of Peel, we've had further discussions over recent days with colleagues with respect to that and the points that they've made. So there are some aspects of the diagram that we would wish to change to reflect some of those points that Peel and Turley's have made, without going into the detail.
and so whether, I mean, in answer to your direct question, whether any of that's necessary to make the plan sound, in the sense that if you kept the figure as it is, you know, would the plan not be sound? I mean, I suspect some of these points about these figures would probably fall into that category of things that, you know, we can do, that we should do ourselves to make the plan better, if you like, but perhaps wouldn't necessarily fall into that sound, unsound sort of binary position. But I mean, I suspect it is sensible for you to somewhere along the line see this diagram that's been agreed.
I'm thinking it through as you've been talking. We don't know if there's going to be some other actions or changes to these figures and diagrams as we go through this. So it might well be that we hold on to it, if you like. Yes. You hold on to it until such time as we've got, rather than keep submitting changes and changes and changes.
I think there are a couple of them, and this is one of the couple. So,
yes. And maybe we just hold fire until, because I mean, you know, and then we can obviously determine whether it's needed. But I suppose the question is, and what difference would it make? And is there anything that is unsound about about what's on there? I mean, the points that were being made by, as I say, with some missing features which might put on, but if they're not changing, they wouldn't. Your point would be that even if you changed the plan to change the figure, to reflect these issues, it wouldn't change the meaning of the policy or the.
No, that's right. But and so, you know, we I don't know, it's almost a philosophical question. Is it a point of soundness, or is it a point of, you know, just tidying up the plan? But I mean, it doesn't much matter, because as I understand it, I mean, unless in due course in your report you tell us to stick to what we've got, unless that happens, I mean, the intention is to change the figure, because we've had these discussions, and you want to say something as well.
Yeah, it was just to clarify that the amendments we've discussed with Peel and Turley's are also to reflect the text that's in paragraph 4.23 of the plan, which in words describe the spatial area covered by the core growth area, and in conjunction with that, also some of the key sites within the core growth area covered by I always get the name of this plan wrong. Is it JPJ1 G3? So it wouldn't make a difference in terms of that context, because it's already in the plan. It's just not necessarily picked up as clearly as we might have liked it in the diagram. So in answer to the would it change anything, no, it's already in the plan, just in a couple of different places.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, any comments on that? Are you happy? I mean, we obviously haven't seen it. Nobody's seen it. I don't think we necessarily need to talk about the principles, and I'm happy to. Obviously, my colleagues might have a view as well, but I'm happy at the moment to hold fire on some of these until we see what other changes might be needed. But you're
okay. Well, thank you, sir. Yeah, confirm happy with that approach. I mean, the reason we made the rep, you sort of paraphrased from, was the concern that there are areas that are function and are spatially, part of the core growth area that weren't consistently reflected in between the text of the plan and the diagram. But that's what we've been discussing, and I think we have reached a point where there is a version, I appreciate it's not before the examination, but there's a version of the plan that helps illustrate the policy correctly and soundly.
Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask a quick question of clarification. Given that Trafford Park is such a huge employment area, why isn't it an area of focus in the plan?
I don't believe it ever was an area of focus in the plan over the 7 years it's been there. It is protected in the core strategy that currently exists for employment uses in Trafford at the moment, and it's also picked up as an area of focus and a strategic location, I believe, in the emerging local plan. So it's very much a case of that it's already in the Trafford-centric local plans and core strategies. And even though it is a very large area, we believe that there's sufficient protections in place to continue that that prevalence of employment in industrial use as well. And obviously back at Trafford, we're doing other work in and around Trafford Park to continue that forward. But in terms of the spatial strategy, it wasn't deemed necessary to pick that out further at this stage.
Do you mind me just coming back on that? Because
only if you're considering that the plan is unsound as a result of it, rather than just it would be nice to have a mention. That's what because that's what we're here to focus on.
I understand. It's the inconsistency, I suppose, because the city centre, obviously, there's and the Quays and Port Salford are all areas that are probably in the same situation. It's just more the inconsistency around why this joint plan doesn't have the Trafford Park area as a key focus in there.
I mean, I think firstly there are a number of locations across GM that would fall into that category. So you could, with an even longer plan, listing all of the areas that would fall into the category. But in terms of Trafford Park particularly, JPJ2 identifies Trafford Park as a strategic location. So it is covered, and it's within the core growth area. It's just not picked out as a specific location for which there is a unique policy within the PFE plan specifically for it.
Thank you. We have a mosaic, don't we? Right. No more comments on Strat 1. I'm extremely surprised that we've got to 11 o'clock and we're only on Strat 1. So I will pause now, I think, until 20 past 11, and we'll come back and talk about strategy policy 2. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Okay, it's just gone 20 past, so we'll restart.
Mr. Lee, just before you, sorry to interrupt you, before you get to the next policy, can we just have a moment to answer Mr. Fieldhouse's question about
Indeed, it will be helpful for the rest of the discussions, I'm sure, so thank you, yes.
So, Mr. Fieldhouse asked us those two questions just before the break, so I'll look to my left. I've had an explanation of this, but better to get it from the horse's mouth rather than me trying to mangle it myself.
Hello, yes, Claire Taylor-Russell from the GMCA. The first set of modifications that we did through document GMCA 4.1, which was the first time we identified the error with the 98 should have been 69, was based on the PFE 2021 land supply. But then when we submitted our document in answer to your IN 17, so the first set of action points from our first week, that is related to the 2022 update. And in this particular one, that doesn't change. There's just slight changes as you work through the land supply in terms of other areas. But so that's why, so in this core growth area, it's the 69,000 actually appears the same because we've rounded up as well. You know, I suspect if you drill down into the exact figures, there will be a slight difference. So I think, does that answer the question?
That's the second question. The first question was how on earth have the figures been
yes, sorry, yes, yes, the first set of questions, so they were the PQ 55. Yeah, so we had a map that we had the caveats. So we produced a map as part of our preliminary responses and supplementary preliminary questions. So that was how these numbers were derived. The land supply was used, so those maps were used to create the land supply.
Okay, just to be clear, so the figures that are now in PMM2?
Yes, so PMM2 relates back to the PFE 2021 land supply because we haven't updated PMM2 in relation to our, because we just did consequential changes. If the plan period were to change in PMM2, we've listed they would need to be done.
And you're saying, sorry, so it doesn't matter in this case because the 69,000 wouldn't change, but for some of the others they would need to change?
Some of the other ones do change slightly, yes, when you've updated the land supply from 22 to 39. Yeah, and based on the, just because, as we discussed yesterday, SHLARs, you look at a SHLAR every year, they do change just slightly, so, but not that the areas have changed.
Okay, thank you.
Is that sufficient, sir, to answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Well, we know what they are.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yes, and you can decide what to do with them now you know what they are. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I think if anyone's got any points on that, they could probably presumably pick them up in relation to the figures that are in some of the other policies. And if anyone's got anything, come back on that. It'll be relevant to the other policies. I'm not going to go back to Strat 1 and open that up again. Okay, so we're moving on to JP Strat 2, which is the city centre. In broad terms, this policy seeks to strengthen the economic role of the city centre, including as a focus for office and innovation-based development, while expanding the area's residential role. In the same, I mean, there's obviously the city centre falls within the core growth area, so there's obviously a relationship there. In the same way as I did before, perhaps not learning from my mistakes, but in the same way as I did before, I will say I have no particular questions about whether or not that approach is justified as part of the overall strategy, which has been discussed at length. I will open it up again very much on, is that the wrong, the question is this in some way the wrong approach to be taking? Does anybody have any views? Again, I think the only people to suggest otherwise in the reps' written statements were Lichfields, but I think along the same lines as your core growth area points. Is there anything you want to add?
No, nothing further.
So it's the same point. You don't think it will be delivered, but presumably the aspiration.
Yeah, no issue with the aspiration. It's just actually the ability to deliver that.
Okay, so we'll take it as the same point as read, and yeah, okay. So
Sorry, in my response, I did raise issues about the lack of reference to affordable housing.
You did, and I was going to come on to that, because
Oh,
that was
right.
about effectiveness of the policy rather than the justification for the strategy. So
Right. Okay, we'll come
I
back
got
to
the
that.
impression you're content. Well,
I'm
I don't know.
content
'cause
to wait,
You're
yes,
content, were you
and
content with the concept of the
yes.
city centre strategic element?
With the concept, yes.
Yes.
Yes,
I've got a
sorry.
question about what your point was. So.
Okay, I had one other point as well to make on that, so
See
I'll
if
come
there's
back to that.
anything I miss, you'll come
Yeah.
back. So. No other comments on that then? Good. So I will move on to some of the effectiveness points, if you like, about the wording. Not a huge number to say. And you may well say, refer me to the answer you gave this morning on some of these points, which again is, you've got quite a lot of words in this policy, a lot of sort of nice prose about what you want to do and what you want to achieve. I suppose it's the question of, again, how, if I'm putting myself in the shoes of a local plan officer, how am I turning that into an effective, how am I supposed to make use of this policy, really? Because it doesn't tell me exactly how much I've got to do or how much I need to do or anything like that. You may have nothing to
I suppose I'd repeat all of the above, the comments made earlier on, but just thinking through the way in which you raise the point, and I know obviously the questions are put in a way to provoke discussion, if you like, rather than being loaded with a view that you've concluded. But let's just tackle this point head on. In order to have strategic objectives, aspirations, aims, however exactly one wants to describe them, but in order to have a strategy, does one need to have a quantitative metric? I mean, no is the answer to that. That's my answer to it anyway. Is it an appropriate strategy? Is it an appropriate strategy to have strategic aims, objectives, and aspirations set out in the way in which we do in Strat 2 without having some metric aligned to each and every one of the points? Yes, it is. A quantitative metric, yes, it is. So really, it's just as earlier, the points I made earlier on, I'll just make again, without literally saying them all over again.
Yeah. Okay. And yes, you're right. The questions are asked as to be sometimes provocative, sometimes devil's advocate, sometimes.
I understand, sir.
The paragraph 2 of the policy talks about the city centre being a priority for investment in development and infrastructure. And I just wanted to check by whom is that? Is that a general? Is that Manchester City Council or Greater Manchester authorities? Is that expectation from developers purely in relation to development, mitigating development, rather like the first policy talks about provision? A general point. I will just caveat that by saying we asked a question. We haven't really got in. We talked about it on day one, but we said we'd pick it up as we go through. The one about is it suitable, appropriate for this plan to, if you like, be the expression of the GM strategy, about investment decisions GM or the council might be making, which aren't necessarily planning. I just wondered if this is an example of that, or is this something a bit different? Is it like this is what we're going to do, or is this what we expect you to do?
No, understood. So the extent, your broader point, which we did touch on, didn't we? Canvas touch on in the first week about the Greater Manchester strategy, which was referred to earlier on in the plan. Is it appropriate, if you like, for this plan to reflect that? To which our answer is yes, to the extent that one can manifest the Greater Manchester strategy into planning policies, and yes, of course it is, would be our answer. Whether this particular aspect of Strat 2 is focusing simply and entirely, if you like, on planning policy matters as opposed to wider aspirations and wider objectives for the authorities concerned. I'll just look to my left to help with that.
Thank you. Obviously, we just touched on GM strategy. I mean, with respect to the specific aspects for Manchester City Council, clearly we are going to bring forward our own local plan, and clearly this is a focus for that particular local plan. So we don't see any particular issue in the sense that this is providing that sort of direction of travel with respect to that local plan in terms of what we will be doing anyway.
Okay. Just to pick up like certain phrases though, like just at the end of the second paragraph, it says a broad range of commercial accommodation will be delivered, helping the city centre to capture growth across the economic sectors. Great, but what does that mean for, if this is a policy setting as framework for the local plan, what does that mean? Does that mean allocating land for accommodation? Is that what the expectation is, or is it writing policies which are amenable? I think how is that going to manifest through into a local plan?
I think it's just providing us with that kind of hook for us to consider what we then take forward in terms of specific aspects of commercial development. So, I mean, there's a very thriving hotel sector. Clearly, there are other, we are the centre for offices in terms of the conurbation and for the city. Clearly, an aspect, very big focus of that in the city centre. We have, other major leisure developments, etc. So there are various aspects that we will bring forward. I mean, by way of example, we are currently, we've literally just commissioned a retail and leisure study for the city of Manchester. That's going to inform our own local plan. So that's helping us to sort of unpack what's a fairly simple phrase within the policy. We then unpack that in terms of how we need to deal with that within the context of our own local plan.
But in direct answer to your question, sir, I think, how would you go about doing this if you're drawing up a local plan? Well, we're not being prescriptive here, so it may very well be that, logically, it would be a combination of allocations and development management policies to seek to ensure that one has a broad range of commercial accommodation, etc., for the key growth economic sectors. So logically, it's likely to be both. But it isn't really the role of Places for Everyone to say it must be this and it mustn't be that. I mean, it's just leaving the door open, or providing a hook, as it's been said to my left. It's leaving the door open for the city plan to decide how best to achieve that. I would have thought, logically, going to be a combination of allocations and development management policies. But we don't need to decide that now.
Okay.
I would say.
And just going, and again, it might be that you don't wish to say anything different, but how would anyone know, I suppose, that you've met you're consistent with this policy, you've achieved what you're seeking to achieve, and if just use that as an example, the thing about commercial accommodation, just as an example.
No, certainly I understand, and again, as this is a policy, as far as we're concerned, to guide local plans, and the answer I gave earlier on would be part pertinent here, which is, when one monitors progress, has there actually been a subsequent local plan made for the city centre, which, in the first place, and if so, how well or otherwise does it achieve this objective? Well, I mean, these are relatively straightforward words of the English language: a broad range of commercial accommodation, key economic sectors. I mean, obviously there are all sorts of planning judgment calls as to which are the key economic sectors, but I personally can't see how that it would be that difficult to take a local plan and ask oneself, well, does this local plan achieve a broad range of commercial accommodation? And thinking about this, I mean, as this is a policy for making plans, subsequent local plans, just think about your colleague, presumably it'd be one person rather than three, but your colleague looking at the plan for the city, which includes the city centre. Given this Places for Everyone is meant to guide those plans, one of the things that your colleague will be asking him or herself in due course would be, well, does this plan actually achieve a broad range of commercial accommodation, etc., etc.? It would be one of the things that would feed into the soundness, the examination of soundness. Given that this plan is meant to be setting the scene for guiding future plans. So, yes, there you are, that's what I would say.
Okay. But just in terms of a purely, so this might be a qualitative issue, a purely quantitative perspective, you see any kind of monitoring of that would be through the local plan regime?
I do myself, but once one understands that, this policy Strat 2 and the other Strat policies in this group are plan-making policies as opposed to development management policies, yes, I mean, the only way they would be monitored, I would say, would be to see whether or not local plans have A, come forward, and B, done what these policies aspire to.
Okay. Picking up the point that was going to be made, I've noticed it's been Friends of Carrington Moss made the point, but I'm sure it doesn't matter. The plan doesn't make, or this policy doesn't make any reference to affordable housing or ensuring the development is delivered for local residents, and that's on the back of that's being an issue particularly relevant in the city centre. So anything to say about that in principle?
Remind me, we are going to have a session on the affordable. If we've got a session on the affordable housing policy in Places for Everyone coming up, there's a broad piece about affordable housing and how Places for Everyone deals with affordable housing, so to speak. I mean, we can give you a bit of a preview, Anne, if that's all right. We can give you a bit of a preview of our strategic approach to affordable housing in Places for Everyone, which to be quite frank, would then, as far as we're concerned, explain why we don't particularly single out a reference to affordable housing for the city centre. But would that help? But I mean, we are going to be looking at this.
Yeah, I suppose the point is it necessary, both in terms of there being because there's a particular issue in the city centre to flag it up here, and to have a particular mechanism flagged up here if it's different. Well, should it be any different to what's in your general approach? And again, this issue about ensuring development is for local residents as well, which is a slight aside to that, and whether that's even something you could or should have done.
Yes. I mean, I'm sorry to keep making. I'm genuinely sorry for keep making this point, but the acid test is whether it's an appropriate strategy for us to do it in this way, rather than whether it be another appropriate strategy to single out affordable housing in the city centre. But can we just do our sort of brief overview? Obviously, we'll be looking at this in more detail when we get to the affordable housing policy session. Okay. But I think this does inform the debate.
Thank you, sir. I think generally our approach to affordable housing, which we touched on briefly during the discussion on housing requirement, is that the experience we've had and the evidence we have around the viability study, and Mr Young raised this yesterday whilst talking about on the Greenbelt case, is that we do have viability issues, and we have had viability issues over the years, and we have delivered quite a small proportion of affordable housing through the planning system. And looking at our land supply, although I would disagree with the conclusions about 68% without affordable housing, that's not quite correct. But we're not expecting the planning system to deliver the level of affordable housing we think we need. However, we do have a wide range of other strategies outside of this plan, not least the Mayor's 30,000 truly affordable net zero carbon social homes, which are not envisaged as coming through primarily through planning developments that would deliver the type and level of affordable housing in the places we think we need it. So I think this policy is quite similar to the other Strat policies where we don't specify needs for different housing groups. I don't think it would be overly appropriate to be more prescriptive, and I think affordable housing in the city centre would probably be delivered in a similar way to across the rest of the city region, in that we would try to make the planning system deliver as much as we can, but we don't expect that will be the vast majority of the affordable housing that we need.
Thank you. Litchfield, sir.
Thank you, sir. It was a general question really that relates to all of these areas we're talking about this morning, and we've obviously heard a number of instances this morning and this week that the PFE is now seen as a plan that's going to guide the individual district local plans, and it's going to set the scene, so to speak. But probably coming back to something we mentioned on day one a long time ago, in relation to the content of the PFE as written doesn't actually explain the relationship with the individual district local plans which will follow. There's 2 paragraphs in the front end of the PFE, paragraph 1.57, 1.58, which gives no detail on how the individual district plans will come forward, how they will align. And it just seems that as this process evolves, it now appears that each individual district plan will be doing more and more heavy lifting than certainly we had originally envisaged they were going to be doing. So I think it's just even more important that more detail is put into the front end of the section just to explain how each individual, the joint local plan, will marry up with the individual district local plans.
Okay, thank you. So as you said, we've got that point now. So, and save the Greater Manchester Greenbelt.
Just agree totally with our friend from Lichfields there, but just another point associated with housing in the city centre and the problems. Another issue that we're seeing is the number of investor homes and Airbnb rather than homes for households. And the census data that was produced recently gives us the opportunity to compare the total net additional dwellings against the total number of households formed between 2011 and 2021. Across Greater Manchester, there was a total of 28,000 homes delivered that did not form a household. And in Manchester, that figure was obviously the highest in the region, not by percentage, but in numerical terms, of almost 12,000 homes. And I guess this point is appropriate for all other districts. Trafford's percentage was the highest across Greater Manchester, and Salford had the second highest figure. So this is an issue for Greater Manchester as a whole, that 28,000 homes were built that didn't form a household. Therefore, they're not for local people and they're not addressing housing need.
So again, I think I recall you've made that point before.
Okay.
So, but in terms of this
It's
policy,
how
so
it's
what you're
in the
saying,
policy,
if I might paraphrase what you're saying,
Yeah.
or to try and turn it back to this policy, is that the particular issue, well, you're saying it's not, but let's say it's a particular issue in the city centre therefore, in order to be effective in terms of delivery, because you're not delivering housing for people, the policy should have addressed that point. Is that fair? Yeah. I'll let the council. Sorry, is Lichfields a new point? No, sorry. Come back on that and then. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Where are we? The proper way of looking at this with respect is one asks oneself, city centre, the Strat policy refers to the city centre in relation to residential. In this way, the increasingly important residential role of the city centre will be expanded considerably by a range of high-density new homes supported by necessary infrastructure. Is that an appropriate strategy? Yes, it is. It is as written. Would it only be an appropriate strategy if one inserted some words about, I don't know, clamping down on, prohibiting, banning, getting rid of, not having any more Airbnb and or investor properties? Well, no, that isn't necessary in order to make that statement an appropriate strategy. It's as straightforward as that. I mean, I know do you want to say something about your subsequent local plan that you're already working on?
Yeah, just very briefly. I mean, again, we touched on commercial, but then likewise on residential, we are in the midst of doing updated evidence base to inform the Manchester local plan, and aspects of that will look at type and mix of housing. And we're obviously very alive to some of the issues that have been raised from across the table. So don't be surprised if you see some of these issues being dealt with front and centre with respect to that local plan.
Thank you. Going through my questions the MIQ questions, we obviously had a comment or a question about the proposed modification about the numbers coming out. I think we'll assume that any points that were made about CGA 1 apply to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, no, maybe not 4. Come on to 4, but certainly 2 and 3. Unless anyone's got a desperate need to want to talk about these particular numbers, we're going to assume that the same points apply. Is that okay with everyone? Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry, so just as I'm absolutely clear, would you mind explaining again?
Sorry, we had a very lengthy discussion twice about the requirement figures in the, I'm seeing myself now, I'm confused myself, the figures in those policies, and whether they should stay in or come out and so on. I'm just taking it that the same points would apply to all of these policies and that I don't need to go through them any longer, although in explaining that I've probably spent as much time as I would have done if I'd said anything to say. So,
if I may,
Yeah.
so yeah, understood. You don't want to make the same. You don't want to hear the same point.
Yeah.
A good point is made, once, then that's fine.
Absolutely.
Just can I just draw your attention to the keys though?
we're coming on to the keys.
Oh, okay.
We've got the.
There I was. I thought I got the timing right. No.
No, that's policy 3. So we're coming on to keys. So I have nothing to say about. Because I'm saying picking up the figures and the plans as we go through. Figure 4.3. It is a seemingly fairly self-explanatory, illustrative picture of the city centre. I can't think that anyone raised anything of concern, so I'm going to assume no one's desperate to say something about that. Good. So we'll move on.
Let's not get into HS2, so right.
Oh, maybe. Oh, should we? So we'll move on to strategy, SJP Strat 3 then, which is the keys. So this is, again, another discrete area which falls within, I think, the core growth area. The policy, again, if I summarise, the objective is to identify the keys as a suitable location for nationally significant economic activity, including being a focus for office space and the expansion of its residential, leisure and tourism roles. I think, obviously, the keys falls both within the core growth area and the city centre, I think. So, according to figure 4.3, I think I'm right in saying, have I got that right? Yes, it's on figure 4.3. Oh, right, okay. First bit of controversy then. Figure 4.3, it clearly has the keys listed, shown on it.
It's like we've, by accident, picked up an error.
Thank you, sir. I think probably we'd say the keys is there as a contextual piece of information rather than part of the city centre. So the city centre, so Salford's local plan, part 1, has identified the city centre in Salford and does not include the keys.
Right.
Or Salford keys.
Okay.
So maybe that
So
means
probably shouldn't
clarify.
So, yeah, probably shouldn't have been on there, but that might be an AM issue, I think. Clarity. I don't think it, without prejudice to any discussion, I don't think it's critical to the...
Indeed.
It could really confuse some of the numbers discussions.
We'll put it on the list, though, I think.
Anyway, so, okay, it's not then. It's not really important. It's just a bit of my blurb. So, first part of the question is whether or not the keys is a suitable location for nationally significant economic activity. Offices, residential, leisure and tourism. I think the council's position is that the keys is already this, to all intents and purposes, and so it's logical to continue that approach. Again, I don't get any strong impression that there are views that challenge the aspiration or the approach, but I will open it up to see if there is anybody who feels there is an issue with the aspiration or objective set out for the keys. No? I look to you, Mr. Litchfield, because this is one you haven't objected to.
I don't think I objected to this one.
Oh, okay. Just making an assumption at this point. Good. So, and in reality, I think the points really about the effectiveness are pretty much the same points we've had. We've got some nice, what I might call nice objective prose about what they want to achieve. I think, I've already asked, I think the same questions would apply to the first two policies about how is that an effective approach? Is that an effective approach? I've got the council's answers to that. I think it applies to this, and we'll obviously go away and consider that in the context of the other policies as well, and determine whether we're happy with that. Unless there's anything you wish to add about this policy in particular.
No, sir, it's the same as above.
Yeah. and then obviously the next point is the figures. So I guess we have again a set of supply figures listed in the second paragraph, which have been proposed to be removed. Mr. Young, from your earlier comment, I assume you've got something you'd like to say about that in principle?
Yes. So keeping up with the text, you've got a figure in this policy for the employment, and there was a figure for the dwellings, but now there isn't a figure for the dwellings, but we still have the figure for the employment.
Sorry, is that in the proposed modification?
As I understand it, the 12,500 new dwellings, I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, they wanted removed. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, this is, sorry, again, sorry, Mr. Katkowski, my understanding is it's the same principle as the others. They're taking it out of the policy and wanting to put it in the supporting text. So the figures are the same figures, they're just not policy.
Yeah, okay.
So it's the same principle as the others.
Yeah, okay, well, the same point, we want it in the policy. So the housing figure here, unlike we were discussing earlier, that is there, the 12,500, just it's in the reason justification. So, did you say a mosaic, smorgasbord, various different uses? We've got a figure, we've got a policy here where you've got an actual figure, but we haven't got that for the core area. So what's the test of whether you should have a figure in there?
No, I think, sorry.
Maybe I'm wrong.
So I'll let the council explain, I think.
Yeah.
I think all that's happened, sorry, and I hope I've got this right, is that where we had, I know my own friends particularly interested in the dwellings, I think, but where we had a figure in these policies for homes, it's not that in some cases we've completely taken the figure out of the plan, so it doesn't appear anywhere in the plan, but in some cases we have kept it in the plan. What we've done is we've moved it in all cases out of the policy and into the reason justification. I don't think they're anywhere we've taken it out of the policy and it's just disappeared off the face of the earth. No.
apart from so it's not just the dwellings. Obviously, we're interested in the employment as well. I'm sorry if that wasn't appreciated, but in Port Salford, the figure is in the policy. So there's about 4 or 5 variations of what's done with different policies.
No.
Yeah,
So Port Salford, you have the point, has the
I
figure
have
in
the point,
it.
but also we're coming on to Port Salford, and I have identified Port Salford as being a slightly different beast.
And so to the point, well, we've been consistent. No, I haven't been consistent. It's different for different.
I'm gonna again, my understanding is there are 2 types of policy, if you like, in the strats. Ones which said this is an illustration of our supply at this moment in time, and we've had the debate over the rights and wrongs of that, and we've got to contemplate that. And then I think there is Port Salford, Manchester Airport, and New Carrington, which are different in that they're not saying this is an indicative supply or illustrative supply or whatever like this. They are, well, we'll talk about what they are, but they are expressed differently.
Yeah, and when we get to Port Salford, no doubt we'll have that conversation. Yeah. But I just want to be clear about the rate. You obviously are very clear in
I would hope so.
Into why they're in all these different things. So here the 192,000 square metres of office space, which was in the policy, goes into the reason justification. And so we just understand why it goes into the reason justification here, but in Port Salford it stays in the policy. So the keys.
We'll come on to that then. Yeah, we can answer that. But yeah, I'm clear on what the council's position is about moving things to reason justification. Obviously, we've got to decide whether that's the right or wrong approach on that. But I'm happy. Well, I'm not happy. Sorry. Again, I'm happy. I understand the reasoning. We've got to decide whether I'm happy overall.
The reason justification and just assist me if you would, please. Why is that moved to the reason justification on this?
Well, I'll let the council. It's their proposal. Yeah. So I'll let the council.
Okay, so we're still talking about the keys.
The keys. With keys, but it is the same point as city centre.
It is, exactly.
Core growth area.
So in each case, so far, because we haven't turned the page and got to Port Salford yet, but in each case so far, the reasoning, good, bad or indifferent, the inspectors will decide and tell us in due course, is simply that the numbers that were in the policies that we wish to move to the reason justification are capturing what I call the sort of moment in time supply figures. And if you want to contrast that with something, in contrast to setting out a specific numerical requirement or a specific numerical objective for whatever area it is we're talking about. So that's the reasoning so far. We're about to turn the page and look at the contrasting position at Port Salford, but so far that's the point. And as I understand it, Mr. Lee, you understand that, but whether you agree with it or not, in due course, we'll find out. But you know,
I understand the explanation. Obviously, we've explained.
I understand
why we
you don't agree the point. Okay. Can I just slightly before we do turn the page, read these things again. This policy has in the first paragraph, say, the very high level, what we want to do, the high environmental quality of the quays, so on and so forth, all infrastructure, wildlife, site heritage, all those things. Then we have the numbers. Then it says the new homes will be a range of high density homes close to major source. So we are getting, can you see that's quite specific, isn't it? So, this is a clear instruction. So this is an indicator for me of a slight, whether or not there is a slight sort of difference in approach across these policies, maybe depending who wrote them. And some are a little bit more prescriptive than others. And is that a fair reflection, or is that, and does it matter in any way?
Well, just glancing at them, certainly the city centre had a reference to high density. I say, a range of high density new homes is in the city centre. And also here in the quays, we have similar language. Lost it now, but yes, high density homes.
Some are just sort of very, very, don't say anything at all.
I know.
Some say
I understand.
something. I didn't pick this out because I wasn't. But core growth theory talks about appropriate design. I think some talk about good quality design. The language is there. I'm not too bothered about going through that in minutiae and getting into it. But it's just whether or not the approach, in your view, is consistent across these, and if, well, yeah, are you happy that they are content again, that they are consistent?
I'm content that what we've written here is an appropriate way of an appropriate strategy. These to me are stylistic points, and I totally take the point that a perfect plan or a it would be good, I think, to have a situation where you use exactly the same turn of phrase to capture exactly the same point, across the piece. But inevitably, when you have different hands and some, editorial control, obviously overall, but you do find these differences of stylistic approach. But I don't think they actually, they don't change the strategic objectives, aspirations, aims, and so on.
Okay.
If we had our time again, we might have had some
editor-in-chief.
Yeah, well, I think there probably was an editor-in-chief, but I think the editor-in-chief perhaps needed a sort of a lexicon. This is how we're going to express this concept.
If I may, what's written there, I think, has been the product of a lot of intelligent thinking, actually. I don't know if you've had a chance to see Salford Quays yet. It's definitely worth a visit, and the routes to and from it, the towpaths. But the high-density homes is important because they are building high-density homes there, but there's some 1980s housing that's all sort of looks very low-rise and doesn't look appropriate. It looks like a squandered opportunity, frankly. So that reference to high-density homes, these are by the waterfront, the various waterfronts, there's the canal, there's the ship canal. That's a really sensible and important component, as is the reference to the connectivity to the city centre. So if you've walked that or run it, in my case, along the towpaths, very commendable. You can see there's definitely a need for improvement, improved lighting, and so on. So you know, that's another reason for keeping it in the policy, isn't it? To make sure, I'm sure that you don't need a lecture from either of the KCs about the value of reason justification against policy. The policy is more significant. It should be in there.
Okay. Sorry, that was a little digression on my part. Figure 4.4, we have the familiar theme of these red potential metro tram train things and whether or not they're committed, great ideas, critical, and so on. What's the position on those? So this is potential metro link extension, potential metro tram train links.
I think, as with other diagrams, I don't think we'd maintain these are essential infrastructure to deliver the policy. They are really positive, as Mr. Young has just mentioned. You know, one of our priorities is improving accessibility. I don't think it hurts the objective of achieving investment, including public investment, to identify these as benefits within the plan. In this sense, they're certainly not essential to deliver the growth, but they could help make it an even more successful and sustainable location.
So we go back to day one, key diagram, and the purpose of including these on there as good as they might be, should they be shown on this sort of diagram?
I mean, I don't think we are going to sort of fight the final to have them on the diagram. I think it helps. I think part of the policy just mentioned about accessibility, it won't all be delivered through contributions from development. Some of it will be from public investment. Having it mentioned in the plan, I think, supports the delivery, recognising it as a priority. Doesn't hurt.
Right. I think that will come back to what somebody said earlier about the fact that there's no intrinsic link in the policies to the diagram. So it's not like saying, you know, paragraph, there's nothing in the policy that says we will expect the transport measures identified on figure 4.4, etc. So on and so forth. So actually, they probably don't help deliver anything because they're not actually linked into the policy.
Not necessarily through the planning process, the planning application process, although we will seek appropriate contributions to various outcomes.
This is going back to...
In terms of if you were developing a strategy which complements the Places for Everyone strategy at a local level, this will help inform some of the objectives. And if we're having discussions with government, say, for investment, it might identify some things we think would be positive, but they're not. It's not essentially as a planning outcome from development, but it seems like a positive thing. And if someone asks...
But also, so, I mean, I would see this is figure 4.4, isn't it? So
yes.
We look at figure 4.4.
Did I say figure 4.8? Sorry.
No, I'm just looking at it on the page here. So figure 4.4. So one asks oneself, as if the reader of the plan knows everything they want to know about the keys, then they don't need a figure to tell them where the keys is, and some of its key elements with a K, some of its key elements. But for the reader of the plan who isn't so well informed, it's no bad thing to have a figure like this. And what's wrong, so to speak? Why is it unsound to say that there is a potential Metrolink extension, there's a potential metro tram train? Doesn't seem to me to be a. I mean, I don't think we feel overly strongly about this one way or the other, to be frank. But just asking oneself the question, which is, in order to make this plan sound, would it be necessary to take those, potential links off this figure? I can't see that it would myself, but
I think the question we'd have to ask ourselves is whether or not, in some way, it led to ambiguity or lack of clarity for decision makers. That would be now. We have to take us in the round now because we've got different approaches to what these policies are, and we've talked about what they are. Changing the suggested text to clarify that role. So we have to take all that in the round. That's the question, isn't it? That's ultimately is the danger at some point in the future somebody's going to say to a develop, and I'm sure the development industry might think so. Somebody's going to say, figure 4.4 says this. Is a requirement for Metrolink.
So I think yes. No,
maybe I might be overthinking it, but
no. I understand the point. I mean, my response to it, for what it's worth, would be to overread the figure, to overread and overwork the figure. I mean, in order to get anywhere near that, one would need some. That being the consequence of the figure, one would need some hook some explicit policy hook in the wording of the plan, and you know, we'll look at what hooks there are when we talk about other, you know, specific policies later. But so I don't see the figure itself running into that territory, if you like. But as we've said, I mean, if in due course you consider that there is that danger, then so be it. We don't feel overly strongly about this. But I mean, to me, to be quite frank, I mean, when I looked at this plan, I just thought, well, these figures are get your bearings figures. They're no less than that, really. So,
yeah, fair. I mean, I suppose I'm reading it from the perspective of putting myself in the shoes of a local plans DM officer making decisions. That's the rather than
a local development management.
Looking at it from the point of view as somebody's decided to have a skim through this for a bit of fun and doesn't know where the keys is.
Yes.
Which I'd be very surprised if everyone's doing that.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's top of the list. It's the bestseller in next Christmas, perhaps, rather than this one. But no, I mean, there is a danger, isn't there, of sort of, you know, of getting too perplexed by the KC at your shoulder, so to speak. So, you know, that's about what, you know, these dreadful lawyers make of things like this. But there you are. Okay. So, I mean, if you think there's that danger, then we wouldn't want that danger to be, you know, to arise from a
danger of. I think I'm in danger of labouring that point too much.
Indeed.
So we'll unless anyone's got anything else to say about the keys, I'll move on to Port Salford. Assuming you're both okay. Yeah. Port Salford.
Jolly good.
Again, this is a slightly different one, I think.
So, may I just mention one point on the keys before we move on? Which is about its effectiveness. It's in our rep, but the point about the reference to main town centre.
Oh, yes, sorry, I did make a note of that. And I did make a note to say whether or not policy JP12, is it JP12, addresses your concerns? Because that does talk, because it's about identifying that as a key town centre. But isn't that is referred to in 12, isn't it? If the Salford plan...
It is. You've obviously got the point that the Salford plan, meantime, has progressed to main modifications, inspector's report, and due to be adopted in January. So it's probably a point of timing, but it would have an implication for the wording of this policy as well. So that just wanted to have that noted. Yeah,
that was covered. Covered this afternoon. Well, no, not this afternoon. Whenever it's been talked about, but if. I mean, I think the point is there is no deficient. When I read through your point, and obviously read through that, I if you like, concluded that the issue wasn't really an issue because somewhere along the line, that centre is being identified as a town centre.
That's a good understanding to have. Thank you.
Is that your understanding?
It is.
Good. Is that your understanding?
Well, I was going to say, obviously, we'll cover the Strat 12 main town centres policy when we come to dealing with the retail element as well. So that will be covered then.
Yeah, and if there's any consequence of that, we can backtrack.
Yeah, well, we'll wait. I mean, it looks like the back end of Strat 12 will need to be updated once the Salford plan is adopted, which it will be before we get to the end of these examination hearings. So there's a result.
Okay. So, Port Salford, JP Stratfor states that Port Salford will be developed as an integrated trimodal facility with on-site canal berths, rail spur and container terminal as essential elements of the scheme. And then JPJ1, I'll also talk about that, but obviously then both policies actually then refer obviously to JPA 29, which is the allocation for the Port Salford extension. So this policy, if you like, I guess is addressing what's already committed and in train and what's proposed. Now, inevitably, there could be some overlap between talking about this and we'll have the same issue tomorrow with New Carrington, talking about a strategy policy, which is also an allocation. I want to concentrate today, if we can, on the principle, I guess, of is as what we said in the question, is it justified to identify Port Salford? Although for some reason it says Port Stratford on my note, which is odd. But anyway, Port Salford as a suitable location for a trimodal facility, which will deliver 500,000 square metres of floor space, and then obviously drill into the detail of anything that's not in the word in this policy when we get to the Port Salford allocation. I think that's the most sensible approach, because we'll have probably a bit more time to talk about the Port Salford allocation. So I think the first thing, but it is a matter of principle. And I say it is an overlap with what we're going to be talking about. But it is a matter of principle that, given obviously the potential impacts on Greenbelt or the factors identified, such as impacts on agricultural land, and this is obviously what people have put to us, whether or not this is, in general terms, a suitable location for either continuing what's already in place or going for additional growth. So perhaps, the council's initial thoughts on that as a
obviously, thank you, sir. We believe it's an entirely appropriate location for the scheme that is consented at the moment, that construction of which has begun, and we think the opportunity that exists there isn't one that exists anywhere else, certainly within the city region, and probably go beyond that, to try and achieve more sustainable form of freight and logistics. I think that's a really strong basis on which it's been put forward as a strategic policy. So we'll discuss the allocation details in February. But I think we think this is a particular opportunity to achieve something which is obviously has an impact on the surrounding area, but we can do it in a more sustainable way in this location. And so the evidence of what's been delivered so far, and also including some of the commitment towards improving that infrastructure, such as the initial works to deliver the railway spur, are evidence of why it's justified as a location for it to exist and to build upon it to try and enhance those benefits.
And some issues have arise again as matters of principle about whether or not you have sufficient confidence or even evidence that the trimodal facilities will deliver major benefit. Is there enough confidence that actually you will achieve these aims?
I think we feel we can be. We're certainly sufficiently confident. We are working with the owner and promoter who have strong links within the industry to be confident about delivering that model of that format of facility. And clearly, we think the policy, from a planning point of view, goes sufficiently far to secure delivery of the elements that will enable the delivery of that trimodal aspect of the operation. I think certainly, obviously, if we didn't develop a trimodal freight facility, it certainly couldn't happen. And I think we feel confident that with the information provided by the promoter, that there's enough basis for us to think that this is a sound proposition, and certainly is, as I say, it's the only opportunity in Greater Manchester to deliver that trimodal freight facility.
We've had various bits of discussion, written correspondence rather, leading up to this about viability and about some of these points. Your various answers to our questions suggest that the strategic infrastructure improvements that are needed, which are referred to in the third paragraph as being necessary to be delivered, are not actually confirmed yet. I mean, we may, I guess some of that might come back onto this in transport sessions and so on in the allocation, but just again, a matter of principle that, further work is required to identify. So you said to us that strategic infrastructure yet to be confirmed, that further work is required to identify the most appropriate infrastructure solutions, and that funding for all of this has not been identified. So again, from a kind of in principle position, how confident can we be that there's a reasonable likelihood of this happening?
We feel that there is reasonable confidence for the position we're in. It's the strategic infrastructure investment isn't just linked to Port Salford. It's looking at the wider part of Greater Manchester and I suppose beyond. There's an awful lot of work has gone into this from the public sector, from Salford, Trafford, Transport for Greater Manchester, GM, putting a case together. A lot of investment has gone in already, such as the public and private investment into delivering the rail line, and there's obviously an awful lot of work going on through National Highways at the moment to look at what the opportunities might be, and we recognise delivery of the scheme is not in the short term in terms of the plan period, and we feel confident that given the strategic benefit and the importance to both to Salford, GM and beyond, that there is a reasonable prospect of making that case for achieving the necessary investment, including private investment and public investment, to deliver that strategic infrastructure.
Is there anything, when you say you've got things going, is there any particular projects, outcomes that are sort of, if you like, in a reasonable timescale where we give that confidence, or are these all off into the future, or do you know, have you got, you can identify the funding mechanisms, if you like? Do they exist? You know, you can go from where you were waiting for something to happen.
Some of it, so immediate, I will let colleagues to my left talk about some detail, but there is investment that's gone in to deliver rail infrastructure, which is one of the key, obviously, elements of that. I know there are also discussions going on, which I'll let Peel's representative talk about, in terms of achieving some of those that canal-based infrastructure as well, to try and provide that facility. And there's been investment in the past in the initial stages of highway investment in that area. This was the first phase of the Western Gateway Infrastructure Scheme, and we continue to work on modelling and designing schemes with partners, looking at some of those more longer-term solutions to that part of the city region, part of the motorway network. So I think there are elements of things happening now, things that have happened in the recent past, and work that is ongoing in a very collaborative and sort of engaged and committed way to achieve what's needed to sort of get to that point when we can deliver realise the full potential of this location.
I'm sure others want to come back on some of the principal elements, and I say a lot of it is this is very much a scene such that a lot of this will be discussed in more detail next year. Then we get to allocation, and we'll probably be doing a lot more detail. So I'm if you like, moving on to the words in the policy. One thing we asked a question about was this reference to the 500,000 square metres, trying to get some clarity over that. I'm not sure that your written statement quite answered the question as I expected, but I set out that the commitments and JPA 29 total 470,000 square metres. So in terms of the commitments, can you just perhaps expand on that? What's permitted, what's built?
In our matter paper, sir, so at M5.1, I hope I've got the right reference here, paragraph 5.51. So there's already 5.51, page 10. There's already one warehouse, 26,000 square metres, and a further 117,000 square metres has got planning permission. And then one adds that to the allocation, which we'll be discussing next year. And that's where we get to around 500,000, I think.
Just open that up.
I think.
Sorry.
Sorry, it's my fault, not yours. The inspector's just finding the reference. So I think that obviously Mr. Shuttleworth will be able to explain the detail, be able to give you more detail, but I think the headline points are in 551 and 552 of our M5.1, I think.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. So
there's a fair amount already permitted.
yeah. So I suppose the point is, one of the points is I've got is that 500,000 isn't from now. Some of that's been
no.
Yeah. So again, I think that will come into what the figure means in terms of a requirement or supply figure. It's that being clear. It's not as of 2020. We expect an additional 500,000 square metres to be delivered. It is, once Port Salford has been completed in its entirety, there will be 500,000 square metres or thereabouts of floor space.
That's the point, and you need to read it with the next sentence, surely. So the overall, in the policy, the overall facility will provide around 500,000 square metres. This will include an extension of the permitted scheme, blah, 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 as allocated under. So it seems clear enough, but if in due course you think it isn't clear enough, you'll tell us. But it's meant to be conveying that.
Yes, I suppose it's always that point about where are we going with what the figure means for the next stage and how people may interpret it.
I think this one's a a bit different, isn't it? Because it is the combination of what's already permitted and what's allocated. But well, we'll leave it with you, sir. I mean, it's meant to be conveying that concept that, you know, the end state, as far as this plan is concerned, you know, the overall sort of facility will be X. What does X comprise? Well, it comprises an extension of the permitted scheme. So what's permitted? Well, we know what's permitted, and you know, what's the extension? Well, we know what the extension is because it's the allocation. So I think that's that is the way it's meant to work. If it hasn't done the job clearly enough, then you'll tell us.
Well, we'll see if anyone's got any comments on that. The other side to that, and we tried to clarify it, was when you add the commitments and JPA 29 together, you get 470,000.
Yes.
We sort of asked where the 30,000, extra 30,000 comes into it. You might say that's not a significant amount, but then that's bigger than some allocations. So it's not perhaps insignificant and so, you know, for example, it's larger in its own right than JPA 10, which is strategic allocation for logistics. So you said to us that 30,000 was for sort of a flexibility, and I just wouldn't obviously make it whether it makes it clear, because that 500,000 figure isn't clear that some of that's commitment, some of that's permitted, some of that's built, some of that's permitted, some of that's Port Salford. Where would this 30,000, extra 30,000 manifest itself? And would that be again, is it a requirement you're expecting developers to deliver 500,000? Because if you are then there's 30,000 missing from that, or is that something different again?
Well, it's the role of the word around. I mean, the allocation itself, because this cross-refers. I mean, what's been permitted has been permitted, so that's simply maths, if you like. The rest of it is as I understand it, the rest of it's the allocation. And the allocation itself, it uses the word around, so it's one around compounding another around, if you like. So I don't know how.
But then table 6.2 says 220,000, so it's not around. But anyway,
yeah,
if that's your answer, that's your answer. You know, it's
well, I see whether Mr. Shuttleworth's got a better answer, but that's the answer so far. But yes.
No, I think we're productive use of around in these terms, and it's a flexibility figure, which is it accommodates effectively sort of, you know, a proportion more on what's been specifically identified, but it's as you've described it, sir, is how we've anticipated it. It's a flexibility. It's perhaps, you know, a generous flexibility, but I think also I don't think it's necessary we would say it was a requirement, but something to we already recognise there is. It's very specific and discrete. This probably gets us into the numbers debate. It's a more discrete proposal than some of the earlier strat policies, which cover, I suppose, areas with more complex delivery landscapes.
Well, the flexibility is less than 10%, isn't it?
It's viewed less than 10%, so it seems in those terms. It's also, you know, there's an impact, and so I think it's as much to manage that impact. Notwithstanding, we still need work to do to fully understand it, but it's I don't think we necessarily see it as a requirement.
Okay, well, I think I suppose that's the point I'm trying to get at. If it's different to the other policies, which are not requirements, as you say, what is this? And it's sort of a combination of a bit of description.
It may well be that if it's not already somewhere in the supporting text, it needs to be in the supporting text. It's a combination of three things, as I understand it: what's been permitted, what's been allocated, and some flexibility. And if that needs to be, in order for the plan to be sound, to be spelt out in supporting text, then I can't imagine that would be a problem at all, frankly. Obviously, we haven't heard yet from those who promote Port Salford, so this is just explaining how we see it. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. What? Well, I'll write it on my pad as something that we'll discuss. As you know, we'll wait for the inspectors, obviously, to give us our action points, but we'd certainly be perfectly open to, should one of the action points be, can you clarify what this is? Oh, I see. You're talking about something completely different. It's almost lunchtime and you're confusing me. So Mr. Shuttleworth just wants to bring to your attention that there have been some discussions with Turley's about some of the wording here. But before we come to that point, sir, just to say that, as I was just trying to say, I know you're going to provide us with an action at this point. If your interim thoughts are this needs a bit of clarification, then that would appear in your list. But we'd be perfectly open to clarifying what this 500,000 is meant to be. Because if it isn't clear enough, and it, on the face of it, perhaps isn't clear enough, because we're having this discussion, which tends to indicate it isn't clear enough. So let's explain it better.
Okay. I'll let Turley come in first because it might preempt what you're going to say anyway. So.
Yeah, thanks. Well, numbers aren't for everybody, but let me just help you with the maths, if I may. So, how'd you get to the 500,000? In terms of what's been consented, that is 150,000 square metres. 150,000 square metres. What is proposed through PFE is 320,000 square metres. Those two obviously add up to 470,000 square metres. We actually have an emission site, which is a modest extension to this, which is for another 30,000. So that's how you'd get to the 500,000 that's identified here. The council have described it as a flexibility allowance, but there's an actual proposal to just get to that figure, and that remains on the same side of the motorway. So those are where the figures come from. Can I just make, we're going to have a separate session on that, on this, but can I just make a couple of general observations?
Yes,
raise
please,
the issue
yeah.
about viability, if you're happy to just hear me for 2 minutes, if that's okay. So Peel, as an organisation, has many different arms. So there's a house building arm, but there's Peel Ports. They're involved in very large proposals. So it isn't just a developer opportunistically or a land promoter opportunistically sort of saying, oh, well, we'll buy the canal, you know, maybe we can turn it into a tri-modal facility. They actually operate ports and have looked into the whole feasibility of achieving this tri-modal. And it would be the first in the country that involves an inland waterway and then 3 modes. It's all very well advanced. As you know, there's a consented scheme. Matters are progressing. We're putting in the railhead. It's all, if you've been involved in rail at all, you'll know that there's quite a lot involved in signalling and organising that. All of that has progressed, been agreed with the rail authority and so on. So it's happening. And what this proposal is doing in PFE is simply an extension to the facility. The land is available. There is another facility, I can say rail freight, it's just road and rail at Trafford Park, but it's very constrained and it runs the freight through Piccadilly, and that causes a constraint as well. This comes from a different direction and it has the capacity to become a significant facility, relieving the existing problem at Trafford and the effect on Piccadilly, and delivering something obviously which is unarguably appropriate, taking freight off the road network and putting it onto rail and movement as well by the Ship Canal, which is, if you don't know already, is obviously in the control of Peel and has been for a very long time. As for the viability side of it, we have obviously looked very carefully at that. You will, when you come to it, you'll see that we've made submissions. We have viability experts, CBRE. They have pointed out that it's viable without public subsidy. As inspectors and looking at other local plans, you will obviously have an interest in that issue, I'm sure, about the timing of public subsidy and whether it's available. It's not to say that we wouldn't be fully supportive of applications for public subsidy, but in terms of delivering Port Salford's extension, we believe because of the values that can be achieved on this facility, the council have 3 Dragons advising them. They have put in figures there. I'm sure, I do like numbers, and I'm sorry if that's not everybody's cup of tea, but I'm sure you know on viability, it's a simple equation. It's what you can sell it for as opposed to all the costs. And the sales values, if I can put it like that, or the selling value of these warehouses, and it is the intention to sell them, the figures that we are receiving from CBRE and Savills are much higher than the figures that Three Dragons have used. We've asked Three Dragons for the source of their figures. They haven't provided those yet, but no doubt they'll be forthcoming. So I just want to allay your fears about viability and public subsidy and it happening, because we don't think that's going to be necessary. The other component of this is in terms of the highway works. We fully recognise the need for significant highway investment, but against the consented scheme that already exists, there is an alternative which we believe is potentially capable of delivering all of Port Salford without needing such an extensive set of works on the motorway. However, that's not to say that we in any way don't support those works, but they would actually unlock a lot more than Port Salford. They would be much more significant for the northwest area of Manchester. They're directly relevant to Carrington, for example, which puts traffic through this junction, and other proposals. There's a PFE proposal at Earlham, I think, as well. So it's not that we're saying that public subsidy wouldn't have a role to play. We just think that it is our work is demonstrating that we've been looking at. Obviously, you appreciate with all of these sites that we're promoting, we look at the viability, we look at all these things, and the work is demonstrating that it should be capable of being viable, certainly in terms of delivering a significant portion of Port Salford extension. That's on top of what already exists. I hope that's just a useful indication at this stage without descending to the detail of the particular session.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Do you have something to say about, again, we talk, obviously,
yeah, just a couple of quick points. I like numbers too. And Peel Holdings have a very great lady called Jo Holden who does a lot of work on natural capital. In fact, they are probably at the forefront of some of the work on natural capital. So have we got some figures that determine what the natural capital value of the lost site would be compared to the benefits? The other question that I would ask is, what is the actual land footprint? I know that we talk about the 470 or 500 square metres, but is that all on the land, or is some of it going upwards? So is the land footprint smaller than the 470 metres?
No, I'll just bear with me. Some questions to me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think some of that, because we detail, I think in part perhaps very specific to the Port Salford extension, or is that very specific to Port Salford extension?
Okay.
Whereas this is obviously about both.
Yeah.
And I think if there's a matter, we can talk about the matter of principle, and I think I'll get an answer to that question. But
Super.
particularly on the, I think on the land conversion,
Yeah.
figure, like, I think I will pick up that in the allocation.
Yeah.
I've got
Okay.
a question about that,
Yeah.
which I would have asked, not specifically about this site, but generally,
Yeah.
that I would have asked yesterday if I've got.
Have you got the
We've got there.
opportunity? Okay.
So-
I had one more point, if you don't mind, and that is the link between New Carrington and Port Salford. And at the moment, there isn't one other than all the HGVs going on the motorway and going round all the way round. So I think, you know, for this to be a site that's promoting sustainability, we don't have a link to the largest development, you know, that's supposedly in the plan because of its proximity to Port Salford.
Okay, thanks. Does the wording, and again, talk about this policy, Strat 4, does the wording give you any comfort that it says the development of Port Salford must ensure that necessary transport infrastructure is delivered, including highway improvements, to accommodate the likely scale of traffic generation, etc., etc., provision of appropriate sustainable travel opportunities? So in terms of what the policy, I know you might have views about what you think the implementation of that policy is, but is the wording of the policy, is that something you're content with?
there's nothing in the transport strategy 2040 that gives me comfort that sitting behind those words is a plan. And if I just mention that in the 2006 UDP and the 2012 core strategy for Trafford, both of those documents mentioned a bridge across the Manchester Ship Canal between the two sides. That bridge, nobody's taken that bridge forward since 2006, when it was, well, presumably that plan was discussed a lot earlier than 2006. So to have some words in a strategy today with nothing sitting behind it doesn't give me really any comfort.
Would it be a case, again, this is the vagaries of this approach, I suppose, where they've got a two-tier approach. They've got a strategy policy, which I think the councils have already said all these are quite high level, setting the road. And obviously in this case, and in New Carrington, you've got a secondary policy, if you like, that sets out more detail. Yeah. So I suppose we'll get on to whether or not you think the detail is enough to satisfy your concerns when we get onto that. Is that
it's
okay?
Whether there's anything in the transport strategy really which underpins all of this, and there isn't. So,
okay. But that's a in principle point, I think, about whether or not. I mean, there are some answers to that already, but I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Anything you want to come back on?
Yes, I think we're quite. It's about 2 points. First of all, the explanation of the
oh, sorry. Yes, I was going to come back.
The missing 30,000, so to speak. So how does one get from 470 to 500? And you've heard two different explanations. So we're the plan makers, and our explanation is flexibility. And if in due course you ask us to write some text to explain the around 500,000, the composition of the around 500,000. To write into the supporting justification, the supporting text, then that would be how we explain the 30,000. My own friend, Mr. Young, said the 30,000 is an emission site. Well, the answer is in the way in which the point's put. An emission site necessarily isn't in the plan. So our 30,000, our explanation for the 30,000 is different from my own friend. So just to be clear, if you ask us to explain it, it's as we've explained it earlier on. My own friend has his own different explanation. That's for him, but
I take it that the flexibility is within the line of the plan as drawn, and doesn't require any further additional land take.
No, because if it did, we'd be having a different debate. So that's. I just wanted to be clear about that. We haven't yet said anything about the discussions that have been taking place ironically, about the last. Excuse me, about the last paragraph of, I should have sneezed the other way, about the last paragraph in the policy. And I don't know whether you want us to tell you about that or not. So
well, it has been picked up on, hasn't it? About
it's
a general point about
the
infrastructure that's required and whether it's deliverable and and necessary and so on. I think the point's just been made about, do you know enough about all of that? And I think I've had some response to that, I think. Yeah. But if there's anything you want to add.
Only that there have been discussions between ourselves and Turleys, as I understand it. I mean, Mr. Shuttleworth knows the detail of this, and Mr. Trimmingham will know the detail of it. So perhaps if we just draw that to your attention, and you'll indicate to us in due course what you want us to do with this, if anything. So I'll just pass to my left.
Okay, thank you.
No, I feel any fund has been stolen completely by Mr. Kosky. There's not much to add, but we've been having discussions, obviously, myself and Mr. Trimmingham, and we agree an amendment, a modification to that final paragraph, which I think doesn't change the intent or the meaning of the policy, but perhaps it's a bit clearer over delivery. So I think we probably would say it's necessary to be more effective, but happy to share that. However, is whatever the appropriate sort of process and medium of sharing that would be.
I think before I know how best to share it, would be just what is it? If you can just read it out almost, just so I know what you're talking about.
I can. Let me just find the text. So I have to find the email. I think we have looked, so the first sentence of that paragraph will be amended to say the development of Port Salford must be delivered together with the necessary transport infrastructure, including highway improvements, to accommodate the likely scale of traffic generation in a way that's compatible with committed proposals for the enhancement of the wider motorway network, and then that sentence is the same. And at the end of the paragraph, adding a sentence which says, the growth of Port Salford will be managed to reflect the creation of additional capacity in the transport network and in accordance with the requirements of policy JPA 29.
Okay. And that's necessary because what's...
I think it helps try to clarify the relationship between the site and the wider delivery sort of context for some of that infrastructure, and also recognise, I suppose, that there may well be a complementary scale development where increases in capacity can accommodate development without the whole development weight of the whole capacity, if that makes sense.
I see. Okay. Okay. Well, as with, I think we'll have a think about what we want to do and probably put in an action point about the best things to do about that, if anything. So, thank you. Your sign went up about the 30,000.
Can I just take 30 seconds to just...
Yeah, please.
So we have had those, just to confirm, we've had those discussions. That is the wording that we've agreed. It is directly to the lady's point, looking at the infrastructure. There's a need, obviously, to have appropriate infrastructure, but the amendment is the subject of ongoing work which has identified the potential for, if you like, more flexibility in the timing of the delivery of the infrastructure works. It's just as simple as that. And sorry, you haven't had it before now. We were discussing it yesterday, and so obviously we're happy for that be provided. It's agreed. Just on the 30,000, yeah, I mean, that's why I said emission site, because it's an emission site. It's not in the plan, so I wouldn't need to say anything else, would I? But the point is, that's a way of achieving that flexibility, but the council, it's just on the maths. But if the council's position is that that's flexibility within the existing area, I think these are kind of detailed points to be dealt with during the session. So the question about the area of the site and so on, that is actually directly relevant to the viability work and would be appropriate, I think, on the specific discussion of the site, unless you tell me otherwise.
No, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, generally, obviously, I know talk's going, we are the arbiters of whether a main modification is required at the end of the day, but if you're going to suggest them, it's better to do it, from my point of view, before the session. So just helps us understand what we're going to be talking about. It's a bit surprises don't always help. No, but these things happen, I know.
No, they do happen. No, and I wasn't reacting to that. Sorry if my body language seemed to be reactive to that. No, it's just a question about a broader question, because obviously we've got a few months more of these sessions to come. What tends to happen is that as the day approaches, it focuses people's minds and people start saying, oh, can we agree this and can we agree that? And in some cases, we do agree something. So in those circumstances, I mean, take what we've just had. I mean, as it so happened, I think the final agreement might have been reached this morning or late yesterday, but had it been reached, before then, would you envisage us submitting that to you via the programme officer, so you know about it in advance of the day?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. To me, that would be very sensible. We didn't want to burden you with stuff that you didn't want, if you like. So if that's okay by you, then that's what we do.
I think, obviously, helpful to have some time to digest it. Obviously, other people come in, because I'm not really able to have a sensible discussion about that, because no one had seen it.
I agree.
I think, as in a way, Port Salford, it's not too bad, because even though this policy is on its own, we've got another bite of the cherry at Port Salford Indeed. At some point, so we can pick up on that and we can factor that in. But I think, we had another one with the figure, whatever it was, probably not critical. It's not the end of the world.
No.
But if there is something that's quite important, then I want to avoid having adjournments where we have to share lots of documents around and so on. So,
actually, no, I completely agree. So I think we'll work to that. We're inventing a new rule for ourselves, which is that if people discuss changes with us, then we need to reach a position, if we are to agree things, certainly comfortably in advance of the session, so that we can.
I mean, obviously, what I need to do is think about whether or not I consider that last paragraph. We've got your comments. We've got your comments about that last paragraph, and so. Yeah. But even so, that would have been in the context of JPA 29 anyway, no doubt. So.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
On this occasion, I agree with them. I don't know, Fred.
It's nice. Want to be friendly. Any other points on the wording of policy Strat 4 or anything like that? Try and crack on before lunch, but I've got figure 4.5. I guess the point, but again, I think it was Turley's Peel who raised some concerns about the nature of that figure. Perhaps you might want to clarify them rather than me ask questions. If you might want to clarify your position. I think it was you raised. Yes, it was about the. Is it? No, you tell me what your.
Unless I'm mistaken.
Unless I'm thinking of somebody else, of course.
We were content. I suppose the representation of Port Salford in the diagrams referred to figure 4.2, which was the core growth area that we discussed this morning. That is the subject of one of the potentially agreed changes, which we can provide if it's helpful to at the right time. And then figure 4.5, as it describes the Port Salford in detail, needs to be checked for consistency with that. Does that answer the question?
It may be, and maybe I've misunderstood something in the many comments criticising the figures for how it refers to traffic impacts. I may have transposed something, so I'm happy to leave that there for everyone else's. And obviously any matters of principle about those figures we can come back to, because it does have the potential Metrolink extension on it again and things of that nature, but it's all the same point. Okay, I'm going to move on then to final policy before we break for lunch, which is Strat 5, inner areas. This is sort of different again, I think. I suppose more akin to the core growth area in setting a overarching strategy and approach for the inner areas. The policy seeks to the policy seeks to deliver high levels of well-designed new development comprising a mix of housing and necessary supporting infrastructure. Again, on the face of it, I'm not sure that's a particularly controversial point, but again, if anybody wishes to suggest that that isn't justified, I think again I've made a point, Lichfields. Your similar point to the others about delivery. So
exactly, yeah, the same point to be made in relation to the earlier strategy policies.
Content with your aspiration, but you're not convinced that it can be delivered.
Precisely.
Okay, thank you. Any other points about again the aspiration for the inner areas? Okay. I think some of your earlier points have actually answered my question, but again, it's a point we raised in a couple of our preliminary questions. I think about the what constitutes the inner areas. Is it clear geographically what it actually refers to? And again, I'm putting myself in the shoes of perhaps a development local plan officer, thinking, right, I've got to write some policies for these areas. Where are they? And do you think these plans are clear enough about that?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. Obviously, in terms of the supporting reason justification, it talks about the 22 wards and talks about those as the heart of the inner areas, which gives you a clue that the inner areas don't necessarily specifically completely stop at those 22 wards. Again, I think that it's a nature of what we've been talking about this morning in terms of it's providing that direction with respect to what and I won't just talk about Manchester, because clearly the colleagues who also sit within Salford and Trafford who would pick up on inner areas, but for our Manchester perspective, it provides them a sufficient, again, I call it a hook, sufficient hook in terms of how we will then take that forward within the context of our own local plan and develop the policies that we need, be that in terms of allocations or any specific development management aspects.
So as far as you're concerned, it doesn't make any particular difference in terms of effectiveness that if you're in a straddled area,
no,
you don't know whether you're in an inner area or some other area.
Very, very briefly, I bring up, and this is nowhere in any of the material, it's just the joys of a career which involves strategic planning, whereas in my former life I was the regional planning manager for the North West with the joys of the regional spatial strategy, where we had very similar debates about what we called regional centre, and for that matter we did have inner areas. And okay, I take the point that that was a very different beast in the sense that an RSS doesn't allocate and doesn't draw lines on maps, etc. But nonetheless, there is some kind of similarity, I suppose you could say, in the sense of what was set out in RSS was then taken forward through respective core strategies, and there wasn't that sort of difficulty ultimately in terms of resolving, what was a strategic policy approach into a appropriate local plan policy approach.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay. I think again we're in very similar territory with this policy. In some it talks about significant levels of growth. In some it talks about it talks about high levels of growth. Again, I guess my keep coming back to the same question about, is that sufficiently clear and helpful to develop? You may have, assuming you've got the same answer, but I feel I must ask the same question. So.
Same as above, sir. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. I guess the other slightly different, well, it might be, you'll probably be able to pick out some wording which is the same if you looked at it forensically, but the guidance talks about, the policy talks about predominantly residential, and I think again, is that meant to guide allocations in local plan that will steer them away from other uses? That word predominantly, is it helpful?
I think as much as anything, it's a fair reflection of the area that we're looking at, that we are looking at significant residential areas, but notwithstanding that, there are aspects that deliver employment and or other sort of facilities, etc. Again, by way of example for ourselves in Manchester, we have a significant regeneration programme around the North Manchester General Hospital. So there are clearly various aspects within those inner areas that we would still look to in terms that aren't specifically about residential, but nonetheless, yes, the thrust, the nub of the policy is about that residential component.
I mean, taking the point that was made earlier by Litchfields about the sort of it's robbing from Peter to pay Paul. So you want in the core growth or city centre, you want to deliver high levels of housing, while and you want to deliver economic growth, and you want to deliver open space infrastructure. So the point was made, you can't do it all. Something's got to give. In that policy, for example, you've got that point where it says deliver significant levels of housing while not compromising economic role and so on. This doesn't do that. So is there a danger there? What you've just said about all of those other economic aspects really important don't actually get protected through local plan because they're not referred to in the same way?
I think it's just partly the distinction between, if core growth area is clearly, the centre of the conurbation, the centre of the city in terms of, and there's a very clear economic function. Well, not just the city centre, of course. I talk about the city centre, but in terms of the various other aspects. The inner areas, yes, there are employment and various other aspects, but there is that distinction in terms of the residential factor that comes to the fore. But nonetheless, even within the inner area, we would then look to, and we probably will pick this up to a degree in other aspects in terms of the job side of things, the thematic policies, but notwithstanding that, also within our own local plans, we'd look at where we need to have appropriate policies to ensure that if there are particular economic functions that need protection or continuation, that we bring that forward within the context of those local plans. As a reference to the North Manchester General Hospital, we will look to a policy dimension within our own local plan within that specific aspect, and the various bits that are brought forward with that. There are various employment areas within Manchester that sit within the inner areas that we would look to and consider how we best bring those forward or ensure their continuation within the context of the dynamic that goes on in the city.
Thank you. I think one criticism was made of this policy, and maybe a couple of others, is that when you're actually look at the words. You just say, other than identifying the areas as a focal point for regeneration, that's very clear. Yeah, that's a thing. And about high levels of development, predominantly residential development. So there's three very key things. But the rest of it is quite generic. It doesn't really say anything specific or generic, or anything specific or geographically distinct about the inner areas. And I think maybe tomorrow morning when I'm looking at the southern areas, the point I think was made, and about another one as well, where there's not a lot of difference between these policies when you actually read what they're saying they will do, and is that again a very effective thing if all of these policies are saying the same thing about quality of design, and everything will be great type affair.
Well, I don't know. Again, is it is it necessary in order to make the plan sound to remove references which crop up repeatedly to high quality design, for example?
I suppose the criticism is that it's not. There's nothing in that policy that actually says anything that's different to any other policy. So how is it setting the framework for the local plan if it's just saying?
Well, I think as we've turned the pages so far, for the key aspects of each of these areas, the policies do seem to have a different tone, if you like. I appreciate that otherwise there are then some sort of themes that keep cropping up, sometimes in the same, sometimes in similar but not the same language. But the key strategic objectives for these areas does seem to vary, not just in the precision of the language, but in the concepts as you turn from one to another.
Okay, thanks.
It seems to me, anyway. But I take the point about other things which seem to be said repeatedly.
We've got the same point about the retention or removal of the figures in the last paragraph. Again, any different points that have been made to those? No, for anybody else? No. We have no figure to talk about, which is everyone's relief, I think.
Well, I think earlier on you were inviting us to have one when you were saying, well, what is the
well,
inner
actually,
area?
maybe so. Yes, good point.
Exactly.
Good point. Yes.
Yes. Let's have another figure.
Maybe one. Yeah. Well, that's a good. Thank you for reminding me of that. Any other points about this policy that need to be raised? Any of you? No? Okay, so literally just on the buzzer, we've finished this morning's discussion. Thank you all for your contributions. Obviously quite a lot for us to think about there, so we'll take that away, and I guess we will adjourn now and return at 2:00. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's 2:00 and this Places for Everyone examination hearing session is now opened. You've noticed I've shortened that as well. They will get shorter, but I'll still say Places for Everyone so we know where we are. I'm Louise Gibbons, one of the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan. William Fieldhouse, Stephen Lee and I are examining the plan jointly. That's why you see all of us most days. Can everyone hear me? Loudly and clearly, thank you. Just a couple of housekeeping reminders for everyone to switch off your mobile phones, laptops and other devices to silent mode. You'll see that water's provided on the tables. I don't know whether we said this morning actually, there are no fire alarm planned for today, so if it does sound, we have to treat it as real, so follow the green emergency exit signs, one in the corner behind us on the right-hand side, and of course through the doors that you came in. Can I just check, is there anybody who hasn't been to a session before? So I know whether I need to run through a brief format. Yeah, okay, so I will do. Just a reminder of the purpose of the examination is to help us decide if the plan is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. I don't know whether you're aware this session, like all the other sessions we have, take the form of a structured discussion. Hopefully it's structured anyway. Of the matters set out on the agenda that was published last week. And this afternoon we're dealing with policies Strat 6, Strat 7 and Strat 8. I will start each agenda item with some questions to the GMCA team. And when we've heard the responses to those, when we'll invite contributions from others. And when you wish to speak, please turn your nameplate on end. And so at least I have a chance of reading the writing, please. So make sure it's facing towards us. Please be brief and focus your comments on our questions or specific points made by others, and there's no need to repeat or summarise what you wrote in your representations or hearing statements. And as usual, again, we'll give the GNCA the chance to sum up their position at the end of each item on the agenda. We will probably be having a comfort break for around 20 minutes, although we'll have a look at that at 3:30 or sooner. Now, it depends on the progress, and how we intend to run this afternoon is, you've probably gathered we're responsible for different elements of the plan. I'm dealing with Strat 6 and Strat 8, so we'll be dealing with those in turn, and then Mr Fieldhouse will deal with Strat 7, so it's a slightly altered position on the agenda, but it makes sense for us not swapping over again. Before I turn to the first agenda item, I just want to go around the room again to allow participants to introduce themselves, again starting with the GMCA team. Just a reminder, please, when you do introduce yourself, can you speak clearly, fairly slowly or not so slowly that we all fall asleep, and make sure that the microphone is close to you. Some people do come across as quite softly spoken, so the closer you are to the microphone, then the better. So I'll start with the GMCA first, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. I'm Chris Katkowski, KC for GMCA.
Good afternoon, Anne Morgan for GMCA.
Elizabeth Dryden-Stewart, GMCA from Oldham Council.
Andrew Chalmers from Bolton Council.
Stephen Bell of Turley on behalf of Peel.
Christopher Young, KC, on behalf of Peel.
Conor Valley from Avison Young for the Northern Gateway Development Vehicle.
Brian O'Connor from Litchfields, here on behalf of Taylor Wimpey.
Colin Robertson, also from Litchfields, but I'm here on behalf of Russell LDP.
Stephen Morgan Highland, and sat behind me is Amy Bronte Littlejohns from Maddox Planning. We're here for Metacre and Northern Trust.
Good afternoon, Justin Cole from Hive London Planning, representing Red Row Homes.
Good afternoon, Paul Williams from Mosaic Town Planning, representing Persimmon Homes and Morris Homes.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Ainley from Savills, representing Harworth Group.
I'm Doug Han from WSP, representing Barratt and GLP.
Good afternoon, Greg Dixon at Barton Wilmore, representing Barratt David Wilson and Jones Homes. Thank you.
Thank you. And move round to this side of the room. Thank you.
Jill Boyle, local resident.
Matthew Brabant, Save Royton's Greenbelt.
Anne Ripley, Bamford Greenbelt Action Group.
Marge Powner, Save Greater Manchester's Greenbelt.
I'm glad you've kept that hat on this from this morning. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Anybody got any questions about the housekeeping or procedural matters for this afternoon? Okay, thank you. We'll start with Strat 6 in that case. I think it might be worth it. There are quite a number of people who weren't present this morning, and we did have a discussion about the role of the Strat policies, about providing a high-level strategic approach and a framework for plans. It would be helpful, I think, if the GMCA, are you content to kind of sum up the position from your perspective from this morning's discussion?
Yes, certainly, ma'am. And just before I do that, I just want to draw attention to a typo in our paper M5.1 at paragraph 5.75. I'm sure you spotted this yourselves. 5.75 in the 5th line refers to and development management decisions. You should strike that through. It's insufficiently enthusiastic editing went into the final draft of this. And the reason I ask you to strike that through is consistent with our explanation in this morning's session in relation to these Strat policies. We have explained both in writing and orally that the purpose of these policies as we see them is to set the scene for subsequent local plans and to set strategic aims, objectives, aspirations for future plan makers. You know, each of the 9, depending on which area we're looking at, which strategic area we're looking at, for each of those 9 authorities when it comes to them drawing up their local plans. It is not, these policies are not meant to be development management policies. Having reviewed the position, thought about it as a team and discussed it, we've decided that the policies are insufficiently precise and it isn't their purpose in any event to guide decisions on individual planning applications. So they don't set development management criteria. They are for plan making. So that is a brief summary of what I think I said several times this morning, probably in each time with slightly different words, but that's a brief overview.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I don't intend to ask any further questions on that because from our perspective, obviously it's been made clear, but there may be some people who weren't here this morning who might want to comment on that, and I would open that up now. If you were here this morning, you don't need to repeat anything that you said this morning. Is that the sum up from GMCA sufficiently clear for you to understand how they've described the role of the Strat policies? Okay, so no further questions on that. Thank you. I mean, following on from that in terms of plan making, you've got a reference in the policy to prioritising the use of brownfield land and whether that is kind of consistent with national policy and what in terms of what that says about brownfield land. For example, paragraph 119 refers to it as making as much use as possible of brownfield land, because to me it seems to suggest a kind of sequential approach that might have to be taken if plan makers were following that policy. Can you just outline what your intention was behind that?
Well, with a lot of these, to be frank, I mean, obviously I'm sure there'll be a better explanation to my left, but from my left, but with a lot of these, I mean, one reads the words and one wonders what... I mean, a strong focus on prioritising the reuse of brownfield land sounds a perfectly sensible strategic objective to have, to be frank.
I thought that's maybe what you would say, yes.
Sorry.
Having
and
gone
it's
on this
certainly,
morning.
wait for it, certainly an appropriate strategy. Apparently I get a Malteser for every time I mention an appropriate strategy.
So how big is your pile now then?
Well, I think I might just about be about to close the lid on my first box, and I'm moving on to my second box.
Thank you.
So yes, that's how we see it. Well, as it's not a development management policy, it's not introducing a sequential approach, so to speak, for planning applications. It is saying to plan makers in the northern areas, when you come to draw up your local plans, strongly focus yourselves on prioritising the reuse of brownfield land through urban regeneration. That seems to me, I have to say, to be entirely consistent with 119 of the framework, that strategic policy should have a clear strategy for accommodating objectively assessed needs in a way that makes as much use as possible of PDL or brownfield land, so previously developed or brownfield land, so as much use as possible. Our local take on that is a strong focus on prioritising. Seems to me to be entirely consistent.
So the emphasis from your perspective then is more on the strong focus. It doesn't say you must prioritise, but the main focus should be on that.
Exactly, that's right. A strong focus on, yes. And I think, you know, with a lot of these points, to be quite straightforward about it, I mean, it would be a bit odd, I think, for the northern areas to not have a strong focus on prioritising reuse of brownfield land through urban regeneration. That would seem to be a bit remiss, really. So that's how we see it, ma'am, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I don't really wish to get into discussion about figures because, unlike the other policies, this doesn't actually have a reference to figures. But I suppose one of the questions I feel I need to ask is why was that? And this isn't the only one. I think with Strat 9 as well, which will come up again. But there are no supply figures in the original elements like the other Strat policies. It'd just be worth understanding why Strat 6 didn't include anything.
Thank you. The Strat 6 and Strat 9 are overarching, almost introductory policies to the northern and southern areas, and then we get into the North East Growth Corridor and Wigan Bolton, New Carrington, Manchester Airport, where there are figures, which I'm sure we'll have a discussion about, but these set the context for the policies that follow.
Yeah, and I suppose this is a follow-up question. I mean, it's referred to by a number at the table that actually this one should do that role. It's for those that are here this morning, it follows a similar line, I suppose, in terms of whether it should. But I take the answer that you've given for that for the role it performs. Paragraph 4.21 of the PFE actually specifically defines the northern areas. When it first introduces the Strat policies, it refers to Bolton, Bury, Oldham, Rochdale, Thameside, Wigan and West Salford. And bearing in mind the role that you've indicated for local plans, do you think it would be necessary for Strat 6 or its reason justification to clarify which district it applies to? Because the initial kind of covering text isn't quite as noticeable on the strategic policy, other than the Strat policies, as just whether it needs clarification for plan makers as to knowing. I mean, they probably will know which area it covers, but we shouldn't take that as read.
No, fine. I mean, in other words, if I've understood correctly, forgive me. So something perhaps in the supporting text. I'm not sure one would need it in the policy, but somewhere to spell out the northern areas are 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because it's very general. The introduction to boosting northern competitiveness just talks about the northern areas of Greater Manchester. So it's just to provide a bit of clarity.
Indeed, and then it mentions some, but not all. You know, depending on which paragraph one's reading. I see the point. Well, that wouldn't be a problem at all. I'll add it to my list. Doubtless you'll add
Sorry,
it to yours.
we're giving you a bit of a list today.
No, I'm on the other side of the book now, so that's fine. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And then coming on to the modifications that you have proposed in relation to that, these are now set out in PMM 2.1, which is the updated version. Particularly, you've made reference to clarification, I think, of the selective release of greenbelt land and safeguarded land as relating specifically to Strat 7 and Strat 8. Can you just clarify why you felt you needed to suggest that?
Thank you. It's because people who made representations about the plan, depending on which school of thought you're in, if you like, where certainly there was one school of thought that expressed concern that this might indicate that this plan itself is encouraging further release of greenbelt beyond the release of greenbelt which is catered for in Places for Everyone. And that point was expressed by because the original language, that all these things are going to be, all these various things are going to be done by the selective release of greenbelt, led some to contend that this policy might therefore be positively encouraging future local plans to release more greenbelt than Places for Everyone does. And so we have, in our modification, sought to negate that by making it clear that what this policy is referring to are the two places in the plan, Places for Everyone, where there is selective release of greenbelt. So that's the thought process. Yes, that's the explanation.
Okay, and as a follow-up to that, you've referred to Strat 7 and Strat 8. Does that actually, do they pick up all the allocations that are in those areas? Because if, just want to ensure that that's being comprehensive, where they relate to greenbelt and safeguarded land, obviously, not if there are other.
No, they don't pick up all of the allocations. They picked up the allocations mentioned in Strat 7 and 8, and we were clarifying that we weren't expecting any more greenbelt to be needed to be released to meet the development needs in the plan, but it doesn't cover all of them.
So I just wonder whether there are then some implications for those allocations that, without getting into the detail of the allocations that are not covered by Strats 7 and 8.
Yes, so certainly on the sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it's fine. I was just going to say, can you give some thought to that?
Yes, certainly on the logic as I've just explained it. Then the language of the change to Strat 6 should pick up all instances where this plan releases greenbelt in the northern areas. Yes, and if it doesn't, it should. So, yeah, apologies.
And just to check, there's no figure or picture with this? She says, hopefully. No. And that's okay. And that's the same, I think, with Strat 9, but we'll come on to that one. We have discussed this to some extent, I think, earlier on this morning. Again, Strat 6 does refer to development in this location being of good quality and design, etc., and where greenbelt land is to be released. Again, you know, why is the reference to those in there? Do they add anything? Are they dealt with anywhere else? I think you're probably going to say, well, it's a kind of a tone, a different tone to other policies, which is...
Well, I would say that about it's some and some, ma'am. So in response to the first reference you picked up is the good quality and design and so on reference, which is a slightly different terminology to use elsewhere. I think in this occasion, I don't think when good quality is referred to, it's meant to sort of aspire to something less than high quality, which is the language used elsewhere. So I think there is this editorial inconsistency about the point, and the more I think about it, the more I think, well, did we really need to keep saying these things in these policies, and why don't we just focus on what's, special about the northern areas as opposed to these sort of things that one would want to have anyway, wherever one is. So I have that point, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if you say something to us about that in due course. And having made a vain effort to hang on to them earlier on, I'm now going off them completely. But the development in this location proposed to be released from the Greenbelt will seek to protect and enhance natural and historic environments to improve local character. Now, I think on our... yes, so sorry, can I just have one moment to think this through? So bear with me for 1 second, ma'am. I think on the last part of, forgive me for taking a few moments to talk to those instructing me, but in relation to Strat 6 and the last paragraph, what this is seeking to capture, and to be honest, I think it's probably going to be captured elsewhere in a better fashion, is this idea that where there is release from the Greenbelt, this plan aspires to compensatory, I know you can't compensate in the most literal sense, but in inverted commas, compensatory enhancements to the remaining Greenbelt, as encouraged by the framework, as you know, where you release Greenbelt, one is meant to try to seek compensatory improvements to the remaining Greenbelt. And there are policies elsewhere, which I think through our main modifications we've sought to make clearer in relation to the allocations themselves to spell this point out. So it may well be that this paragraph is a bit sort of not necessary or unnecessary, given that we pick the point up later.
Yeah, I think that's fine if what you're suggesting, but to make sure that's then is comprehensive and you've captured everything that you need to.
I think we'll take this one away.
I think with questions like this as well, I had a query about, you refer to development in this location. I take it that would, because we're talking about plan making, but again, because it referred to development, was it a specific kind of decision making tool as well?
No, I think this is meant to be in relation to. I think the more I think about this last paragraph is OCOs because it's dealt with better elsewhere. To be quite frank, so yes. I would expect to see this on the list of action points in due course, but it's on my list anyway. But.
Okay, thank you. So I have no further questions about that. So I'm going to open it up to the room, but just a reminder again, we're not talking about specific sites here. What we're talking about are it's particularly focusing on the discussions that we just had and the detailed wording of Strat 6 itself. Are there any comments that people want to make? Yes, I'll start with Lichfield, then please.
Thank you, ma'am. Won't go into much detail on the first point, but obviously at the start of the policy sets out that there'll be a significant increase in competitiveness of the northern areas. Obviously we've kind of talked about that at length, and I haven't changed my mind in the context that this plan doesn't deliver that from a housing perspective. But the second point I wanted to raise relates back to the actual text, the supporting text for this policy, and in particular paragraph 4.44, of the supporting text of the submitted plan. It sets out that in the northern areas there's considerable deprivation, and it picks out 3 specific authorities: Rochdale, Oldham and Tameside, as the 3 areas where it seeks to pick out as having areas of deprivation. The next paragraph at 4.45 sets out that some significant interventions will be required to address the extensive deprivation. And then if we continue over the page to paragraph 4.48, the paragraph before the policy, it sets out that in particular there'll be potential to increase the number of high-income households who choose to live in the north, and the influx will obviously drive entrepreneurship. And then it continues, this plan allocates a small number of sites in the northern areas specific to increasing attractiveness of the northern areas to highly paid, highly skilled workers. And it sets out 3 proposed allocations: 1 in Oldham, 1 in Rochdale, 1 in Salford, albeit at 4.44 it sets out that the 3 areas in need of intervention are Rochdale, Oldham and Tameside. So Tameside is ignored in terms of allocating a site for this purpose, and there's no rationale, there's no justification, particularly when you consider Tameside's relationship with Salford. And it's not like they don't bound each other. And as I spoke about in week 1, obviously there is a minimal relationship between Tameside and Salford. So suggesting that, I don't know, if the GMCA suggested that's actually meeting Tameside's needs, and that's not actually going to happen. So I think that there is some concerns in relation to the justification for the 3, or well, in particular, 1 of the allocations proposed, but why 1 wasn't also proposed in Tameside to address the issue that's set out in paragraph 4.44. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But again, there is no concern about the high-level objective. It's just about the delivery of the strategy. Is that correct?
Yeah, and
with the caveat of what you've just said. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Lichfield again.
Thank you, Mon. 2 for the price of 1. Just a couple of points. Obviously, on behalf of Russell LDP, they strongly support the objective of Policy JP Strat 6 to boost the competitiveness of the northern areas by releasing Greenbelt for employment development in key locations. But I think we want to recommend a couple of minor modifications, and to be fair, some of those you've picked up, so I won't go into too much detail on those. It's all about, from an employment perspective, to ensure it meets the tests of soundness. So the first point on that would be to make sure that we can restate the importance of the role of strategic employment allocations released from the Greenbelt. I think at the moment, the policy supporting text recognises that in paragraph 4.45, but that doesn't seem to have followed through in the wording of the policy itself. So whether there could be a small modification to the text there, and that's all about the role of the strategic employment allocations in boosting economic competitiveness. Point 2, actually reflecting what you said, Marm, in terms of the prioritisation of brownfield land. I mean, just to add that, I obviously heard Mr. Katkowski's response. Russell considers the development of high-quality employment floor space on both greenfield and brownfield sites that's really going to drive the investment and to get that inclusive growth for the northern parts of Greater Manchester. And that's supported by an employment topic paper, which quite clearly shows that if you don't have that strategic Greenbelt release, then the industrial and warehousing needs of the northern areas just can't be met. So we're of the view that Greenbelt release is of equal significance to the utilisation of brownfield land. And again, I feel, perhaps as you do, that the current wording seems to introduce that sequential preference to the PDL, which is obviously how you might define prioritisation. The third point I was going to make, again, which is one you picked up about the natural and historic environments paragraph right at the end. I was glad to hear GMCA's response to that, and hopefully that means that's going to be struck out. So we wait to see what that's going to say. But I think you've addressed everything else that we're going to raise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just coming back to your point on whether the policy focuses sufficiently on the economic growth, it does refer to, when it refers to release of Greenbelt, it says to help boost economic opportunities. And there's also a reference in that final sentence, that big paragraph in relation to economic growth. Do you think there's a need for something further then?
Well, yeah, to the provision of good quality strategic development sites. So that wording is in the supporting text in 4.45. It hadn't quite filtered through into the policy. I think that was our view, that referenced the strategic sites.
Given that some of them are quite significant.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you. Maddox. Thank
you. Thank you, ma'am. There is no doubt that Strat 6 is positively prepared, justified and consistent with national policy, and to that end our clients, Metacre and Northern Trust, are supportive of the overall thrust. I'd rather echo the points that Mr O'Connor made, that there is a question over whether the policy can be effective because it's undermined by the housing delivery strategy elsewhere in the draft plan. It's difficult to see how there can be a boosting of northern competitiveness when housing delivery is suppressed against local housing need in boroughs such as Tameside, for example. Moving on to the main modification, or the proposed modification to clarify the positions so far as greenbelt release sites are concerned. No issue with the modification per se, but I wanted to pick up on how there seems to be a mismatch between the policy as it would be drafted and what was said in the GMCA's response to your Iron 14 supplementary questions, which includes the additional commentary that in the event that it proves necessary to look to land beyond the existing supply as updated, national planning policy would apply, including in the case of the Greenbelt, the requirement for exceptional circumstances, which is clearly acknowledging that if circumstances were to change, then there may be a requirement for Greenbelt release beyond those sites which are identified in the strategic plan. I don't see how that squares entirely with the wording proposed for Strat 6, and our clients request respectfully that it be looked at in that context. Thank you.
Thank you. We will come back to that. Hive next, please.
Thank you, ma'am. We've obviously already talked about the distribution point and distribution away from northern areas, which we won't go into, but as we've moved through these examination sessions and a reluctance to sort of robustly defend numbers, shall we say, there seems to be an increasing inference that subsequent local plans will do much of the heavy lifting in terms of making sure that strategic policies are effectively dealt with at the local level. So I'm wondering if this policy, off the back of this sort of shifted emphasis since we started the process many years ago, I wonder if this policy can perform an important signposting function and more of a direction towards the preparation of subsequent local plans, if that is the place where supply or levels of supply, for example, are to be robustly tested and further greenbelt release or new allocations are proposed.
So what are you suggesting that the policy should contain instead?
A form of guidance to help inform the production of local plans in each of the northern area districts. I don't have a prescriptive list in my head for you available today, but it's just this thought has come about really in the last two days sessions, in that there seems to be this shift in emphasis towards the preparation of future local plans at the district level.
As well as what's been proposed in main modification in, I think it's 11.2. I think that's the paragraph. Then you got the number wrong. Thought I'd better check. But are you suggesting that should be reiterated then in this?
In the policy? Well, I think upon consideration of the matters that have been discussed, I don't think we've got to this modification yet. I think there could be resultant action off the basis of the discussions that we're having now. We had this morning and we had yesterday afternoon in particular, I just think this could be the appropriate place to do that.
Okay, thank you. Mosaic.
Building on Mr. Cove's point, I think it would be appropriate for the modification to take a different approach to the treatment of safeguarded land. In the case of Wigan, unallocated safeguarded land is now relied upon in the housing land supply. I think guidance about release of safeguarded land would be appropriate both to guide the Wigan local plan, that in case its adoption is delayed, and in relation to that, Places for Everyone will delete the existing Wigan Safeguarded Land Policy, CP8. Therefore, I think we do need guidance within Places for Everyone about the future of unallocated safeguarded land within the northern areas. Thank you.
Thank you. WSP?
Thank you, Ma'am. In terms of our comments, we welcome para 4.48 of the plan and its reference to a mix of housing, including higher value housing. We feel that that needs to follow through into the policy wording itself for the plan to be effective and justified, in particular to make sure that that northern competitiveness is achieved. A key part underpinning the strategy is to bring people into the northern boroughs who are entrepreneurial, maybe higher earners, to try and balance out the southern parts of the conurbation. And I think it's such an important thread, but it doesn't quite make it through into the policy wording as clearly as it could do. Our reps, you'll have read, set out where we think that inclusion needs to come in. So we think that's an important part to provide clear guidance for future local plans or determination of applications. Our second point is 4.48. It refers to a number of sites which have been identified and then lists them out, the Greenbelt release sites. But there's a consistency point insofar as there are sites such as JP25, which are not Greenbelt, but POL, that are identified and specifically noted as to deliver higher value family homes. So there is an inconsistency that that site isn't listed within this list here, and also within the policy and the modification it does refer to the Greenbelt release sites, but there is no reference to POL sites that might be released equally to achieve to those strategic objectives. So we feel that as part of the policy, there needs to be reference to the POL sites for that consistency with the rest of the plan and the allocations, which will be considered in future sessions.
Thank you. Barton Wilmore.
I'll keep it short. It concurs and supports the points that were raised by Mr. Cove and Mr. Williams to my right, and relates to the role of local plans again, and the worst case scenario that existing supply doesn't meet local housing needs. And I suppose it's whether there's a separate strand here or whether there's a flexibility built into these strategy policies around allowing for or providing greater definition as to what the role of local plans is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do see Turley are you intending to comment?
Yeah, just ever so briefly, we were here this morning, so let others speak first, and sometimes the points are dealt with. Can I just direct you to paragraph 38 of our written submissions? It's just the point about we should have the proportion of PFE's housing and employment requirements in the northern area set out.
So when you say proportions, do you mean as in a figure or a percentage?
Yeah. Ideally a figure, because we know what the total figures are, so we should have the actual figures in there.
Is that because the northern areas, it's more clear about which districts it's covering?
I think for the strategy to have clarity, we should, it's all lots of warm words about, the northern competitiveness, and we've had a discussion about that, but it's numbers, let's be clear about what the numbers should be in that area. We've got a total figure the plan is seeking to do. We had our discussion this morning about the core area. Why not have some figures that we can be clear about the northern figure, and then I cut and paste everything I said this morning. That'll tell you whether the strategy is working. It'll tell you whether that'll allow you to monitor it. That'll lead to whether there's a need to review. We will then know when the local plans are produced how much additional land. It's just, I know there's district-specific figures, and I understand that point, but I think you saw somewhere in the debate the discussion about there being 6 northern boroughs, and then it's 7 northern boroughs because it's part of where it's West Salford and so on. But we've got a geographically defined area, so let's have a figure or figures.
Thank you. Bamford Greenbelt Action.
Thank you. I suspect from the comments earlier I may have missed this morning, but is there anywhere I can find a definition of competitiveness, and how is it measured, and are there any specific target outcomes? Like, is it to improve the average income in an area, or
Thank you. We did discuss this actually.
Sorry.
I think when we discovered we discussed the strategy, but I'll leave that for GMCA to respond to if they want to. Sorry, Gillian Boyle.
Yeah, similar to my friend here on this whole concept of northern competitiveness, and this is in a way typical of a lot of the policies that I've found in this plan. You know, is this a land use plan to guide local plans, which I would have thought it should be, or it seems to be confusing something else. Let's throw everything in with the kitchen sink. We're going to deal with this. We're going to actually rule the world with this plan. Everything's going to be fantastic because we've said so. And it's just not as simple as that. And I think that's sort of summed up in this northern competitiveness. Now, there might be a need for release of Greenbelt for housing. Looking at the numbers would not suggest it, and probably counter to regenerating the core areas. Employment land, warehousing and industry. Possibly there might be some sites, if you're going to have to release Greenbelt, then maybe put the things that you don't really want in the core areas, but certainly not on the sort of scale that's just like, let's just have it all everywhere and everything's going to be great. But then let's think, what is northern competitive? What is competitiveness, as Lady here has said? If you're looking at improving competitiveness, it's not all about releasing land. Yeah, you've got to accommodate, growth sectors, and, there might be occasions where you want to, attract something that you don't, it could be an energy use. We don't even know what's going to happen with technological change. But there's no definition of competitiveness. And in reality, somebody who's out of work in, Wormouth in the middle of Oldham, how are these land allocations really going to help that? It's just not possible. And in that respect, and on to the question about, is this actually going to provide a good guide for preparation of local plans? No, I don't think it is. I mean, some of these allocations go, way beyond the rest of this, the period of this plan. And, the period of time that we've taken to get here has been counterproductive because we've had no local planning. So there might be proposals, actually, that could have come forward had the thing been a little bit more realistic and reasonable in the first place. So, I have just a major issue with what is competitiveness. And I suspect the authors of the plan are not really that sure themselves, or perhaps they're going to illuminate me now, which will be interesting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. GMCA, there was a number of comments. Sorry.
Just picking up on those last couple of points, really, and some of the things that were talked about this morning. Can we just look at the performance indicators in Chapter 10? There may not be an answer to this for now, and it may just be something to think about, because we did say we would come on to look at those specifically in due course. But it's a recurring theme, this, about what actually the aim is for the northern areas, and indeed other parts, but particularly the northern areas. It's page 391 in the original version of the plan. It's the table of KPI targets. Is it chapter 10? No, 12, sorry. Yeah. And if you look at the well, the second one down under strategy, it says significant increase in growth, employment and housing in north of conurbation. So I assume north of conurbation is what we're talking about here, the northern areas, JP Strat 6. And the definition is total employment and housing growth. So, I mean, again, it's what is meant by that. Is employment jobs? Is it employment floor space? Is housing the number of new homes? Is it significant growth compared to what? So I think just, don't answer now, but just think about those things, I think, and back to what, because back in week one when we started thinking about this, I think the answer was, well, what we mean is an increase in the number of new homes compared to past delivery. I think that was the answer. What boosting, one of the elements of boosting northern competitiveness was.
Yes, that was, sorry, I'm just trying to get my bearings as to where that point came up, because we might just be morphing one point into another to be.
But anyway, it's just I suppose it's a plea for some clarity about what JP6, Strat 6, sorry, is. You know, it's the point made here as well, I think.
No, absolutely, and I was going to say in response to it that, well, first of all, we discussed this in the first week, but in the plan itself at 1.28 on pages in the original plan 12 and 13, when we at page 13, when we talk about boosting the competitiveness of the northern districts, we do seek to set out what we believe, you know, what the intention is. Now that might not be a good enough explanation, but there's an explanation there. And you know, again, forgive me. I'm sure it must just be me, but you know, is the word competitiveness, apart from being difficult to say, actually that difficult to understand?
Well, it's difficult to understand in terms of land use planning measurements, I think, is probably what it boils down to. Because we tend to deal with metrics of hectares, homes, floor space, stuff like that.
So when you come to a metric for monitoring it, I can see the point. When you come to understanding what the word means as a, you know, it's not a difficult word to understand, I would say, in the English language, but there you are.
But it's usually associated with economic growth, isn't it? And economic productivity and things like that.
Yes, indeed.
Which may be very good high-level objectives.
Exactly.
But they don't, there's another step before you then get to land use planning, decision-making.
And the land use, well, this is plan-making, this bit, but fair enough. But the land use plan-making part of it, if you look at paragraph 128, addressing the disparities by the provision of significant new employment opportunities supporting infrastructure and a commitment that collectively the northern districts meet their own local housing need.
Yeah, okay. So think about that and how it's reflected in JP Strat 6 and in the KPIs in chapter 12, I think is...
We will certainly think about the KPIs, because I don't think I've yet come across a plan where whose monitoring chapter survives close scrutiny at this through a process like this. So yes, we'll certainly do that, sir. In terms of a definition of northern competitiveness, I mean, you know, we'll wait for what you say in due course, obviously, and if you want to put an action point to us, you will. But I'm sorry, but my answer at the moment is as per 1.28. That's its purpose.
So no, that's fine. No, I was just waiting. I wanted to let you finish writing before.
It was a combination of me writing and secondly, my over-enthusiasm for northern competitiveness, and thirdly, senility, because I'd completely forgotten I was meant to respond to these points that have been made around the table.
It's not your fault. Mr. Fieldhouse interrupted your train of thought.
I have no chain of thought.
Are you happy to kind of respond
very
to
happy.
the comments that were
very
raised?
Very happy indeed, and I've even got the notes in front of me here. So taking the points in, I think in the order in which they were raised. So, and where I don't specifically respond to a point, the reason why I'm not specifically responding to it is because our position is that the plan, in order to be sound, does not need to be adjusted in the way in which various speakers have suggested it should be. So I'll respond to the points that I believe need to be, you know, need to have a specific few words said in response. Where I haven't responded, that's not out of rudeness, it's simply because our position collectively is the points made are not points which demonstrate the plan as is not sound and needs the changes suggested in order to be sound. So if I just take a few points of those that were made. So the position was raised that with the clarification to Strat 6 that the Greenbelt release is the Greenbelt release which is catered for, provided for by Places for Everyone, that seemed to cut across or be inconsistent with the explanation which we've suggested should be added to the plan, that it would be for future subsequent local plans to consider whether there's sufficient land, etc., to meet housing requirements, employment requirements, and so on and so forth, and whether exceptional circumstances exist for those local plans to make further Greenbelt releases. I'm sorry, I don't see there being any inconsistency at all, because the Places for Everyone position is very clear. We consider that we have released through Places for Everyone sufficient Greenbelt land to cater for the various needs that we consider should be catered for. But we are not seeking in any way to, nor could we, constrain future local plans. They will have to reconsider the position, and we can't, and we're not seeking to constrain them. We couldn't, even if we wanted to, constrain them from examining whether further Greenbelt release is required. But we are not encouraging further Greenbelt release because we consider that this plan has got it right. But as I've said before, the antidote to this plan being wrong on that regard is that future local plans will have to go round this, point all over again, and take it from there. So there's no inconsistency at all in a plan that says when in Strat 6 we're seeking to significantly increase the competitiveness of the northern areas. I don't want to be too provocative, and part of doing that would be through releasing certain Greenbelt sites for certain purposes. There's nothing consistent between saying that and saying in that policy that by that we mean the parts of the Greenbelt that this plan releases. There's nothing inconsistent between that and then saying elsewhere in the plan, but it would be for future local plans to consider whether more Greenbelt needs to be released. So that's my answer to that. I have to say, and it's entirely my fault, and I apologise to this gentleman who made the point, but there's some reference to policy to CP8, which I think you seem to understand. So I wonder if I can just pass that one to my left, because it was entirely my failing. I just didn't understand the point. So, but I think you did.
I think I did, but that remains to be seen. I think the point was made that we should have something in this policy around the approach to safeguarding land, particularly because Wigan are looking to the Places for Everyone policy G11 superseding this safeguarded policy in their local plan core strategy. This was a question that we were asked in, I think, IN14, so SQ 1.7, and in our response to that, which I think is I'll have to check, I'd written it down, GMCA 14 possibly, but I'll double check it. We did make it clear that although Wigan are looking to supersede the policy in their core strategy, they have got a safeguarded land policy, GB2, in their replacement unitary development plan, which still forms part of the development plan for Wigan, and that is not proposed to be superseded by the PFE plan. So there will still be a policy framework within the Wigan local plan or development framework to deal with safeguarded land and manage its future release.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. So then moving on, gentleman from WSP wondered why one of the particular sites and allocations wasn't listed in paragraph 4.48. I mean, again, query, are these soundness points? But if you look at paragraph 4.48 on page 60 of the plan, it does say including at such sites as, and it lists some, and then it goes on to say, although many other sites have the potential to attract skilled workers, etc., etc. So it's not meant to be a comprehensive list. It doesn't purport to be, and if one turns it into a comprehensive list, one's doing something different from the way in which it's written now. Does one need to change including and the tail piece, although many other sites have the potential does one need to strike all that through and list every site that can conceivably achieve the objective? I don't think so. It's certainly not necessary to make the plan sound. So that's my answer to that one. And then the recurring cri de coeur for some numbers, and here for the northern areas, the point was made that, well, the northern areas, there are specific local planning authority areas. We have numbers for those areas. Why can't we just, if you like, add them all up and stick them in this policy? Well, first of all, where the northern areas include an entire local planning authority area, then of course you can look elsewhere in this plan to find what that entire local planning authority area's housing number is. The wrinkle, of course, is West Salford, which is not an entire local planning authority area. So you know, that's the issue which arises in relation to that seemingly simple approach of just adding up numbers elsewhere. You can do it perfectly well until you reach West Salford, and then you have a number for Salford, but not for West Salford. So that's the issue. Right, those are the points I specifically wanted to respond to. I've made my generic response. Otherwise, we don't think the points raised amount to soundness points. Others have a different view, of course, but that's our response.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions about JP Strat 6. Does anybody else have anything final that they wish to say? Okay, in that case then we will move on to JP Strat 8. That's Wigan-Bolton growth corridor. So we've had clarification about the role of the Strat policies. I take it that applies to this policy as well. Just want to clarify that.
It does, ma'am, and I hope we haven't got any more typos in our paper, but yes, it does.
I'll just let the swapping of spots go ahead.
Yes, we've got someone's joining us. Where are we? We're doing Wigan Bolton, then we're going. Yes, exactly. Yes, yeah.
And again, we had this discussion this morning. This is a policy that contains reference to figures in relation to floor space and a number of dwellings. We had the discussion this morning about that, and it was discussed in principle, but for the benefit of those that are here this afternoon, you may or may not have enjoyed watching the live stream this morning. I think, again, it might be worth the GMCA just explaining their position on suggesting the removal of the floor space and dwellings figures from that policy.
Yes,
are you able to do that?
I hope so. If I can remember what on earth I said earlier on. Yes, it's a very straightforward proposition. That's to say that the figures in this policy, like in a number of the others, in the as written, as published places for everyone, are moment in time supply figures. They are not requirement figures. That is to say, they're not the target number of homes and or employment. And so they seem to us that, given that, the correct thing to do, and that it would be necessary to make the plan sound, would be to remove that position from the policy, that text from the policy, and move it into supporting text. We're not trying to get rid of the numbers, but just putting them in what we regard as their proper place, so that they don't confuse the reader, frankly. So yes, that's where we are with that point.
Okay, thank you. Does again, I'll open this up. Does everybody understand why that's being proposed now? If you have any questions at this point, I will take them on those. Unless you were here this morning, I have heard comments. I was here to listen to the discussions this morning. No. Okay. All right. In that case, then I'll focus on some of the detail of the policy then. Again, there were discussions this morning about the transport references in some of the JP Strat policies, and this again is one particular policy that refers specifically to some highway infrastructure requirements and bus services and rail as well. Are some of these improvements are all included in the plan, or are these aspirations, or what's the purpose of them?
Yeah, it's as Casey has said, this is a high-level strategic policy. So some of those measures are measures which are ambitions of both Wigan and Bolton of Wigan and Bolton councils, long-standing aspirations, as demonstrated through recent bids for funding. We put a joint bid into the Housing Infrastructure Fund back in 2020 for £186 million for the delivery of east-west road infrastructure to unlock sites within this growth corridor. And also, as demonstrated by the recent submission in October of this year as an investment zone expression of interest, which this is one of 6 sites which is submitted by the GMCA as a growth location. The sites listed aren't, the measures listed consistent with measures identified in Transport 2040, but not particularly, or considered identified particularly within this plan itself.
And are they shown on the figure 4.6? Is that what you are attempting to show? As I see that there are 2 link roads there, and then potential statements stations.
Yes, it is. As you can see on figure 4.6, the link road, which is the aspiration for the east-west link road from junction 26 of the M6 all the way through to junction 5 in Bolton of the M61 is marked on the map, as are aspirational link roads through the west of Wingate site, potential stations, potential metro tram train. They're all shown on that indicative figure.
And are the references in the policy themselves, are they consistent what's referred to in paragraph 4.55 of the plan, because that refers to transport links and improvements? Is there a consistency between the two, or are there some?
I believe so. I'll just double check.
Did you spot one, ma'am, that's in one but not the other?
I'm not saying.
Okay, fair enough.
From my reading here, they seem to be consistent.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It just I think they just expand a little bit more, don't they, on what
they do. They just provide a bit of justification and detail.
And again, I think with JP Strat 8. This isn't a policy actually that refers to. I mean, it depends where we are with the suggestions about the policy, but they don't refer to the quality mix or design or any. I just wonder whether this is, as you're referring to this morning, the different tone that each of these Strat policies said. And it just strikes me, you made a point about whether these policies actually get across really what they're meant to be doing for that particular area.
Yeah, I think this looks to me as if it is the work of several hands, if you like, or several authors, and without there being that, let's all have a template, if you like. And so, I mean, the point I made earlier on, my waning enthusiasm for references in some policies randomly to doing things either well or sort of well, and then in other policies not mentioning the point at all, is building up a picture. It seems to me that it would be best to just look at these policies and focus on what's particularly, unique, special, different, or whatever it might be about each of these areas, rather than keep reiterating in many cases, but not all cases, aspirations to things like high quality design, which one would aspire to, one would hope, wherever one was. And so, if you say high quality design in some policies, then ask yourself the question, well, when we get to the poor old Wigan and Bolton growth corridor, where we haven't mentioned high quality design, is that because Wigan and Bolton are sort of prepared to put up with shoddy design? I suspect not. So,
I take it that they're not.
Exactly. So, yeah. So I have that my post-lunch position, I think, is that we
you need to give some thought to that,
we need
those.
It's you know, again, I'm just trying to be very straightforward here. I hope that's recognised, but it does seem a bit random at the moment. So, you know.
And just, sorry, I didn't mean to do this in this order because I'm going back a little bit. But this policy refers to delivering a regionally significant area of economic and residential development. What do you mean by regionally significant? Is that set out anywhere?
I think it's just to demonstrate, it's just to show the ambition of that corridor, and you know what the text does provide is states that there's over 13,000 homes within that corridor, over 1 million square metres of employment floor space. So in quantum-wise, there's a lot there to contribute to northern competitiveness. It's about, through the infrastructure ambitions of the policy as well as strategic infrastructure ambitions of the policy, it will help to deliver that qualitative contribution as well as the quantitative. So I think that is the key thing in terms of those together will enable a regional significance of that housing and economic offer in this part of the conurbation.
So that regional significance, does that refer to the northern competitiveness rather than anywhere else across the region? Is it focused in?
I think it can contribute wider. This area does have a lot of things going for it in terms of as an area for growth. You know, it's strategically located between Manchester and Liverpool, which are obviously major national regional centres. It's well served by motorways. You know, Wigan's got the M6, Bolton's got the M61, which are at both sides of this corridor. We've got strong railway connectivity, particularly in Wigan, where we've got direct access to London, Birmingham, Scotland on the West Coast Main Line. And, you know, the corridor has experienced a lot of recent economic success. If you look at the example of Logistics North in Bolton, where there's been significant economic development over the last 5 years, around 300,000 square metres of high-quality B2, B8 development at Junction 4, I think it is. And then there's been recent approval of major logistic floor space at Junction 25 at Wigan, which is an allocation in this plan for high-quality logistics, which got permission at a public inquiry following calling last year, as did Wingates at Junction 6, I think it is in Bolton as well. So, you know, I think that demonstrates the strength of this area for economic development and then residential development as well.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of questions about the final paragraph with Holton Park and Royal Bolton Hospital. Bearing in mind that we have talked about the plan-making relationship of these policies, I just wonder then, what do these two references bring to that? Are these plan-making references, or are they support for any planning applications that might come ahead? And if so, is bearing in mind what these policies are supposed to do, is this the right place for those?
Well, they're certainly meant to be plan-making, so I wonder if I can just hand over to for the next one.
Yes, Andrew Chalmers from Bolton. Clearly, both of these present major opportunities. Clearly, the hospital, its refurbishment, its development, the development of Bolton's it's called medical centre, and all the evolution and change that's likely to happen there. It will be an area of change over the life of this plan and our own local plan. And so it's obviously has a vital role in this corridor as well. So I think it's flagging up really for the sake of the emerging local plan. This is a key factor that should be taken into consideration, a key location, and to look at it and what might happen in it and around it in that future local plan. In terms of Holton Park, that again is, well, it currently contains a very significant historic listed park. It's also Peel have two planning permissions on it for significant development. So again, in future, it will be quite potentially an area of significant change. The current permissions are subject to Ryder Cup, so that may or may not happen. But clearly, there will be emerging proposals. So these are just flags, really, for the emerging local plan to pick up on these both key features of the corridor and the emerging situation around both those areas.
So from Bolton's perspective, then these are quite significant in the terms of Bolton.
They certainly could be, and certainly, well, Holton Park is there. It's a very significant planning permission, but not implementable at the current stage. And obviously,
yeah, carry on. Sorry.
I was just going to say clearly, there is a major focus around the improvement and all that's happening around the hospital area that will emerge over time. So it's already a significant employer, obviously, but it's going to evolve and change. And the building of a college to train 3,000 students every year for healthcare and etc. To raising skills etc. is very crucial, very important.
So bearing that in mind in relation to the hospital, is that why you propose that additional main modification, which clarifies the identification of land being dealt with through the local plan or an equivalent document?
It is, yes. So we look at that major opportunity through the local plan.
Would that also apply to Holton Park then, or is Holton Park slightly different in terms of its position?
Clearly, Holton Park is an established planning permission subject to Ryder Cup. Clearly, we would have to look at that vicinity through the local plan. I suppose depending on what happens on the Ryder Cup, because if the Ryder Cup is implemented and comes to Bolton and the permission is implemented, this plan really doesn't have much more to say about it.
Okay, so the difference is then if the Ryder Cup doesn't come, then the permission can't be implemented.
That's currently the situation. That's right, and presumably the landowner will have wish to pursue something else potentially.
Okay, and just on that, then, does the plan reflect that the current position, particularly in terms of its explanatory text in paragraph 4.57? Does it need to? It's fairly general that what it says about that, but
it's true to say that the current PFE does not reflect in detail what that current permission would yield in terms of the fullest extent of that development. The PFE is supporting fundamentally restoration of the park,
right,
and the Ryder Cup golf course. Clearly, the proposal as approved firstly by the Secretary of State and then more recently by a planning inspector is quite a significant development, far wider than just those elements. So it's fair to say that the plan doesn't include the full range of development that has been approved.
okay, but from that qualification, then you don't think it needs to, because the concern with PFE is about protecting those elements of the asset that you.
I think that's right. It's a proposal that's effectively outside the plan, has emerged alongside it. Outside it by a separate route, by that planning approvals route.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I have no further questions on that policy. I will open it up for comments if people wish to say something. I'm going to start this on this side. Save Greater Manchester Greenbelt.
Yeah, it's just a very quick one, actually, related to the term "well served by public transport," which I'm sure we'll come back to in the transport thematic policies. But just to say that particularly our members who are looking at this area are very concerned about the way that the transport measures have been described and the way that the term "well served by public transport" and the criteria that sit behind that as well. So perhaps it's something we can come back to, but just wanted to flag it up that this is a particular issue for groups that are looking at this area.
Just ask where you're getting
Yeah.
the words from.
I was-
Sorry, well
yeah.
served. Sorry.
The well served by public transport is really in the site selection criteria. It's not in this particular policy, but there is, as you picked up yourself, Ma'am, the quite a big focus on the transport situation here, and although it appears that there is a significant amount of transport, that's not the interpretation that everybody has for this particular area. So
Okay.
I
And
just wanted to flag it up
Yeah.
for discussion at a later date.
And I suppose that will apply then to the site allocations within
True.
this area.
Yeah,
Okay.
true.
Yeah, I mean, that might be the more appropriate point to bring
To
it
raise
up,
it.
but I
Yeah.
take your point there, yeah. Thank you. Savills, sorry, I'm having trouble seeing at the end, towards the end of the day.
Yes, Jonathan Ainley from Savills on behalf of the Harworth Group. Just a brief point, if I may. So it's clear the Harworth Group support the Wigan-Bolton growth corridor as a suitable location for regionally significant economic and residential development. Our query would be around the inclusion within the North East growth corridor at Strat 7 of the High Crompton Broad location, and no such equivalent within Strat 8, and the reasons for that do seem somewhat unclear. In terms of similar benefits would be provided for Wigan and Bolton if one was identified. So we feel it's a missed opportunity, ma'am.
Okay, you don't have a specific area in mind, do you, or do you just think that it's a general omission that's been made?
I wouldn't wish to make site-specific reference, ma'am, other than I would say there was a single employment allocation removed from GMSF 2016.
Okay, well, thank you. That is helpful to understand why you think there should be a broad location possibly then. Thank you. Sorry, Barton Wilmore, I didn't see your nameplate.
Thank you, ma'am. The economic ambitions are clear and supported. Quantum of residential development also supported. Allocations, though, only go as far as providing 500 homes, depending upon the Holton Park and Ryder Cup consideration. So just pointing that, setting that against the regionally significant both economic and residential development ambition on the top line, just making sure that those circa 13,000 homes can be delivered adequately. Thank you.
Thank you. Turley.
Yes, thank you, Ma'am. Clearly, Peel are supportive of the policy as a whole, and it's entirely right to recognise this area, its growth potential, and the contribution it can make to northern competitiveness. There are a few points we'd just like to run through, reflective of our representations and matter statement, specifically regarding Holton Park and the Royal Bolton Hospital. And some of the answers that Mr Chalmers has provided as well. So dealing first with Holton Park, again, Peel are very supportive of the reference within the policy to Holton Park and its growth potential. As has been referred to by Mr Chalmers, planning permission exists. It's been granted originally by the Secretary of State and then in a revised form by an inspector very recently following an appeal. That development will deliver very significant growth for Bolton and indeed Greater Manchester more generally, and the Secretary of State characterised that as an enormity of benefits. At its heart, though, and as the policy does recognise, is the proposals to restore Holton Park, a registered parking garden. And the Secretary of State, in making his original decision on the grant of planning permission, recognised that asset to be in significant decline. It recognised that there was a need for a viable long-term use and long-term management, and also realised that it would be very costly to achieve that and to realise the strategic objective of restoration. Value-generating development was likely to be necessary, and obviously that's underpinned much of what the Holton Park proposals entail. So it's right that the policy reflects that and supports its restoration as a strategic objective, but our concerns are that the policy doesn't go far enough and doesn't provide enough clarity. Firstly, we feel it should refer to the long-term management, not purely the restoration, which is crucially important for ensuring that the park doesn't decline in the future. And just as importantly, if not more importantly, that it should cater for alternative means of achieving that. Peel is committed to securing the Ryder Cup tournament. The venue is shortlisted as one of two for the 2031 tournament, and that process is ongoing. But if that is not achieved, our view is that the policy should provide a clear policy context to explore alternative means of achieving that strategic objective of restoration, including the likely need for value-generating development. As Mr Chalmers has recognised, the implementation of the planning permission secured relies upon securing the Ryder Cup. If that is not the case, despite all Peel's and indeed other stakeholders' best endeavours, the restoration of the park is still in need of the park is still in need of restoration and long-term management. And we feel that the policy should go further in recognising that there may well be alternatives necessary to be brought forward and provide a positive framework for that. And I say that in the context of some of the discussion just now as well as to what this policy or these policies are intended to do by reference to plan making versus development management. And certainly in this regard, we would be concerned that the reference to support is purely intended to relate to a future local plan. There has been a need to advance the proposals for Hulton Park ahead of this plan. This plan really isn't capable of dealing with those matters. And there may well, if the Ryder Cup cannot be achieved, be another pressing need to pursue proposals through the planning application process. So we feel that this statement of support should certainly be clarified and expanded, but also to recognise that that has a development management function to it, Marm. So those are my comments on Hulton Park. I don't know whether you want to pause there.
I did. I mean, so just so I understand it then, that you're seeking this plan to say something that actually goes beyond what the planning permission gives in terms of it has to link with the Ryder Cup.
Yes, Marm. So our proposed modifications in our representations and matter statement affects to add an addition to the sentence such that it states, or alternative means of delivering the restoration objectives and value-generating development necessary to make the restoration and long-term management viable, or words to that effect, Marm.
Okay, thank you. I'll let the GMCA respond to that. Does anybody, I've still got signs up, are they legacy signs? Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'll turn to, did you want to make further points?
It was in relation to the Royal Bolton Hospital
yes,
element
please,
of that.
then, yes,
Certainly. Well, I suppose I would start with the same point I just reiterated on the purpose of the policy support relating only to plan making as has been suggested rather than development management. But going broader, I think, again, we would welcome the support stated in relation to land at Royal Bolton Hospital. As Mr Chalmers has referred to, it's potentially a very significant opportunity to build on a key asset and generate notable employment opportunities for the area as part of a wider mixed-use cluster. The modifications that the GMC has proposed in relation to this are welcomed by Peel and indeed considered necessary. It does add, those modifications do add, provide clarity in relation to location, intent and process. But our view, reflective of our representations, is that additional clarity is still required. We feel that in a spatial sense, it would benefit from greater clarification of what is proposed and intended to be supported. And I cross-refer to a colleague's reference there to the inclusion at Strat 7 of the broad location for High Crompton. And I just question a point of consistency as to how that has been approached in that case relative to what could be appropriate in this case. In terms of wider considerations and proposed modifications, we feel that it should be recognised in policy and not just in the reasoned justification as now proposed by the GMCA in their mods, that it will extend, development would extend beyond existing boundaries So that, as I say, that is recognised within GMCA's modification, but as a reason justification to the policy, we feel that that should be in the policy itself. We feel that there should be recognition, and notwithstanding here what King's Council has suggested on behalf of the GMCA, but we consider that there should be recognition that this could entail Greenbelt release. And finally, that in policy, again, rather than the reason justification, it should set out that the process for considering this would be addressed through the Bolton local plan or an equivalent DPD. Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you. GMCA.
Well, on the sort of headline point as to whether in Strat 8 we should have a part of Strat 8 broadening its role to relate also to development management, well, we're just taking a consistent line to these policies that they're all plan making and none of them are development management policies, and so frankly it would seem wrong as a matter of first principles to suddenly carve out one part of one policy to do something differently. So that, you know, that's just our response to that point as a headline level. We're certainly not going to, well, as far as we're concerned, we're certainly not going to, unless you indicate to us that we have to, we're certainly not going to write anything in here to say that along the lines of this could well mean further Greenbelt release, because that would be completely against the approach that we've explained, that I explained slightly earlier on. So this plan does what it thinks it needs to do, but we can't stop future local plans looking all over again and deciding whether some more needs to be released. But this plan is satisfied with what it's done. As for specific references in relation to Hulton Park and the prospect of, well, adding a few words to talk about alternative means of achieving restoration, I'll just pass to my left for that, whether there's any specific authority level comment on that particular point. That's outside.
I think clearly the very special circumstances for allowing the planning permission relate to the Ryder Cup and all that it brings. I think clearly there would be great concern from within Bolton to have free rein effectively and say a policy that says almost anything goes provided the park is protected and enhanced and improved. I'm sure that is very much a priority to see the restoration of the Hulton Park. Everyone's very keen on that. And clearly the planning application as it's currently been approved would bring out very beneficial implications for the park, including a lot more public access. But clearly it just strikes me that we don't know whether very special circumstances would exist for anything else at this stage, nor indeed whether those alternative uses would be acceptable at all anyway.
So I think from the point of view of the Places for Everyone policy, I mean, the support that's expressed through future plan making is for the restoration of the park in relation to that particular point. And yes, there is support for the provision of a Ryder Cup standard golf course. Sorry, golf isn't really I don't know anything about golf, but I don't know when the Ryder Cup announcement is ever going to be made. And I can't really understand people playing golf in the first place, but there you are. So there is also support for the provision of a Ryder Cup standard golf course. Those are the two things that the plan makers wish to particularly support here. We don't wish to support something wider without really understanding what it might be. And we certainly don't think it's necessary in order to make the plan sound to add to this some further support for something that we're not entirely sure what it is and why we should be supporting it in the first place. So that's that really, ma'am. We'll leave it with you.
Okay, thank you. I do know Turley have put their nameplate back. Is it a similar point you wish to make, or?
Point of clarification, perhaps. So the park is grade 2. It's a registered park and garden. So we're dealing here with something which is a national heritage asset, and that is the reason. And the restoration is it's a good news story for the North, whether it's dressed up as competitiveness or otherwise. It's a very positive story. If the Ryder Cup comes or not, if the Ryder Cup comes, that's a huge investment, billions. in all the TV rights and everything. I mean, it's enormous. And Peel have been, willing to make this investment, and that would be something very dramatic. But even if that doesn't happen, Holton Park is a major asset in the northern part of the conurbation, and its restoration is appropriate. And the plan is making reference to this. This is some real substance to northern competitiveness. And the other thing is just about the university, just to be clear about that. The plan is, this again is a source of enormous benefit to the north. This is about taking that hospital, the Royal Bolton, and turning it into eventually a full teaching hospital, like Jimmy's in Leeds and other ones that haven't been on the telly. But it's about creating something really special and really significant. And that's why, why are they getting these special references? They're there. We would like to see it expanded. It's just a fundamental component in a borough that is, well, you've heard it many times before, very short of any vision in terms of actual allocations at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Did the GMC want to respond to that?
Well, just a very brief response, Madam. The plan is meant to set out what the Nine support, and the Nine support the restoration of Holton Park. They do not support the suggested phraseology from the objector, which is that one should add to this or alternative means to delivering restoration, value-generating development necessary, etc., etc. I mean, we don't support that because we don't know enough about it to have explored it sufficiently to support it in this plan. Whether we might well support it at some future date, or the relevant authority might well support it at some future date, but the Nine in writing this policy don't, and it's certainly not necessary to make the plan sound to do so.
Okay, thank you. I'd take the points that have been made on both sides. Thank you. I have no further questions. Any final comments from anybody relating to JP Strat 8? Okay, in that case then we'll take a short break before we come back for Strat 7. Yeah, we'll come back in 20 minutes, so at 10 to 4. Thank you.
Okay, so it is just after 10 to 4, so we'll resume and pick up what was the second item on the agenda, but we're dealing with third for purely practical reasons, which is about JP Strat 7, the North East Growth Corridor. So, unless there's any procedural type queries from anyone, I'll just kick off straight away with a few questions to the GMCA. I'm not going to go back over saying some of the sort of the principal things that we've already talked about. We're beginning to get the picture, I think, on those. So we can move on to
I don't think I can face saying
the
it
detail
again,
of
so-
this policy and the diagram, the picture, sorry, that goes with it. This is the picture.
Oh,
one.
this is a picture.
Yeah.
Yes. Ah.
Anyway,
Yes.
so just to be clear, what this is then, this is a growth corridor, and it's defined by the corridor is essentially along the M62 is the geographical sort of centre of the corridor. Presumably, I'm looking at. Sorry, I can't recall your name.
Yeah, it's David Wiggins from Bury. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, in terms of it being a focus for development, the development is focused on the corridor, and so good motorway access is one of the key locational advantages, presumably, that makes this part of the city region an important area for this scale of development.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, like you say, the M62 is one of the key sort of corridors across the north of the country. And as it's been alluded to before with the Wigan and Bolton corridor, it connects some of the major conurbations within the north, from Liverpool into Manchester and Leeds. So in that respect, it is a key corridor within the country.
In terms of its accessibility to large numbers of people and other areas of economic activity.
Yeah.
But within the corridor itself, there already are significant areas of industrial parks, business parks, those sort of things.
Yeah,
so it's
that's
not
right.
just a. It's not
No,
just
that is one of the reasons. Yeah. That's one of the justifications for it. There's existing concentrations at Pilsworth, Haywood, Stakehill, and at Kingsway as well. So it just brings all that together, really.
And then the other key factor that makes it a suitable location for large-scale employment development, but also more new homes, is that there is also a large residential population living nearby.
Yeah, that's correct.
It's not a really remote place. It's got large towns and settlements that are close to it. So the combination of those three things, they're the locational advantages, if you put it in those terms?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, yeah.
Okay. So what we have proposed in the corridor as a whole, I can't remember what the figures are, but it's 1 million square metres of floor space and 16,000, something like that. And they reflect the allocations in the plan.
That's the supply.
And the existing supply.
Yeah.
Yeah. Both those. It's the combination of those things. Is it? Sorry,
Yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah. Within the plan period. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we touched on this the other day when we talked about the strategic road network, and we will come back to it when we look at the transport policies. But paragraph 4.51 seems quite clear that additional investment in the motorway network will be required to support the scale of development proposed. I think is that what it says? Which is back to the discussion that we had about, well, we don't actually yet know quite what will be proposed. It depends on a number of scenarios. I think we were told earlier in the week that in the worst case scenario, there was a whole load of schemes that might need to be done to the strategic road network. But that's something that will have to be looked at the sort of the relevant moment in time. So I'm not saying that's wrong, that reference. I'm just, it doesn't contradict it. Well, it isn't meant to contradict the detailed work that is being done on SRN, basically, I suppose is the question.
That's absolutely right, sir. And the let me just get me to take a step back. Yes, as I was trying to explain when we discussed this the other day, there is a point here as to whether what we've written so far in various modifications that we proposed is sufficiently clear, if you like, to ensure that understanding is convey to the reader of the plan the point you've just made, that where there are references, seemingly quite specific references to various things being required, etc., on the transportation side, that is to be read in the context of that worst case assessment. It may well not turn out like this. It would have to be, will have to be, and frankly can only be examined once one actually has specific planning applications.
Because this link, I mean, it may be that improvements are needed to the motorway network anyway, but this actually links it directly to supporting the scale of development proposed. So just put a little flag by that paragraph. And,
no, I entirely have the point. Yes, no, fair enough. Sarah.
And we're not. You're going to think about these, but on the diagram itself, there are some specific improvements to the motorway network shown.
Yes.
Including a new junction, which I don't think was mentioned when we looked at the SRN report. And just to be clear, you know, on the M62, is this the Birch Services area, or is that? It is. Put your microphone on.
So Mr Island is the one near Birch Services, yeah.
Is that where it says new junction on this map?
That is Birch Services.
That is Birch.
Yeah.
So is that an access to serve this site, or?
Potentially, it's being identified in the actual site allocation policy, JPA 1.1, as a potential. Yeah. So it's under investigation.
Okay, well, we'll come back to the detail when we look at that allocation. Yeah. But then there's other ones. There's junction 18 improvements, and then the capacity improvements. Anyway, just to flag up, you know, when we're looking at this in the round again, you know, this is one of the maps that you need to think about. And then there's obviously what they call potential public transport improvements, which we talked about in one of the earlier diagrams. Same principle, isn't it? Being clear about what they are.
It's the same point, yeah.
But in terms of the public transport, again, it's some of these are referred to in the allocation policies, and we'll look at them in detail there. But I suppose the basic principle here is that this is a site on the edge of or outside existing urban areas with a large-scale development proposed. In terms of making it accessible by means other than private cars, presumably some, you know, new public transport infrastructure and services will be required. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. I think in the reason justification to the policy, I think it does recognise that there will be a requirement or there'll be a need for improvements to public transport.
Yeah. To access where these new warehouses,
yeah,
industry,
primarily
homes
to connect surrounding communities and people within across Greater Manchester to the new jobs that would come forward there.
Sorry.
No, that's
and insofar as they are known about specifically, when we look at the allocation policies, are those public transport improvements set out in those?
Yeah, I mean, the situation in terms of public transport is, like I say, there's a recognition that there is a need to improve public transport. The sort of schemes that are identified in, is it picture 4.2, they're basically set out within the 2040 strategy 5-year delivery plan. They are not definites at this stage, although, like I say, there is a recognition that there is a need to improve public transport. But in terms of the 2040 plan, those are sort of schemes that are under investigation at this moment in time. Some of them are referred to within the specific allocation policies as well.
But if you're looking at those red lines, is that what you're talking about now for the public transport on this map?
Yeah.
They are about improving accessibility within this broad corridor area, understood. But if you look at the great big allocation of Haywood-Pilsworth, presumably all the development that goes on that area would need specific public transport links provided to it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. And like I say, in terms of that specific allocation policy as well, that does make reference to the potential tram train scheme, which is shown on that picture.
Yeah.
But it also makes reference to bus rapid transit as well.
Into the site?
Into the site, yeah.
Okay, so that's
so the tram train scheme is getting people close to the site, but within the site there will be...
So we'll come back to it then, when we look at the specifics, because obviously one of the issues raised and one of the difficulties about these sort of large-scale developments in a sort of, you call it an urban extension, you call it whatever you want, but they're not well served at the moment by public transport. No. And obviously there's a lot of activity if all this development takes place. So there is a need to bring in this new public transport infrastructure and services, presumably, to make it a sort of more sustainable development.
Yeah, absolutely,
so we'll see how that works through.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We've had the discussion about the role of these policies and whether they're written in a way that it's clear that they're intended to inform local plans and or development management. I've not reread it in that light, I suppose. But specifically for Bury and Rochdale, is that's your understanding, and is that what would be taken forward in your local plans?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Okay. I suppose. Yeah, okay. We've got a reference at the end to development, which starts thinking about what does that mean. Anyway, it's a recurring theme, isn't it? We'll have a think about it, and you can have a think about it. Right. Just a matter of detail, and that's going to be confusing or not. The third paragraph, it says the plan allocates 2 major sites within the area, and then it seems to list 3, albeit one's split into. But I mean, and if you look at the map and the allocation and the policies map, I mean, 1.1 and 1.2 are separate sites, are they not?
Well, they are physically separated, but
Yeah.
they have always been classed as the Northern Gateway collectively. So it's the Northern Gateway itself is split into 2. So there's the employment element, which is at Hayward Pilsworth, and then there's Simister Bowley, which is a residential allocation.
Hayward Pilsworth has some housing on it as well, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it has, yeah.
Yeah. But I suppose in some ways it doesn't matter. But is there any interdependency in the sense that any restriction on one developing in a way and the other, or not?
Probably not. No, I wouldn't say. No.
There's not a mechanism in the plan to
No.
link something happening on one with the other.
No.
No. Okay. But in terms of achieving the objectives for this corridor, you would expect both, because it creates that more.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's
balance between jobs and
yeah,
homes
exactly.
and-
Yeah,
and
so you
the
get that
range of
sort of
areas.
inclusive growth and more sustainable patterns of development. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to stop there, because the other questions I've got are not about the policy generally, but it's about the High Crompton Broad location, which I'll come on to as a discrete item, I think, in a minute. So, any further comments about the sort of overall approach to the North East Growth Corridor?
Not from us,
from the
thank you.
GMCA. In which case, from others, Avison Young, I thought you might. Yeah.
Thank
And
you, sir.
I'll go around. Yeah. So.
I just don't know if it'll help you a little bit on the public transport side of things, that there is significant work ongoing for this site between the stakeholders, as you might have picked up from our statements. That's work with TFGM, the JV, who I represent. There's also a lot of work going on with active travel links and assessing those as well. So we can, I guess, get into the detail in January, but just to give you the context that it is being looked at comprehensively. The policy's obviously got a number of public transport elements to it, but we think those will be addressed most likely through bus links in the first stages of the site coming forward. But the other point to make was we do envisage, due to the scale of the site, there would be internal shuttle buses, limiting the need for travel by private car within the site, given its scale. So just thought it relevant to mention that as well.
Sorry, I mean, without getting into the bog down in detail, but what do you mean internal? But you want sort of an internal bus circulation service?
Yeah, taking the cue from best practice really for sites of this kind of scale, which are obviously, you've seen the reference to national significant, nationally important sites. So, this site's going to be of such a scale that we would envisage rather than having to jump in the car to get from one employment unit to the next. There would be an internal dedicated service, automated possibly, in the way things are going in the future as well. This site could be a trial for that through local universities. And so the other point I just want to get to was there's a reference to national significance for the corridor generally, which we support and agree with. But just to put it in context, this is the optimal site in GM in terms of that transformational change point. This is the site that really boosts the competitiveness point as well, the 1.1 site. A kind of evidence to that, so it's probably not before you, is this is a site that's known by central government and has been identified on a few occasions for international investors who might be looking to bring a footloose requirement such as an EV plant or gigafactory batteries, that sort of thing. So it's been on the short list, it's known about, and from a kind of funding point of view, an investment point of view, it's obviously part of the MDZ, which you might have read about, the development zone. So very much front and centre. This is the key site for GM for jobs growth, and a very important one for the north as well. So those are the points there.
Okay, thank you. And I'd say we'll come back to the detail of the actual allocation in due course. For the so Lichfields.
Thank you, sir. Just a quick one, really. I know you mentioned the sentence about almost 1 million square metres of new employment floor space, and just coming on to that point, I think the figure's wrong, because obviously we've moved to 2022 to 2039. So clearly, I think we were discussing before.
Well, definitely. That's one of the options we're considering. And I think it was clarified this morning that if under that scenario, I think the GMCA did clarify this morning that they would have to revisit the figures that they'd put forward for each of the areas. It'd just be good to understand, as I wasn't here this morning, but just to understand which bit of that relates to the allocations for the Northern Gateway and Stake Hill, and which bit is for the existing sites that's in the supply. So in that agenda paper you submitted yesterday, which helpfully listed the existing supply and then the green belt, it'd just be good to understand how that breaks down and whether that's in the supporting text. But it was mainly that point. Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you. Every time we look at the figures, there's another dimension to them, isn't there? But I do like numbers as well.
So we have discussed this. I think that to put it simply, when you add in the effect of the 2039 potential change with what's already in the plan, you get to over 1 million square metres.
Right, let's move on. Save Brighton's green belt.
Yeah, I don't object to the outline ambition of economic growth in that area. I think Oldham and Rochdale may benefit from it, but I do have some concerns about the scale and the concentration and the nature of the employment space. You've got 1 million square metres of floor space allocated in a relatively small geographic area. If you actually take into account the allocation beyond the planned period and also the possibility of the High Crompton Broad location, by my calculations, it goes up to 1.7 million square metres of floor space. Now, I do question what sort of employment space this is going to be, because it's been allocated for industrial and warehousing. Now, according to Nickel Economics, there's over the plan period, there is negative net demand of 1.4 million square metres of floor space for B1 and B2 industrial, while there's positive net demand of 1.4 million square metres of B8 industrial. So B8 industrial is going to increase at the rate that B1 and B2 is going to decrease. Now, clearly, if B1 and B2 is decreasing at such a rate, you're not going to fill 1.1 million, 1.7 million square metres of employment floor space with B1 and B2 industrial. So it's going to be predominantly filled with B8, from my understanding. That's storage and distribution. So I question the wisdom of providing what is predominantly going to be 1 to 1.5 million square metres of warehousing and distribution floor space, because I don't really see how that's going to diversify employment. You know, warehousing, it's low density for a start. It has half the employment density of general industrial. It's characterised by low wage growth as well. So I think if you're going to want to deliver these objectives in the Strat 7 policy, which I do support them, there has to be some caveat in there to ensure that the employment space is diversified, so it isn't all warehousing.
So is that something that should be a policy? Well, you may say that the scale's too much anyway, because by definition, because of the sheer scale of it, it'll attract the B8, and that's what they run for. But I suppose another way would be, well, is the policy, should it be prescriptive in some way about what it's looking to achieve?
I think there's two ways you could approach it. You could approach it at either the policy or the allocation level and say, you know, and put a sort of a limit on the amount of warehouse storage, a limit on the amount of B8 space that could be allocated in that area. The other way to do it would be at a higher level and break the industrial and warehousing land requirements between B1 and B2 and B8, and actually have separate categories that can be allocated between the allocations. So that I think there are several approaches you could take, but I do think there needs to be something in there to prevent the oversupply of warehousing.
And because I suppose in one scenario it may be attractive to the market, and because of the suitability of the site and its motorway access, so you could get lots of B8 even if it's sucking in. But what you're saying is that wouldn't achieve the aims for the area in terms of wages, productivity, reducing deprivation.
Yeah, I think you get low productivity in the area, and I think it would predominantly change. I mean, the ambition is to supply employment space, and you run the risk of supplying storage space. I think that's the ultimate risk.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything else on on this policy? Not the specific. You know, we'll come on to the specific allocation, and we'll come on to the High Crompton bit later. But no.
Sorry, that's my only real concern.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Right, Bamford Green Belt Action Group. Sorry, could you put the mic on?
You'd think I'd be used to it by now. Just to say I completely support everything you've noted about the transport links. I think it's absolutely vital that for this strategy to work, they should have at least committed transport links. I know from where I live
Sorry, what you talking about public transport?
Public transport, sorry, public transport, yes. Something other than road. I know from where I live in Bamford, it would take me an hour and 45 minutes by public transport to get into the city centre, and it would be hard to get anywhere in Hayward other than the centre of Hayward without public transport. And so I think for the new jobs that are proposed, for any local residents to get the benefit from them, there would have to be improvements in the transport. I'm also unclear how the high-value housing and high-tech jobs will improve the lives of those who are most deprived, as described in paragraph 4.44. Again, once of all, especially without the significant transport improvements. But it almost feels as though the plan is to bring in people who earn more and can afford to live in high-value houses to improve the statistics of the area. So the key performance indicator can be achieved just by bringing in more people who are in employment and live in high-value houses. But actually, the people who are still in Rochdale won't have the jobs and won't be able to afford the houses.
If this site were developed for warehouses and factories or whatever, and you had a job there, how would you want to get there from your home to into one of those warehouses?
Personally, I'm a committed car driver,
but
I would want a bus, really. If I was taking public transport, probably a bus. From Bamford to Hayward.
Yeah, and how would that bus route go?
I guess it would have to go to Berry Road, then...
Not every stop. I mean, sorry.
It'd go to the centre of Hayward and then out again.
Centre of Hayward and then into the site.
Yeah. Ideally, some form of tram would be far better and nicer than a bus, but I don't think there's any proposal to have trams anywhere near Bamford.
No. Okay, thank you. Anything further from this side in terms of the elements of the policy we're talking about? Right, I'll go back. Litchfield's.
Thank you, sir. Just to come back to some of the points the gentleman made about warehousing. I mean, a lot of those, I have to say, are increasingly outdated views of the industry. We provided some evidence in our Employment Land Technical Note, which was submitted in October 2021. It's obviously a key employer nationally. The government started to increasingly recognise its importance, obviously with the boom in e-commerce. But it's often mistakenly believed to only provide low-skilled, basic jobs, zero-hour contracts. That's increasingly not the case. You've got a wide range of jobs supporting the sector, both in the warehouse and the office environments. We do a lot of work for likes of Prologis, and now increasingly find that some of the biggest sites are now the headquarters, which have a very high component of high-skilled office jobs that you'd associate with a headquarters environment. You also find that, contrary to what the gentleman was saying, it's actually above average salaries in the logistics sector than you would expect nationally. And again, there's a wide range of documents that back that claim up, some of which we referred to in our note there. And it's sort of got a well-earned reputation for investing substantially in its workforce. You've got warehouse robotics, automation, increasingly higher skill levels are required in that industry than was the case even a few years ago. So, I think it's wrong to suggest it's just a couple of chaps in a forklift truck going around these warehouses. That's just simply not the case. You get a wide range of skills, you get high-quality jobs and high wages. And you also typically get the majority of logistics employers living within 15 miles of their work. So it would directly benefit people living in Rochdale, Oldham, Bury and the rest, where these schemes are located. So, I have to contest that. And also the point that's made about nickel economics modelling suggesting there's going to be a huge decline in need for manufacturing office. I think what he's saying is that there's a net decline in manufacturing. That's not saying there's no need for manufacturing at all. That's just saying that overall there'll be a net loss. So you'll lose some of the poorer performing sites, but you'll still need new manufacturing sites as well. But I'll accept what the gentleman says, that overall it's warehousing and BA logistics that's particularly driving that very strong growth. But a broad range of sites, I think it's fair to say, are needed, albeit with the emphasis on warehousing.
Yeah, and obviously we're not just talking about the Northern Gateway, the Haywood Pillsworth site. I mean, we've got 3 allocations here,
exactly.
And each of them do different things. And the Stake Hill, the employment component of the Stake Hill one may be different from the Haywood Pillsworth one. But we'll look at those site by site when we come to them.
Exactly. I mean, obviously I'm interested in the Stake Hill, but I don't want to get into site specifics. That's for another day.
Yeah. Okay. Avis and Young.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I just endorse the points made about the nature of jobs and skills without repeating that at length. But just on the potential, if you like, misconception about the nature of what the Stakehill Pillsworth site might be. Of course, the policy does refer to the need for high quality employment uses. That's already in there. It does refer to a range of business sectors. So obviously that's going to be a key requirement to demonstrate as well. And obviously goes beyond that as well, with specific reference to advanced manufacturing. So policy is quite clear. This is not going to be a site full of big sheds that doesn't employ very many people. That's just not going to be the case whatsoever. Final point I'd make, sir, is there is obviously the requirement at the start of the 1.1 policy. I will make it specific, but there is a requirement to agree a master plan. We would expect that master plan to include the range of uses, the use classes, the split, and of course that's important from a highways perspective as well, sir. So you've already got a range of measures in that policy as an example that will help inform that process. So we don't see the need to change the policy. Certainly, no need to change the policy in the interests of soundness. Thank you.
Okay, well, we are, getting into the detail of the allocations, but the principle of this location and what this policy says, it doesn't say it's all about warehousing, but I take the point that by its nature that could be a danger, so we'll follow that through when we look at the actual allocations and what they say and how effective they are in achieving that. But have you got another point?
Yeah, just a quick point. Nickel Economics did provide some growth data for the different industrial sectors, and between 2004 and 2018, B8 industrial had an annual growth rate of 0.5% compared to 1.3% for the total economy over the same period. It doesn't sound like a huge difference, but if you compound that over a 15-year period, that equates to 7% GVA increase for the storage and distribution sector, and 20% for the total economy. So I'm not an economist, but that sounds to me like there are faster growing industries within the Greater Manchester economy, and that storage and distribution in terms of gross value added is one of the lower performing ones, and yet it's one of the and in terms of density of employment, it's also a low density. So I just want to make that point.
Okay, well, we'll come back to the details of what we're likely to get on each of these sites when we come and look at them individually, because that isn't actually something that's specified in here. Right, any other points from the GMCA on that before I move on?
No, Simon, your last point was the point I wanted to make myself, which is that I think in reality a lot of the points that have been made really relate to the detail of the allocations rather than what this overall strategic policy says.
Other than the particular nature of the location and the size of the site and what it may appear to be attractive for. I think Mr. Royton.
Well,
to say the same.
In Strat 7 itself, I mean, it's a broad deliver a nationally significant area of economic activity and growth.
Yeah.
I don't think we see a mention of warehouses there. And there are references to the particular policies, allocations, and when you turn to those allocations, there's a lot more detail. That's my point.
Right. Unless there's any further points on that, I just want to deal with this particular
absolutely. Come on, let's have the High Crompton broad location.
This particular and unique element of the plan.
I go now, sir.
Right. Well, what is it?
We'll keep passing this to the left until we see someone leaving the room. Anyway, so, I mean, first of all, let's just understand what we're seeking to do here, and then I'll hand over to someone to my left. We need to read this together with the modifications that we proposed, where what's set out in Policy Strat 7 is also in one of our modifications to be sort of reiterated in the supporting text as well. But basically this is, as you know, as you can see, we can all read the words. So after the allocations, potential opportunity for this further expansion at this broad location, but the policy and the supporting text, you know, were there to be a modification on the lines that we suggest, sort of falls over itself to, as far as we're concerned, to drive home the point that this plan, Places for Everyone, isn't actually, if you like, earmarking that broad location for removal from the green belt or any such thing. It's leaving it to either a review of PFE or the local plan, the subsequent local plan, to grapple with that. I do note, by the way, just when I looked at this before this afternoon session, that both in the policy and in the supporting text, as we would want it to be changed, there's reference to demonstrating it's necessary. That is to say, the broad location it's necessary to take it out the green belt, etc., etc. I mean, plainly, if we are to have anything like this in the policy, there should be explicit reference to exceptional circumstances, because necessity isn't a test of making changes to the green belt. So I'll just make that point up front, if you like, that it should, if we are to have anything like this in the plan, it should refer to exceptional circumstances. So really, whereas we've had this sort of generic point, which we've discussed several times now, many times now, about the plan itself, Places for Everyone, having this sort of paragraph in it or text in it to say, this is what we're doing, and, you know, future local plans will have to go around all of these issues again and decide for itself whether there are exceptional circumstances to remove more land from the green belt. This is unique in the plan, I think, where there's a specific broad location which is specifically mentioned as a place for either Places for Everyone's review or Oldham's local plan to focus its thoughts on in due course as to whether there are exceptional circumstances at a later date. So it's no more, no less than that. I mean, it certainly is, yes, I mean, it is different in the sense that it singles out this is a place for that consideration to be given. I think there's something of a history to this, you know, frankly. But I don't know whether, do
I mean, I do have some specific questions, but if you, well, first, let me just tidy up the question about the modification. It doesn't seem to actually add anything to what the policy says, so it doesn't provide any further reason, justification. It just repeats what the policy says.
I know.
Okay, so we'll leave
agree.
that.
Yes, it's belt braces, and then let's have some more belt and braces, I think, so yes.
Okay.
I agree. I agree. I don't
So,
know why we did it, frankly.
Before I ask you any particular questions, do you want to give, is there, I suspect, well, there was some background to this, but so you tell me what you want to tell me, but don't go at great length, but just give me some basic background.
Now's the time to get...
Yeah, so obviously the area was proposed in a previous draft in the 2019 GMSF as part of Kingsway South, which was also part of the Northern Gateway in that northeast, but was started off as being Northern Gateway, the whole area, and then it moved to Northeast Growth Corridor, and then we decided to change it to the High Crompton Broad location, as it was felt that there was insufficient evidence at the time to kind of support its allocation and release from Greenbelt at that moment, and also the fact that because of the transformation allocations proposed at Northern Gateway and at Stake Hill, there wasn't the need to release the land at this moment in time. But we did feel it was important to continue to identify that location as a possible opportunity for future economic and residential development, should the evidence demonstrate that that's necessary and that there are exceptional circumstances to warrant it.
Sorry, so when you say it was proposed in GMSF 2019, you mean it was a specific allocation?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. For what?
It
exactly?
was Kingsway South.
Just tell,
it was
how many hectares, what for?
It was a cross-boundary allocation with Rochdale for a mix of employment and dwellings.
Scale? Floor space?
Sorry, I should have that to hand, but I've not got it unless...
Hectares, roughly?
Just being found now.
Okay. Right, so there is some, I suppose that does answer my first question. Is it clear how much land this relates to and what the potential sites would be and what it would be for? I think the answer in the plan is no.
Well, in terms of what it's for, potential opportunity for further expansion of economic and residential offer, blah, blah, blah. So, yes, I mean, it's there. And then there's more text, would serve to meet future employment and housing needs and demand of businesses and local communities, etc. So I think, with respect, there is something there to give you an idea as to what the concept is. There isn't anything there about X hectares, because that's, if we're simply saying, as we are, we're particularly flagging this opportunity as something that the Oldham local plan should consider and or a review of PFE should consider, then I don't think it would be appropriate in that context to say, I don't know, 300 hectares at such and such, whatever it might be, or however many hectares it is. So I think there is...
Okay, so it's for housing and employment, and it's the broad location shown. It looks like it's just in a surrounded. It would be continue to be surrounded by Greenbelt, the way it's shown on this picture 4.2. But that may just be the way that the symbol is shown. Is it junction 21 of the M62?
Yeah, but I guess it's difficult because there isn't for the location. The broad location, there isn't a defined boundary there at this present time. So obviously showing that on the key diagram would have been difficult and would have kind of led... I guess it wasn't felt appropriate to show the boundary on the key diagram.
But in reality, if it were brought forward, would it be access from junction 21 of the motorway?
We would need to look at, obviously, suitable access arrangements as part of that and whether or not... Okay. Because obviously the Oldham boundary doesn't immediately join that motorway junction.
All right, okay.
Just the post as it was, apparently, 310,000 square metres of employment and 700 new homes.
Okay,
was.
so quite a significant, large,
Yeah.
large. Okay. So going back to the site selection methodology that we've talked about, and it started to call for sites back in 2015, whatever, and then they're going through the site selection. So did it go through the site selection stages 2, 3 and 4? Up to GMSF 2019?
It did go through the site selection, yes, as part of that.
And there was at least one other allocation in GMSF 2019 that was then dropped out, wasn't in Oldham, wasn't there?
There was, yes, as a result of obviously
not being
increase
needed
in
as much.
supply and not being needed at that moment in time.
Yeah, okay. So, okay. But that isn't shown as a broad location for future opportunity.
No, I mean, at the time we found there was sufficient supply identified to meet our local housing need and to ensure that we're able to meet that 100%. I think this is about recognising the employment opportunity in the mainland.
But I suppose there are other sites that went through the site selection process, not just in Oldham but elsewhere, that got through the sieve, stage 2, got to 3, went through, got to 4, or potentially got to 4, that ended up in an allocation in an earlier version of GMSF 20. So why is this one being selected as being given some sort of extra status as being, well, implying it'd be the first place you'd turn to, at least in this northeast growth corridor, if you wanted more development land?
Reflecting its potential role as part of that northeast growth corridor, and should obviously the evidence demonstrate that is needed in terms of employment and
its role because of its scale and the mix of uses and the location.
Yeah.
So, from your point of view, it is preferable, based on what you know about the opportunities there may be, and even those that went through the site selection process. This would be the first preference in terms of contributing significantly to this particular JP strat policy.
In terms of its opportunity to contribute towards the North East Growth Corridor, yes.
Yeah, okay, no, thank you. That's helpful. But I suppose, it would all be qualified by there needing to be exceptional circumstances and things to remove from the green belt. But isn't it prejudging things a bit in the sense of all the other, site selection options that there may be at the time by giving this as a sort of implying it's a first preference?
I mean, through the process, as I understand it, this is sort of like first runner-up in this area. So that's from the work that's been done. That's the view which is represented here. Is that prejudging? Well, with respect, I fully understand why you're putting the question to us in that way. Please don't get me wrong. But the reality is that when it comes to the Oldham local plan and or a review of PFE, yes, I mean, if they start first by looking at High Crompton Broad location, they inevitably will have to, in any event, compare it to other potential candidates. Have to be done because of the legal obligation to look at reasonable alternatives. So, even if they did say, right, well, we'll take our lead from Places for Everyone, we'll look at the first runner-up first, if you like. I mean, they won't be able to just stop there and say, well, that's the end of that.
You said it was a cross-boundary allocation.
It was when it was Kingsway South.
Right.
Yes.
And you said something about the Oldham boundary and the motorway junction, I think. Is there an issue about what's Rochdale's position about this location? Is it first runner-up in your view?
For the northeast growth corridor, yeah.
I mean, obviously, it was considered as a cross-boundary allocation. I think at the time it was just for the reasons set out by a colleague from Oldham. It just wasn't considered appropriate, obviously, at that time. From a Rochdale perspective, obviously, we had Kingsway Business Park to the north, Stake Hill. I mean, in terms, I think, probably looking at employment needs closer to perhaps Oldham and to serve those residents. I think that's probably why Oldham are looking at that, position now, understand that. But from Rochdale, I think there was issues about perhaps access and how that would come forward in the context at that time. But obviously respecting the needs, more specific needs potentially of a joining borough.
But if it was a cross-boundary allocation and it was assessed on that basis, and this is now only talking about bringing it through the Oldham plan, it would presumably be different, would it?
In terms of the detail of how it would be accessed?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've not seen lines on maps. I could go back and look at GMSF 19, but you could explain to me briefly. If it was a cross-boundary allocation and it was for 310,000 square metres floor space and 700 homes, some of those, and potentially access, I don't know, was in Rochdale, not just Oldham. Is that right?
I mean, obviously, the broad location is about setting out, isn't it, that there's the potential opportunity there for future development. I think as part of defining what that scale would be, would obviously be based on the evidence at the time. So I think it's not necessarily that it would be the same form and scale as what was proposed in Kingsway South. I think that's something we would have to look at that time and based on the evidence that we have.
So just to be clear then, this policy, because it refers to the Oldham local plan, is only talking about a location in Oldham?
Yes.
So it's not the scheme that was the cross-boundary scheme before? No. Okay.
No.
So how much of the 700 homes or the 310,000 square metres could still be achieved without having land in Rochdale? Most of it? Large part of it? Small part of it?
I think, a significant, at least about half, I would say. I'd have to confirm that.
Right.
Or a significant amount of the residential. But as I said, you know, the scale of development that would go on there would be considered at that time and based on the evidence.
Okay. Anything else you want to say about it? No? Well, I'm a bit clearer about what it is and the background to it. Thank you. Save Rotten Greenbelt, have you got any views about this?
Do
Do you understand the background to it?
I don't have particularly strong views. As from what I can recall, there was about 700 homes. There was 500 on the Oldham side and a couple of hundred on the Rochdale side, and the Rochdale side was predominantly industrial, from what I can remember. So it was, whereas the Oldham side was more residential, and I think the reason it was it's been brought forward as a broad location in the PFE, because we're halfway through our local plan consultation, and the Oldham local plan isn't going to review the Greenbelt boundaries. So I think they wanted to make an exception for this particular location. So I think that's the purpose of including this broad location in this plan. So, but if the local plans are now going to be permitted to review the Greenbelt boundaries with the new modification that was proposed in this plan, then it kind of makes this a moot point anyway, because they could do it anyway. So it's. I think this is probably an obsolete policy in this, depending on what Oldham is going to do in regards to Greenbelt boundaries in its own local plan.
Okay, thank you. Right, anything further you want to say about this particular, the North Crompton? That's High Crompton, sorry.
It's moved around.
That's another broad location.
That was a second runner-up.
That would have another one on the other side of the motorway.
I've nothing further to add, sir. No, it's there you are.
Okay. Anything further on this policy then, or I've not actually asked you anything about the map or other than the transport things on it, but I don't think there's anything else I've got to ask. So, unless there is anything else anybody wishes to say today, we will finish there. We have got another session tomorrow morning on the remaining Strat policies, I think. So we'll see some of you then. But for others, anyway, thank you for your contributions today. Thank you.